The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
2 days into our Romanian adventure. Haven't we had some close matches already? Great to see so many more teams this time with 11 up from 5 last year. And we'll get to see a couple of newbies straight up here in match 11. Rico, he's going to be back too, but I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECS Romania, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 3 here in Romania, 5 T10 matches on the way. And this cricket ground at Moravlasia, just outside Bucharest, it is pretty as a picture. The summer sun's coming down and I cannot wait to get started. Great conditions, expecting a maximum temperature of 30. So I think we'll hit the magical 3-0 today. Currently it's about 24, 25 to get things started. Not a lot of wind. I think it's really teed up for high scores here. I think we'll see quite a few hundred pluses here today. Now we are starting the day with match number 11. 2 of the newbies doing battle. We've got Bucharest Super Kings and Zinitis first up. And also a pretty exciting day because we'll welcome back Rico Full, the man, the legend, to the commentary box. He'll be here probably around the middle of the day to join me. So I'm looking forward to that. But first, let's get to this Super Kings versus Zinitis clash. I know that Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Zinitis to call.
Heads is a call.
Heads is called. Well, it is heads.
We'll go for back.
Okay. Good luck, guys. All the best. So Zinitis have won the toss. They're having a bat. Back over to you, Mr. Maximo.
Thank you very much, Stefan Gooch. Good morning, everyone. What a wonderful day for cricket today. Looking at blue skies, and I think we're going to see the ball fly, maybe close to that lake. You can see the surrounds of this ground. It's kind of what I'd call good old-fashioned village, actually. And loving the action here so far. Let's have a quick look back at yesterday and Baniasa taking on Zinitis. This is a Zinitis that we'll see first up this morning as well. And it was their first day in the ECS yesterday. I've got to say they played pretty well, although they couldn't quite chase down the 1-1-1 that was set to them by Baniasa. Abdul Aleem had a very memorable day for Baniasa. But Zinitis, with the help of Madashanka, they got close, but it wasn't close enough, as they fell 13 runs short. Then we got to see Transylvania for the first time, and the Vamps, as they were affectionately called by our viewers, they weren't able to get over Baniasa first game of their experience. Baniasa 134, thanks to Ranatunga, 43 off 18 with help from Nawaz and Aleem again. And then Aleem taking a hat-trick as they routed the Transylvanians. And then we had a real close one in match 8, Zinitis versus Transylvania. Just 3 runs separating the 2 teams. It was such a good game. Got to say, Sharius Sahale was brilliant. 75 not out off 34. Transylvania, they fought and they fought and they fought, but they just couldn't get their Pandya with some late heroics. Sooner top scoring in that one for Transylvania, who went without any points after their first day in the European Cricket Series. Then Baniasa trying to make it 3 in a row. They ran into Bucharest Salmi on debut. This was a game that was marked by 2 incredible individual contributions. Noman Sajid back to the wall, 77 and out of 25. Looked to have Baniasa in a winning position, 141. But Samid was incredible, kind of matched it. And in the end, Zalmi get home in their first ever European Cricket Series match. Then we saw them hold on and make it 2 for 2. Again, another tight one. Bucharest Salmi 133, Ozturk the top scorer. But Warasi bowled really well throughout his couple of appearances for Transylvania. Then Kaka into the side. He made a big difference to their batting, and Apari as well, making some runs. But it was close, but not close enough for Transylvania. Unfortunately, down towards the bottom with an 0-3 record. This is how the table sits. And yeah, we're still to see Cluj and Giamata. We'll see them over the next couple of days. They're travelling a long way to be here. That's why it's kind of drawn up that way. But yeah, Zinitis 1-1. They got that win over Transylvania yesterday by 3 runs. Bucharest Super Kings, I probably struggled a bit when we saw them on Monday. They're very new, very raw. You've got to realise they've gone from 5 teams here in Romania to 11. So, I mean, that's a big jump, isn't it? Got to say, this cricket ground, get a look at it there. It is something else. So Super Kings, they are going to be in the field because Zinitis, their captain, a.k.a. the Silver Fox, Rajith Bhutan, has won the toss and elected to bat. That seems to be what he likes to do first. And to be honest, with some of the form we saw from Sahale, got Devinder up there. Chamika is a good player out of luck at the moment, but I like his off spin. And I do think he'll probably bat in the 3 position, probably not opening, but have to see. We'll see pretty shortly. Xenitis are expected to be comfortable favourites here, 141 to 94. Yeah, the Super Kings, I suppose, one of their issues regards just where the runs are going to come from. And we saw them kind of spectacularly implode against the Gladiators on day 1. Cosmin Zavoy, the Gladiators skipper, after taking none for 32 in his first over, he took 5 for 2 in his second over, which has kind of gone a bit viral, to be honest, overnight, I noticed. And so, yeah, good morning to all our viewers that are watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent, and hello to everyone watching on YouTube. Great to have your company. And there's Finny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, but good news, help is on the way. Rico is in transit to Romania as we speak, so we should see him around the middle of the day. It's a bit of a strange one in Romania because of the volume of cricket we got coming up in July. It means that I have to, I suppose, take a bit of time off to bring that forward so I can be back, and I'll be bringing you the Letter Cup, which is an international T20 tournament from Malta, multi-nation tournament. And we'll actually be having 3 games simultaneously that week. So that's why it's a little bit strange. Rico comes and I go. It's not because we're not getting on. We get on great. It's a shame I'll only get probably a couple of games with him today. But we'll be reuniting a little bit later in the season. Don't worry about that. Okay, we're ready to go. And it's going to be Suravna to get us going on day number 3. And it's going to start with a boundary. Barve out there for Xenitis. Absolutely crunches that ball into the gap. I'm going to say Super Kings, like I said, they're pretty inexperienced. And I mean, maybe just a little flat. I suppose when you come out and you're 0-3 and the first ball gets hammered to the boundary, you're probably saying, all right, is it going to be more of the same? One way you get better is definitely by playing against better teams. And obviously tough day for them on Monday, but they were okay in patches. And some players to watch out for. I think Mohammad Ashkul Sana showed a lot. This is well bowled. The starts are important, aren't they? Oh, that could be gone, you know. And, well, if you want to spark your tournament, then you create something out of nothing. And to be honest, Barve was on the treadmill, wasn't he? And he's got the hands on hips. And to be honest, I think he knows the writing's on the wall here. What a good pick up and throw. I'll be a monkey's uncle if this isn't out. Look at him go. He's like, oh, do I really have to run? Yeah, he's gone by. Fair way. And you can see, very good work. And, yeah, he's gone by a long way, isn't he? So, what a fantastic bit of fielding. Really good stuff. And Xenitis lose a wicket. I think that one's in the unnecessary pile. But one-handed pickup, kind of slings it from the hip. And just like that, the first wicket of the day. Well, where did that come from? Bucharest Super Kings. They're certainly still, raw is the word I'd use. But yeah, no, cheap. What a bit of work. Just outside. He thinks about it. I think it's a good decision. Yeah, I mean, it's close. For me, I think it's just pitching outside leg stump. Doesn't really straighten. Kind of goes a fairly consistent angle. Credit to the Super Kings. Called them flat after the first ball of the day. It's completely different story after the second. Back, so yeah. Things can change quickly, we know that. Still just setting up this morning, but we'll take this opportunity to say hello to everyone in the live chat in advance before I jump in there. Very hot day today, actually, expected up to 30. A little bit short and pulled away. Nice shot. It's Devinda who's out there now. So we've got the twin left-handers. Nath gets a bit short. Goes for a second boundary in the over. Good batting. And yeah, so Hale at the other end. Didn't he make a great contribution to their batting? 75. Hold out. That game where they crooked over the line in the end. Brilliant fielding. This one. Nath loses the handle. I've got to say, quite a few of the bowlers have struggled and they've had to bowl left-handers. Just throwing them a little bit, the natural angles of movement. Is going to be a single. I think that's the end of the first over. It's 10 for 1. And look, have a look at that counter. It's at 96 days to go. It's already very quickly coming down. Started the countdown on Saturday and just like that, in the mid-90s. It'll keep coming down. And Ansari looks like he's going to get the second over. Yep, the Euros of cricket, 31 nations. Yeah, got to wait. And no run there. So yeah, Devinda had all the strikes so far in this partnership. Down the pitch gets one. So very, very good cricket ground here in Moravlesia. It's one of the premier facilities, to be honest, in continental Europe, especially in this part of the world. Interesting tradition. It was actually originally built by a gentleman whose son learnt cricket in the UK. And then he basically funded this facility. It's even got grandstand potential. It's a really good seeing ground because there's some beautiful hills all around the ground. You've got the lake nearby. It's got a great kind of country feel. This is driven and it's going to get past the fielder. Couldn't quite get down to terra firma. So Hale starts confidently and gets 4. And yeah, decent work. Ansari, wondering how that did go for 4. It wasn't a bad ball at all. Well bowled. Yeah, I'm liking this, and I think these Super Kings, yeah, you throw the guys up front you think can do a bit of a job for you and just try to hang in the contest. In a test, you know, they're new as well when it comes down to it. Sorry. For a guy who's a bit of a slinger, he's actually pretty consistent. That's what he's delivering here. But, you know, often you can bowl most of a good over and then let yourself down at the end. Trying to avoid that. Oh, good keeping. Not a good ball from Ansari. Look where he ends up. He should not be on that side of the pitch at all. Actually followed the ball, probably wanted it back, that's why. So Hale. It's a good player. One of the 2 players with ECN experience before this week. Overcorrection. This is wide the other side from Ansari. In fact, Devinder's the other one. So both of their players that have the experience. They're out there at the moment. Last ball the over. Oh, this is well fielded this time. Ridoy. Tones for the misfield earlier in the over. That's the end of the second. Score 17 for 1. Yeah, good morning. Okay, finally, I'm in the chat. And I want to say good morning to Rob Thompson. Nice to have you with us. Hello to Stephen Kelk, watching from the Netherlands. What did you think about the Netherlands yesterday in the qualifiers? A quick peek at the table. Super Kings will be hoping to climb off the bottom. If they can grab a win here at Zenitis, they certainly have found it a little bit easier to compete at this level. And Rob Thompson saying we could get Gucci to give the team a wave at the coin toss. Well, this coin toss was a bit off the charts, to be honest. He had to go find it. I think it left the inner circle. But, Gucci has had his hands full, actually. So I wanted to get him back for a game. Maybe I can try and get him. Maybe next game. But he's busy in that role. I appreciate him filling in for me for a couple of games on Monday while I was still in transit. Wasn't in the plans. All right, opens up on this, slices it away, but gets it over the infield. Running away. Oh, and then he goes foot first, whereas hands was probably a better strategy. The result would be a boundary. Yeah, I mean, one thing about this ground, it's a bit more of a traditional, sponginess is the word. It retains a bit of moisture compared to some of the grounds that we've seen where this just bounces away like it's going down the M5 expressway. So it means it slows down, and really, you've got to go for your feet there. It's probably good he doesn't step on the ball because it might have broken his ankle. It's just an experience thing, though, and a lot of these players, they're not really brought up on fields where diving is wise. So it's not really a habit. So, Nath, a decent spell here. Yeah, we could bowl that one. Let's see if he can get out of this over. Last 3 balls of the power play. Chipping down. Another foot bites the dust. Into to 10. Yeah, finds a way to actually go foot to opposite shin, which isn't particularly easy either. I think they just might be checking if they're too many outside the circle then. Just some of the sideways glances being shot around. It might just be a technical issue. So this might just be a technical issue, but it shouldn't hold us up for too long. Gives us an ability to have a little peek into the chat. And yeah, Jay Wild's in there. Hello to Jay, watching from the Cartamore Oval or nearby, I'm sure. Yeah, Kai, saying commentary team back together. Yeah, Rico is in transit. He will be here. Do not worry. Hello to Ivan as well. Good to see you this morning. To Haggis Hunter. I'm still wondering what the previous screen name was for Haggis Hunter. Must have missed the memo on that one. Yeah, Rob's saying the supercomputer finally found some runs. Yeah, I think so. The thing is, previous series here have been pretty high scoring. Now, we've had kind of 120s scores, or around about 120 as a par, whereas the previous Swedish series at Mashta in 2020, it was, I think, 8.4 and over. So, yeah, needed a bit of a tune-up, the supercomputer. Yeah, so just confirming, Rico will be here around the middle of the day. I will have to go after game 4 because I have to get a direct flight out of here, which I actually feel a bit sad to be leaving so soon, but that's the way it goes. I'll catch a lot of the national guys from Romania in the Valletta Cup in Malta. And so it's just the way it goes, I suppose. But you've got to realise the amount of cricket's gone up exponentially, hasn't it, with obviously just 17 games in 2019 season and hundreds has turned into thousands, turned to more games every day and more days of playing a year. So yeah, I'll be off today. It's my last day for a while, but then my next day will be in Malta on the 10th of July for the Valletta Cup, where there'll be more or less 3 T20s a day. It's going to be super hot. If I think this is hot, it'll be about 10 degrees hotter. We actually have 3 games three games back basically simultaneously during that week. So we've got the women's T20 internationals in the Netherlands. We've got the men's T20 internationals in Malta. We'll also, of course, have the week 2 in Hungary. So it's kind of all hands on deck. That's why I'm having to go a little bit earlier than I would ordinarily be going here in Romania, but that's just the way it is. So, yeah, hello to everyone that said hi to me in the chat. It's great to have you. Really looking forward to having Rico back. And what I might do, I'll let you know where we'll be going from here. In the ECS, at least. We go Hungary, then Czech Republic, then Switzerland, then Germany, Dresden, then Germany, Krefeld, then Italy and Rome. And then we'll have the ECC, and then we'll finish with series in Croatia for 2 weeks, Malta for 2 weeks, then Spain for 4 weeks. In Barcelona, we'll be returning to Barcelona and the Montjuic Olympic ground. That will be amazing as well. And a chance for me to tune up on my Spanish, which I've got to say, having not been there for a little while, it's kind of stalled a little bit. Maybe Rico can help me with that. But yeah, hello again, and I do apologise for this slight delay for technical reasons. And I just think they're fixing something up. It's taking a bit longer than it should have. Now, while we're here, we're talking about Carlton a bit with Jay Wild in the chat. And the ECC will be a really, really big extravaganza of cricket. Almost unlike anything we've ever seen before. And, I think we're almost ready to go. Yeah, starting with Group A, which includes Spain and Isle of Man. All right. Sorry for that, folks. But looks like we're good to go now. Couple of balls still left in this power play. Oh, he makes the most of it. Nah, he must have been spending the last 5 minutes planning, because when he came back, he was on fire. And so, really good delivery to get a good player, and Sahale has to go. And so, yeah, Sharia Sahale gets the ball. His feet just went slightly away from the line of the ball, and it maybe did a little bit off the seam away from him. And that's what you like to see. Super Kings had a couple of great moments so far. Something to shout about. And the second wicket falls, and it's a big one. Sahale out. It's 21 for 2. So, Jamaica comes to the crease. We know that he can sometimes be a little bit of a nervous starter. So Jamaica bowls some pretty handy off spin. He does come out in the 4 position today. And Nath comes up with a really good delivery. Jamaica swings and misses at that, and that's a pretty good spell from Saurav Nath, isn't it? 1 for 14 off his 2 overs. And at the end of the power play, the score is 21 for 2. So, Super Kings, can they find something? They need something, don't they? It just kind of seemed a little bit shorter where they needed to be. We saw them the other day. 10, 7 and 6. So, I mean, after you saw the first ball, they cracked for 4. You thought it might be a long 10 overs, but they worked their way back in. So, Devinder, he gets a lot more responsibility, doesn't he, now, with his left-handed sparring partner, who's been knocked over last over. New bowler coming in. This guy impressed me quite a lot. One of the standouts for Super Kings on Monday. It's Mohammad Ashkil Sana, over number 4. This is flicked away nicely. That's going to be a boundary. And the umpire can probably see it's 4 now. Couldn't see much as he was looking directly at the backside of Ashkil Sana, who follows right in front of him. And the result is 4 runs. And yeah, well, the Super Kings once again starts with a boundary. So Ashik, see if he's able to provide this breakthrough. Devinder getting going. And the ball that angles in. Got to say, it's a bit of a pet peeve of mine. Hard enough umpiring as it is, but you have a look at where he follows through here. He's right in front of the umpire. So if that hits the pad or something like that, umpire's got absolutely no idea. Probably not going to get the decision. But we also see a few wides missed because basically umpire can't do his job. Jamaica does hit a long ball. We saw that the other day, but he can take a little bit of time to get into his innings. But when he did hit a couple, they were pretty clean. Zenitsus, like I said, just I think a little bit ahead in their development compared to where the Super Kings are. A lot of the Super Kings, they hadn't played a lot of hard ball cricket, so it's a bit of an adjustment. It's a pretty good ball. Instead of shaping in, this one kind of holds its line, and they're kind of searching for that leg side again. Devinder, 9 or 7. Now it goes back and cuts. He plays that shot really well. It should run for 4, and it does. So just have a look at his back foot here. How he gets back and across, and he kind of gets his head closer to the ball. He plays this really well. That little step, which just allows him to guide it away. He's not just throwing his hands at the ball, so he's just less likely to nick that. As it is, he gets it pretty much exactly where he wants it and gets 4 runs. Super Kings have done a decent job so far. These 2 early could be important. Doing the box out, last ball to 4th. Ashkil Sana, not the worst over, goes for 10. And it's 31 for 2 after 4. Yeah, once again, I want to say hello to everyone who's in the live chat right now. Hello to Matt Hodgson. And I've got to say, bit of an overnight viral sensation. Cosman Zavoyu, who took 5 wickets in an over, which is only the 2nd time it's happened. There's all sorts of reactions from the cricket world about his, I suppose, unique style. And the fact that he took none for 32, but as the captain, he had no hesitation in giving himself a 2nd over straight away. And he's some sort of genius because he then took 5 wickets in and over. So all you captains out there, don't be afraid to overbowl yourselves. Oh, I've played with a few. Didn't know when to pack it in. Anyway, Cosman, lovely guy. Happy that he gets the attention. Big swing as Ridoy comes on. Bowls a ball that's almost going backwards by the time it reaches the batter, but Jamaica can be a bit nervy early on in his innings. This one is knocked away. All right, this one's up and it's into the gap, and that's going to be 4. Good bit of placement there for Devinder, who's kind of holding it together with sticky tape at the moment, isn't he? And this one, good placement, isn't it? Does get 4. Yeah, the 5-wicket over. That was something crazy. Also the fake hat trick. He had a hat trick, but then it got taken away because it was called a wide. Next one goes square of the wicket, and will just be a single. So yeah, Jamaica, let's see how he approaches this. Guy, like I said, I feel like he wants a bit of pace on the ball. Oh, gets a full toss, just loses his shape. That's a really good example of a shot, man. I think he almost gets himself into trouble. Could have chopped on there, but that's a ball you can hit to cover. There's basically no cover at all. There's a kind of deep cover point and long off. But he likes to go leg side. This time he gets something that he can help himself to. So he does get 4. And Ridoy had kind of held it together, but the last one maybe got a bit greedy, got a bit too straight. Jamaica cashes in. End of the 5th over. The score is 41 for 2. So Devinder can get the strike back. Yeah, we were talking about the ECS a moment ago. So here are the groups, and Romania in Group E. Also get to see Croatia pretty shortly in ECI action. We'll see Slovenia as well. Maybe not part of the ECS, but it's a great experience to have them as part of the setup here. Gotta say, it's hard to judge how the overs are being bowled because we had that quite significant delay earlier on, and obviously that would stop the clock, but it's kind of pedestrian field to the start of the day. Yeah, the ECC starts September 25. 4 weeks of action. It was a bit of a conference. I'm not sure what this is about. And so eventually, looks like we're going to get Name Sheik to bowl the next over. So Matt is asking, is there not going to be an ECS in time this year? Give us more information. Is there a typo in there? I mean, obviously, we're trying to get to as many places as we can, but because we've got a 2-week series, there's a lot of kind of back-end stuff happening at the moment, kind of locking down countries that, I suppose, are showing interest in wanting to kind of lock in their European Cricket Series in advance. That's kind of first in best dress to an extent. Anyway, this one is pulled away by Devinder. And Sheik comes on and he disappears pretty quickly to the boundary. 4 runs. And yeah, so I won't get into the nuts and bolts of it because I probably don't really understand a lot of it. But I know that Dan Weston, he's been working really hard, signing agreements with various federations that are typically pretty enthusiastic about the prospect of ECN support, and it goes into not just European Cricket Series, but upgrading facilities, providing equipment, providing money that must be spent on junior development. Anyway, this is up and it's in the air. Fielder goes back and he holds the catch. What a great grab that is, and Devinder's gone. Well, he's the one guy that was hurting it at the moment, and I'd say it's a half chance really. but it got pulled off. Running with the flight, Super Kings pull one out of the box, and it's 45 for 3. Check out this for a catch. Devinder kind of loses his shape, searching for that mid-wicket region, bit of a leading edge, but fantastic cat. Great work. And yeah, something to happen. You got to sometimes make it happen. We saw that with the run out. But yeah, brilliant bit of work. And Devinder has to go. He's probably wondering how that happened. And that's Jahrab Shizad that takes the catch. Great work. And this will bring Madhushankar to the crease. Yeah, so look at the wickets so far. There's been 3 of them. 2 have been due to outstanding fielding. He had that direct hit run out earlier on by Naeem Sheikh. And then that catch by Shihad was brilliant. Kind of turning and having to run with the flight. Madhushankar certainly is a player that impressed me with his all-round abilities when we saw Zenitis yesterday. He's definitely one to watch out for. Matt Hodgson. I knew that was an autocorrect mistake. He wants to know, is there going to be an ECS in Rome? Yeah, there will be in Rome. I'll tell you when it's going to be, though, in a minute. First, ball won't quite carry it along off, so Madhushankar's off the mark. Yeah, so Rome is a little bit later in the year. It's actually the last ECS before the ECC. So it should start on the 11th of September. Matt, so we'll be in Rome. Looking forward to that. We had Nico Fernando actually in the chat yesterday. He's been playing his cricket in Italy for Kent Lanka. All right, in the air. This should carry, you know. It has to come in a bit. Oh, it doesn't get there. And to be honest, Ridoy was running the wrong way down a one-way street, and I think he kind of got in the eye line of the outfielder. He had to basically pull up the chute to avoid a collision. Oh, I felt like if the outfielder had a clear run on that, probably would have got hands on it. Whether it would have been taken or not, I'm not so sure. Nice pulley over from Sheik. Again, it's been a good over. Just don't want to spoil it from this point. It's only gone for 6. Really good over at the end because they won't get a run here. End of the 6th. And Super Kings, well, they've woken up on the right side of the bed, haven't they? It's 47 for 3 Zenitis after 6 overs. And so Corey and I are meant to reunite in Rome. Still, I suppose, plans working. Well, I suppose a little bit fluid with some extra series that we've been picking up due to popular demand, I have to say. So, yeah, it does, I suppose, test out fairly limited resources, but not, you know, on a world scale. But I think it's really, really great that these new agreements are being signed, and they're kind of multi-year deals with federations, the ICC affiliated federations in different countries, and it doesn't just involve ECS, it involves European cricket providing support in junior development, in getting covers for grounds, in upgrading facilities, those kinds of things. It's good for the game. Hussain comes on, he gets pumped for a 6. Well, that's a proper shot from Chamika. Something about Chamika, if you could face his first 6 or 7 balls in a parallel universe and then just head straight out in the middle, he absolutely whacks them. And it's the same today. He's 7 off 7 and missed out on a couple of balls he shouldn't have. But yeah, first ball from Naheed Hussain gets banged. Maximal. And we're off to the races. First one of the day. Hussain, not exactly a confidence builder first ball. That's better. Wasn't quite as full. Just a subtle adjustment and maybe a bit lucky not to get through there. Hello to Dave Bod. Good to have you in the chat with us as well. It goes again. I think he's got the legs. He does. Maximo. 2 out of 3 ain't bad for Jamaica, who brings up the 50 in this over, and he keeps on swinging. Zinedis might off a big one, perhaps off Hussein. He's rocking in and tweaking a few offies. And Jamaica's liking what he's seeing. It's hit fairly hard as well. But this time, Tala Ansari's in the way. How's everyone in the chat anyway? What did you get up to last night? Anything fun? I know what you're doing right now. Probably enjoying pretty interesting first innings of the day. And a Shankar shapes to take a run that is definitely not there. They do have a lot of left-handers, don't they, Zanitis? I feel like it's a bit of an inherent advantage because if you have like a 50-50 split of left and right-handers in the top 6, it just makes you hard to bowl to. Yeah, I won't get a run here either. So Hussein, I suppose, saves his blushes a little bit. Does get whacked for 2 sixes, but only 13 off the over. Could have been worse. After 7 overs, the score is 60 for 3. And yeah, drum roll, please. Rico Full, he will be here today. Probably, I guess it's about halfway through the 3rd game of the day. Of course, you can send us messages and get me at Mr. Maximo and get Rico at Rico Full. You can also get in touch with us at European Cricket on social media. Check out the Instagram, the Twitter, the Facebook, also our YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe to it. If you're watching on YouTube now, don't forget to give the video a thumbs up. Next up, 360,000 subscribers. We are going up, not down. So that's a good thing, I think. Time for over number 8, and it's Ansari comes on just over pitches. He gets smacked away. 4 runs. It's a really good shot from Jamaica. I think he probably prefers a bit more pace on the ball. I suppose last over you might say he dealt with that pretty well. There's the big black bear on the Cricket Romania logo. So that looks very nice there as well. So it's down leg side. Sorry, been pretty good at jamming the block. I'd probably stick to that. I think you might still get a mistake out of Jamaica. First one was a good shot. I like the shape of that shot as well. I like that Jamaica, it doesn't kind of hitch his wagon to dragging the ball to the leg side. Quick hello to Umair Ahmed in the chat as well. Good morning to you. And Prakash, I thought he saw some similarities to Saqib Al Hassan. Can't say I saw it that much myself, but yeah, Matt, looking forward to watching Ireland versus Scotland. Yeah, sure that'll be a good one, Matt. A lot of cricket going on, especially Northern Hemisphere this time of the year. Obviously, we've been plugging away since January 20, but you know when you get into June and July, it is your kind of your peak summer. For August in there as well, but you know World Cup qualifiers coming up in Scotland. You've got other international cricket as well in Zimbabwe at the moment, 50 over World Cup qualifiers. You mentioned some of the cricket coming up, the women's and men's T20s nationals that we'll be showing throughout July and August actually. Okay, small bowl. Kind of on the walk, and Zara gets it away from, gets him reaching a little bit. One thing that I must have missed, and I know it's a running joke in the chat, is the cute bucket reference. Can somebody explain me, or give it to me on my social media at Mr. Maximo? Because I keep seeing it, and it's a bit like Macbeth, isn't it? Saying it on the stage, you can't say it. No one seems to be able to give me the info. So if you don't want to put it in the chat, send me a message at Mr. Maximo and tell me what that's all about. Might have been when I was on the plane coming back. This one up in the air, probably plugs. It's a proper plug as well. It should get 2. Well, Jamaica, not exactly sprinting it, but he'll get a couple. And well, the first mention, I wasn't going to bring it up myself, but I will say the timing worked out beautifully. That I caught the last 20 overs or so of the Ashes first test. How about that for a match? It actually finished about 9:30 p.m. local time here in Romania. Jamaica goes back to old habits, tries to slam it leg side and misses. And Super Kings, they're definitely in the contest here. If they could keep this to, like, say, something in the 80s, then, you know, it gives them a shot, doesn't it? We know they're inexperienced as well, but yeah, they've certainly improved a lot. And I just think watching yourself play does help. Driven, can't get in the air. Jamaica will retain the strike, moves to 27, end of the 8th over. The score is 70 for 3. Yeah, brilliant game. For me, it reminded me of the Ben Stokes, Jack Leach, Headingley game, but just Shu was on the other foot, and also had shades of the Brett Lee and Michael Kasparovich partnership from 2005, and it was brilliant. You know, it's a great advertisement for the game, and yeah, you got to say, everyone trying their heart out. And along the line, first blood makes a huge difference, doesn't it? But the most impressive thing was, it's one of the few times I've been able to sit down and watch for a while now. We're at the hotel, and this just shows you where cricket's at. And they couldn't get it on the TV because it's not on TV here in Romania. So luckily Steph, he had some sort of subscription. I won't say exactly how he's able to do it, but we had Steph showing it on his laptop. Inside edge. This will be a single. So also got joined by a gentleman. His name was Rob, actually. I know the Rob Club out there. Yeah, he's an Englishman that was here on business in Romania, and he asked if he could join our table. He's sitting with Steph, who's Australian, with Alistair, part of our crew, also Australian, with me, and then also Mita, of course part of our ECN crew, Steph's fiance, who is German but with Sri Lankan heritage, but converted Australian supporter because of Steph. This guy Rob, give him credit. He was a good sport about the whole thing, and it was what brings people together, I suppose. I must admit, did a fair bit of sledging of Nathan Lyon and regarding his insistence on playing the hook shot all the time. Needs to go to Hookers Anonymous, I think. Right, hit hard over the offside. That's a shot. Maximo up the hill and far away. Jamaica, I just think he looks a lot better when he tries to hit straight through the line of the ball. I think that 80s might be a pipe dream now for the Super Kings. That was a really well struck, elevated off drive. Look at what he does well here. Straight through the line. I think that's his happy place, Jamaica. That one actually hit the Bears cricket bat and got edged up the hill. So yeah, a couple of big ones there. Jamaica to 34. He starts the issue with him. Hits this pretty hard as well, and there's another 6. Maximo. Well, the Bears under attack. Another one that goes up the hill. Well, poor Hussein, just like he's doing Justin Langer's good old-fashioned run, hill runs. And Justin Langer would make you do that till you threw up. Hopefully, don't think it comes to that for Hussein. It's a great shot. Watch this. I don't know how long we can follow it. Actually bounces straight off the Bear again. Good shot from Jamaica, moves to 40. I think he's finally clocked it. Hey, I can actually just drive in an orthodox fashion and get value. Yeah, everyone's getting their 2 cents on the Ashes. And yeah, of course the declaration, it's bold. It's the way they're playing their cricket. I say most viewers, including Australians, they're really enjoying the way England are playing their cricket right now. I remember the decades where we just had to pretty much turn up. Forgets what's been good for him. Maybe thought he was going to get something a bit shorter. Yeah, sets it up for a great series, though, regardless of who won that first one. Yeah. I think England still have a fair bit to be excited about. Early days. There we go. And now, Hussein, he's getting the steps in, isn't he? This one, thankfully for him, is only halfway up the hill. Maximo! And it is the end of the 9th over. Make it a 46. It's 90 for 3. Sheik, after a pretty tight first over, ends up going for plenty. And as we say, everyone say it with me, it all happens in the ninth. It goes magical. 20 come off it. 1 for 14. Nath was good early. Sheik's first over went for 6. The next over went for 20. Much improved performance so far from the Super Kings based on what we saw the other day. Yeah, and some talking points. I mean, the Stokes drop catch. I mean, we thought he caught that. I think Stuart Broad thought he caught it as well. And yeah, I've got to say, this is one observation I had. Too close to cut. Matashanka just has to get off strike now. Jamaica's white hot right now, isn't he? The new ball did, I won't use the term I used last night in the hotel bar, but let's just say it didn't really move, that new ball for England. They would have been hoping they'd get a bit of zip out of it. They took their time taking it. I suppose, you know, they delayed it already, and that resulted in the wicket of Carey. Oh no, this gets through the keeper. And that's going to go for 4 byes. Just kept low, didn't it? An unhit 4 as Iniders try to creep towards the triple figures. It's just nice to be able to talk at length about some of the Test cricket, because I don't normally get to see more than highlights just with my role here at ECN. And so, well, Dave said he was so hurt that he had to turn the end off. He didn't want to watch the celebrations. Yeah, I can understand that. I can relate to that. But it's happened to my team. So, still, that's what you want. 5 days. It's a very unique game, isn't it, cricket? 5 days, and it can come down to that. I say can, a lot don't. But it's the ultimate test, isn't it? And so that's what makes cricket beautiful, in a way, that you have so many different formats, and they each have their own beauties, I suppose. I mean, there's a lot of beauty in this format as well. You know, like instant gratification, which I suppose the world's going that way, isn't it? All right. Yep. 4 byes signalled. Once more for good measure by Andrew Begg. I see him out there. It's going to be a hot one for the umpires today in black. 25 already. It doesn't. That would have been off if I was Jamaica there. Seen enough. 46. I think if it's hitting anything or anyone or any bat, I'm off. But Jamaica is not particularly interested. May or may not have made it, but he should have been. He should just be off with the pitch, to be honest. Like off a half century. Hello to Kroom. Hopefully you're well. Bit of Ashes chat creeping in the last couple of overs. Yeah, now they do run. Well, that's a really good heads-up play, but to be honest, keeper forgot to set his alarm, didn't he? It takes a while to realise that they're actually running. It's funny how you don't run at all in the last one, and this one you're like, you know what? Well, I'm going to make up for it. I'm going to get down there. So Jamaica, 46, hunting his first half century in ECN cricket. Edged and gone. So he won't get his 50 in the end. Wanders down the pitch, tries to clip it over the leg side. And Muhammad Ashikul Sana gets his first wicket of the day. Nicely taken as well by Surov Mina. Maybe Mina knew what he was doing. He said, I'll give you the bye, but I'll get you. And so 100 looking less likely. 95 for 4 with the ball remaining. Nice innings though by Jamaica. 46 off 23, striking exactly to a ball. 5 maximos in his innings and a couple of boundaries. I think he'll learn a lot when he goes back and watch that innings about what he did well and what he didn't. And I think that's kind of what it's about as well. Hit really well over, long off, and see, get some applause from the temp. Certainly deserves it. Means we'll just have the 1 ball remaining. It's Watagoda. That will get a chance. Ashikul Sana followed a pretty good spell, hasn't he? Mentioned he was a bit of a standout on day 1 for me. Pass ball. Edge sends the third man the wrong way. And it's going to go for 4. Well, Rezabanov down there, he actually he started running to his left when the ball was bowled as if he thought that everyone was going to miss it. And then when the ball got hit in his general direction, he wasn't able to turn around in time. So they will set 100 here. 99 for 4 is the final score here in the first innings of the day. And look, Super Kings, they've kept it under control to an extent. And so I think they'll also be pretty confident, Zenitis, that they'll be able to defend this if they can remove a couple of key threats in the opposition. Well, early on, unfortunately for Mahesh Bharve, he was snoozing, got caught in the treadmill and run out by a step. That was an excellent piece of work, wasn't it, by Naeem Sheikh? And there were a couple of good bits of fielding that I think probably saved the Super Kings 20 to 30, maybe 40 runs down the stretch because of the players they removed. That probably wasn't one of the better pieces of fielding, but then we saw Nath deliver a peach to get Sahale. He was cock a hoop, wasn't he? Then Devinder, after battling to 22, he went to a nice little over-the-shoulder basket catch job from Shohrab Shizad. But also, we had some big hitting, didn't we, in Jamaica after a slightly unimpressive start. He just launched, and when he started hitting over mid-off, I mean, that was his zone. I mean, it wasn't a bear attack, but the bear was under attack, to be honest. Kept hunting that Cricket Romania big canvas time and time again. And then late in the piece, we saw them basically given an intentional walk. This is what it looked like. It was baseball, but then the very next ball, they were able to get us into Jamaica. And then last ball sent the third man the wrong way. They ended up grabbing a 4 next to Wadagoda, and they're going to finish on 99 for 4. Jamaica top scores with 46 off 23, held the innings together. Devinder, he also had a bit of responsibility early, didn't he? 22 off 13, but Sahale didn't fire, got knocked over by a good ball from Nath. Bharve should have legged it out a bit better. He threw his wicket away, run out for 4. And I even think extra's a lot better, just 6 wides in the innings, 5 byes. We have seen Super Kings having big problems with that. So, it's all about improvement. And they've put themselves in a position where, on paper, they should probably chase these runs down. But I think they need their top order to fire. Wickets for Nath, as well as Ashkul Sana and Sheikh, probably tie the best bowler between Nath and Ashkul Sana, because they've got the same figures, 1 for 14, and both bowled very well. Sheikh, though, with the other one. And I think it's all there if they're good enough. Super Kings chasing their first win in ECN cricket. They'll need 100 when we return to the Memorial Blasia Cricket Ground. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico Full, not too far away. We'll see you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Romania. Great to have your company here as we get ready for the second half of the first match of the day. Now, not everyone's a fast starter out of bed. And I've got to admit, sometimes I'm a little bit sluggish. I think Mahesh Bharve maybe a little bit the same, as he found himself a little bit short of where he wanted to be, running himself out for 4. But he came in second low just then, so I'll give him a mention. And Mahesh, he's got a big day ahead, and they've got a big task ahead, don't they, with Zenitis. They won the toss, they batted, but they have put 99 on the board, probably not as many as they would have wanted. Having said that, I do think it's a very defendable score against a Bucharest Super Kings lineup that, very new, very raw. Curious to see how they go about this. I mean, you don't want to be too careful here, but then also, I think they do have to value their top order wickets to an extent. I suppose just trying to cruise at that rate of 10 over. I say cruise, but it depends how the bowling is as well. Yeah, Super Kings, we saw them on day 1. Batted 3 times. They made 84, 65, and 66. So, judging by that, 100 might be a stretch. But having said that, they are playing a side that's a bit more, I suppose, at their experience level. I still think Zenitis have slightly higher level that they're playing at. But this is T10 cricket, anything can happen. I think it's super important that they get the order right here, Super Kings, and they have the right intent. You need 100, not 200, but still, you need to put away the bad balls when they come. Looks like Kavisha Devinda is going to get us going. Saurav Nath opens the batting and the bowling in this game, and Nahid Hussain at the other end. Let's go, 100 to win for BSK. Starts real wide. It's a tight one to me. Look at this, Devinda gives it the quick head turn. You be the judge at home. Well, the Super Kings, now they only need 99. That one, change of angle. And Devinda does get an outswing there. Will say, though, give the umpires a shout out. They're out there in black. They're there all day. Not going to get every single one right. Humans. Oh, that's a good ball. Actually swings too much. Nath almost gets castled. I feel like if they hit this 100, they need a little bit of luck to go their way as well. They might get a bit there. Nath survives. You know he's bowling outswingers now, so you know it's going to curve away from you. Towards it in that case. And then there's fairly open debate about whether there's a run there or not. Eventually they decide there isn't. Probably right. Devinda trying to swing one past the outside edge onto the stumps. Just gets tackled by the umpire. We'll say hello to everyone in the chat as well. Love the interaction this morning. Making my day pretty enjoyable so far. A few people debating the Australia-England result and possible moves you can make for the second test. Not off the bat here. Partially knocked down. Either way, it's going to be a single. So Nath is off the mark. And we're going to look at Hussain. Yeah, a few people thinking, trying to sneak folks in there. I don't think Bairstow's a bad keeper. I think maybe some of the little injuries have affected his, what's the word? I suppose mobility. But you got to realise that Folks is a very good keeper. Don't get me wrong. This is edged. Could be one, only one. But you know, Folks, he'll get a run where he'll miss a couple. Yeah, he will. Everyone will. It'll be interesting to see if everyone still holds that opinion when he does. And I say when because you know, keepers are human as well. No matter how good they are, they'll have a dip. I suppose, yeah, there's a couple of He is. Longer actually now. As we get to the end of the over, and just can't think about an overthrow here, but they won't get it. 3 without loss after 1. So, Rico and I will only be here together briefly, but maybe it's a bit like an eclipse. Maybe we can sneak a golden ball while we're both here. 124 matches since we've had one. It's been climbing, hasn't it? I don't think we've hit the 200 for a while. I don't think we'll get that. I think we'll certainly be able to knock one over before then. And that's, yeah, Super Kings. See, okay, yeah, it was a good over from Devinder, but yeah, a little bit upset they couldn't get more than just the 3 runs off that one. Already makes that score look a bit closer to 110 than 100 that's required. So, time for over number 2, and they go for Jamaica with his offies, and he delivers a big pie first up and is out of here. Maximo! And that's definitely 6. I might actually look at this for height. My instinct was it was probably just okay, but yeah, that's exactly what they needed, isn't it? Jamaica comes on. Let's have a look. Yeah, for me that's coming down. You look at the trajectory of the ball coming down, so I think it's okay. Remember, they got judged at the crease. So for me, you look at the kind of angle of the halo of the ball, and I think for sure that's coming down below his waist at the crease. Anyway, we'll be 6, Maximo time. Now, big swing and a miss, gets past the keeper as well. So Hale back there. Good side spin. Jamaica does actually put a bit of work on the ball, you know. No full toss is the call from the field. Pretty good advice, I suppose. Almost full toss, but swing miss from Nath. A bit of a one-hit wonder so far. Steps across and tries to open up the leg side. Can't catch up with this one either. Yeah, the thing is, the only way you get in trouble here is have someone kind of making trouble getting battle ball. But this is a good shot from Nath. Comes good at the right time. I like the way. You know, if you can do that, you don't really need to keep trying to drag the ball to the leg side. It's a very good shot, and he takes on the mid-off and wins 4 runs. Just finding a way at the moment. Can he turn it into something more? What's going on here? Batter saying he doesn't need something, or he does need something. All right, what's he getting here? He needs to change his helmet. Might have come a bit loose there. Okay. I mean, it's good that he obviously not just abandoning the helmet, he's just trying to get one that's a better fit. So yeah, 1 ball to go in this over. I'd say, hey, can you hold on 1 more ball? But I suppose if it was very loose, then I suppose that's not particularly fair either. So fair enough. People outside of Ireland, Scotland today. That should be a good game. Ireland crashed into Oman a couple of days ago. All right, last ball of the over. Nath, complete with new headgear. Down to long on, and this will end the over. Get a few off that one. 12 in fact. It's 15 without loss after 2. So yeah, you don't really have to bring your calculator with you to know that you need 100. Pretty want to be much tracking it at 10 and over, so it's a few behind at the moment. Looking at the tables, and it just love to join those other 4 teams on 4 points. If they could do that, they would have the same record as the Gladiators and Baniasa. UNEFs had a really good start. Don't forget we saw them Monday morning. Since then, haven't seen them since. But, yeah, certainly see if they can keep that pace going. Pavel Florin, of course, playing for UNEFs in this series. Cluj and Giamata, teams that we're yet to see now in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Looks like we'll get the left armour now. Pesindu Vindula to bowl over number 3. Keep an eye on that required rate. I don't see them bringing it back from 12 plus. Down the corner. This is the other thing, just limit your dot balls. I think that's pretty important. You should be looking minimum 1 and then, yeah, hoping for more. If it's in your zone to go for the boundary, you do it. Not a bad start from Vindula. Now Hussein's only faced 1 ball so far. That's a pretty good one. Vindula's archetypal left armour, isn't he? Try and get fairly close to the stumps and try and straighten it down the line. Kai Bay, thanks for the updates in the chat. Watching from New South Wales, no doubt. What's the weather like down in Australia? Must be getting a little bit cooler now. Heading into winter in the Southern Hemisphere. Oh, good keeping actually. That could quite easily been a boundary, but 1 wide. I don't think you can run here. Oh, to be honest, maybe that isn't a dead ball because the ball's still in play and they're still running, right? I thought, yeah. It's a funny one. I actually probably would have thought that's a dead ball. But I guess he's not facing. The reason is that I think I can understand if you call that 2 wides and you count the run. But my answer is that all the players had acted for that moment that the ball was dead because the batters weren't looking to run. The keeper wasn't really continuing the play. He was handing the ball off to his fielder to basically throw it back to the bowler. So yeah, debatable one. But I suppose I could see why. If in doubt, I think the ball's alive. Gosh, should have been gone, but it's dropped. Real chance for Vindula. He changed the angle. And shipped back to him. And to be honest, no easy caught balls, but that's easy-ish, isn't it? You can see the right reaction. Bounce goes down. Now, always gets another one. And so, he's saying he gets lucky. And gets a ball that's... Yeah. Yeah, it's called a no ball. It's waist high. And so... Yeah, I agree with that. It's probably hitting him in the belt, isn't it? So, Vindula now has to deliver a free hit. Hussein, he's going to put a mighty swing on this. He won't need to because it's wide. The free hit will remain in place. Rob's saying it's dark in New Zealand at the moment here in Romania. Okay, maybe not as far from the equator as some places we've been. Sweden recently, but a lot of sunshine. Another wide, another free hit coming up. I'll give you an idea. At the moment, the sun is coming up at 5:30 in the morning here in Bucharest, and it's going down at about 9:05 at night. So plenty of sunshine. What's that? Yeah. 15 and a half, 16 hours of sunlight a day. Not too bad. We're getting over 18, almost 19 in Sweden. This is edged away and still a free hit, don't forget. The same, gets one. They're trying to creep up to that 30, which would keep them on track. Just joined us, weather's beautiful, 26 degrees. Got a light breeze at the moment, so probably perfect conditions right now, to be honest, for cricket. Expecting it to get a bit warmer, 30 degrees, expected maximum. Pretty well bowled by Vendula. An issue with the high ball and then a couple of wides. It's actually one thing that Super Kings did pretty well, limiting their extras, and that was a constant problem for them on day one. I think one game they gave away 52, which is the second highest ever. Certainly not ideal, especially because they were barely scoring more than that in their whole innings. Yeah, and like this shot, just steps across and flicks it away. A bit of touch from Hussain. He gets 4. And Super Kings get back up with the rate, more or less, after 3 overs. The score is 29 without loss. And the closer they get to this total, the more they can believe they can pull it off. Still searching for their first win in ECN cricket. A 20-run over. Ended up getting Zenitis up towards the 100. Looks for a while, like maybe heading for something like something in the 80s, maybe high 80s. But that 9th over meant that ultimately they would set 100 exactly in this chase. Looks like they're going back to Hasindu Chamika here. Didn't he bat well? He was the reason for that magical 9th over as well. Pretty cool to see a few familiar faces coming down at the moment at the ground, because we've got United CC Bucharest, the ECL 23 representative from Romania, playing the next game. Right, first ball is another highish one. It's going to disappear for 6. Maximo! Chamika can't pull the string on this one. And again, because he hits this is interesting. Where is he? Is he at the crease? Oh, that's okay. So that one's coming down, but it still is 6. Oh, that's a really bounce. It's called a wide. Yeah, this is an interesting call because he does make a movement and then he moves back, right? Yeah, to be honest, it's super technical. I think it is over the line, but technically I think it moved before the ball was bowled, but it's pretty tough to judge all those things. Put down the quarter wide. Like I said, Super Kings, a real sense of belief here. The closer they get, the fact they have gotten so far without losing a wicket. They've still got some players to come. I think held their own the other day. That's Sari to bat at 3. I'd probably throw Ashkul Sana in at 4, but he's listed a couple of spots lower than that. Won't get a run here. It's getting kicked away. In fact, they will get a run. So here's Zenitis. Kind of dropped their standards a little bit, to be honest. That should have been a dot. Unfortunately, he booted it. Good bounce, but this is cut into the gap, and I think this is going to go close to the boundary. In fact, it gets there. T10, the captain, trying to chase it down. It's a good shot. Still good bounce from Chamika, but this time Hussain gets on top of it. He's seen a couple, a whistle over his bat, so he makes the adjustment. And they're ahead of where they need to be. Super Kings. This would be a great feeling if they could get some points here. This is be feeling the other way. This time goes up and over the top. It's going to find open space, and it's going to go for 4. Hussain goes up and over this time, gets plenty of wood on it. Chamika being expensive in this over. It's gone for 18. I'm not so sure that it is over, actually. Umpires think it might be, but there was a wide in there, don't forget. It's called a wide second ball, rightly or wrongly. So I've got this over going for 18. Still a ball to go. Nice up and over. Cut that time from Hussain. Last ball of the fourth. Goes after this. Won't move the score, but pretty good over, wasn't it? As the Super Kings almost halfway there, 4 overs in, it's 47 without loss. They're looking at the run rate graph. You can see they great start, but they've climbed over that line. The over totals 4, 11, 14, and 18. They need this. I still think they can work their way back into this, but you've got to break this partnership. These two are gaining in confidence. You said the Super Kings kind of started the day flat after one ball. They turned that around second ball with a very good direct hit run out by Naeem Sheikh. But right now, Zinitis finding it pretty tough going. Can't find a way through this opening partnership. Madashanka, though, he's been a bit of a go-to guy for Zinitis in the early stages of this tournament. We'll be hoping he can split this pair up. Over number 5 on the way. First ball is knocked down the ground for one, not a bad start. So, very interesting to see how they go about this. They've struck a pretty good balance so far, these openers. Kind of respecting the good ball, maybe trying to keep it simple. Try and hit the good balls for 1. Try and hit the bad balls for 4 or 6. Keep it pretty simple. You get a few extras along the way. That's what I'd be looking at. Obviously, trying to score off every ball possible. That's a fairly simple philosophy. I think that was a good ball. You're working for 1. That's fine. You need 1.5 a ball, basically. He's cracked this, and that's going to journey out of the ground. Maximo! Nice shot by Nath, who gets a bit of length and just plays on instinct. Madashanka disappears. And that brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for the Super Kings. Wow. Team, like I said, after the first ball of the day, cracked to the boundary. They were thinking, oh, is this more of the same? But right now, really, it's theirs to lose. Goes again and gets 6 more. Maximo! Back to back. Madashanka rolling the dice with a length ball, kind of a challenge length. And right now, Nath's up to the challenge. He's exploded in the 5th over with a dozen. Super Kings, like I said, had a bit of a rough one on Monday, but it's their first day, so you can understand that. Today they just played the first 2 games, playing Zinitis now, playing UCCB United, the ECL representatives, domestic champions from last year. Pretty tough one. First things first though, steps across. Clever slow ball from Madashanka that time. It'll just be a single. But now they've kind of got a bit of a buffer, don't they? They're an over ahead of where they need to be. Probably over and a half ahead of where they need to be. Those 6s in kind of low scoring game. 6s are huge. To get 2, even better. Pretty good looking shot this one. That'll rocket to the boundary. So Hussein warming up. These two are motoring now, got their eyes in. Madashanka comes on to turn things around, but instead they slip further towards oblivion. Zinitis concede 66 in the first half to the Super Kings. 66 without loss after 5. Hello to Dave in the chat saying he's got the kids watching too. Well, let us know their names, Dave, and I'll say hello to them. Let's have a look at what's coming up over the next few weeks. Plenty of cricket. You can pick your poison, really. We've got the ECN Bulgaria T20 Internationals. They start on Friday, so actually only 2 days away from that. And that'll be a great chance to see some of we say the longer form. I suppose it's longer than what we generally do here on ECN. Also, we've got Hungary as our next stop. About a week and a half away from, I suppose, almost 2 weeks still before we start in Hungary. We have 11 teams there, so I get another place where we've gone from just 5 teams out to 11. A really good sign that there's expansion and development in European cricket. I was talking earlier about the fact that there's some contracts being signed, agreements with federations, ICC, affiliated federations for ECN to provide them additional support, resources for juniors and things like that, resources to upgrade facilities. It really is about the overall betterment of the game. T10 starts with a wide. Silver Fox says, all right, no one else is going to do it. I'll try and do it myself. Let's see if we can get the breakthrough. I still think you take 2 wickets here, you can change the game. You can have Super Kings probably a little nervous. Winning's a habit, losing's a habit as well. It didn't look likely on Monday. It's hit pretty hard. Fielder, though, almost turns it into a catch. I didn't mind the thought to go for it, to be honest, and Devinda almost gets there. The value of a wicket at this stage, but kind of backfires, ends up going for 4. So it drops and he yorks himself. So Nath moves to 42. The score up in the 70s now. I've got to say, I don't mind that decision making from the fielder. I think you need a wicket. You know, wicket can potentially save you a lot more runs than the 4 you give away. Pitched up, long chase, the deep wicket does well. Kicks it in front of him. That's Shamika out there. Yeah, T10's an interesting bowler, isn't he? Doesn't try to bowl too fast, just kind of puts it on the spot. Relies on his accuracy more than anything. Oh, it's a really good shot. Excellent shot by Hussain. He's looked very accomplished playing through that cover region. I just think it's a good option. It's a safe option, and you can still score boundaries from it. Super King 76 without loss. You know, when the first over only went for 3. Didn't seem likely they'd be so far ahead in this chase and around the halfway point. He's played that shot so well. They try and plug that gap now up in the deep cover back. But it's kind of getting well out of control now for Zenitis. Another good drive, and that's going to be 4. Well, they tried to plug the gap, but they couldn't plug it enough, and Hussain's played some delightful cover drives here. And now he's moved to 28 off just 13. Both these two batters had some hairy moments early, didn't they? Are we watching history? Are we watching the Super Kings' first ever win in ECN cricket? And Zenitis, they're the ones that are flat now. Oh, that's pretty close, you know. Oh, I reckon that's... Oh, now he almost got to run it. All right, this is pretty close. I reckon that... Don't know if it's actually as close as we thought originally. So, yeah, for me, the pretty good shout. I had it probably hitting in line, but Andrew Begg thinks that. Andrew Begg thinks. I think he's just in there. All right, back to the action, and it's the boundary's going to keep on coming. And Nath moves to 47. So yeah, Begg had it hitting just outside the line off stump. I suppose there was some doubt about the impact, so I don't mind that decision. Next ball, though, and taken straight off the stumps and deposited. They just keep finding the gaps, and it's the end of the 6th over. It's 85 without loss. So I think that, you know, there's a slight luck element. I'm not saying it's lucky batting, but you know, they're hitting good shots and they are finding the gaps. Sometimes that's by design. Sometimes it's just kind of by luck, you know, hitting the right shot, hoping it's in a gap. And so, yeah, Dave, he's liking it. He's calling them the Bucharest Super Princes at the moment. 15 off 24. So you start looking at it this way, and then if the fielding side, you're like, okay, we need an over of almost nothing here. How are we going to create that? Do we bring fielders in? Do we try and save singles? Problem is, right now, both these two are hitting the ball pretty crisply, and they're hitting correct shots. That's the thing. That's been the main difference, I think. We said that the top order has to fire if Super King's going to chase this down. Well, you can't get much more firing than an 85-run opening partnership in 6 overs. So almost ready to get starting. Yes, Stephen Kell, he's loving the silver fox look of Rajith. Yeah, and I agree. Oh, Dave, he was talking about the kids in Zimbabwe, not his actual kids. Okay, gotcha. Anyway, yeah, ready to go. Who's going to turn this around? Biswas starts with a dot. Yeah, that's a start, isn't it? They turn it something more. No, I don't think so. It's on the leg stump, flicked away, and that'll be another boundary. They just keep on coming at the moment, don't they? Very good chase. It is, though. They just haven't found a way through, have they? Super Kings only need 11 to win now. So it's knocked into the offside. Just a single. And it seems all academic from here, doesn't it? Oh, he knocks him over. So Biswas is the man that can break the partnership, and he gets enough just short of his half century. Well, is that the start of something more? Because it just might spark a few nervous moments for the Super Kings, but really, with a third of the innings to go, they should walk home. Good innings from Saurav Nath, though. And it was a good Yorker that Sudeep provides that gets him in the end. Had the batter jamming down on it. Yeah, crashes into middle and leg. Good delivery. And yeah, you see feet not going anywhere, just trying to jam down on it. And so Rashkul Sana comes out. He's the guy I'd choose actually coming at number 3. But yeah, he's getting lots of pats on the back there, and so he should. Nath played some good strokes, played some elevated strokes down the ground, came up with the 6s. And so 10 to win. Rashkul Sana. Half an LB appeal, but here's a dot. I wonder how he approaches this. I think you just stick to batting fairly normally here. Don't really have to go into your shell either. Again, look for one. If it's not there, then you can handle the dot. But I think most balls you're looking for one. If it's in your zone, you try and whack it. It's a bit wide. This will help. Gets it down to 9 required. Biswas needs to try and deliver that same ball, I think. Try and slip one through Sana. First up. Oh, gets this wrong. And that wasn't a good delivery at all. And whenever you see balls hit in this direction, I think this could be high as well. as it was full and never bounced. In fact, it never bounces on the field. Yeah, and I think it's going to be called a no ball as well. So yeah, remember waist high or above in the European Cricket Series, and I think that one is waist high. All right, so 2 to win, and you got a free hit. And it is game, set, match. Maximo Sana. He's going to finish things by banging a full toss out of the ground, and the Super Kings romp home. They do it with 18 balls to spare. And a bit of an upset to start the day, you'd have to say, based on previous form between these two teams. And they are going to do it. Final score, 104/7 for Super Kings, defeating Xenitus 99. Well, having a look at what's coming up next. Well, Super Kings, they take a bit of momentum into that game. They'll go in with a 1-3 record, but they are running into United CC Bucharest. And yeah, looking forward to seeing those guys. They were ECL representatives this year. They're a very good side. Watch out for Sathisen, the captain. He's also the Romanian captain. And you've got players like Vashisht, who's a brilliant fielder. You've got Aaron Kumar and Krishnan in there. You've got Raj Kumar, Bilal Ahmed listed at the top. Aftab Kayani, plenty of players to watch out for. And that game's coming up in around about 25 minutes. Join us for Game 2. Rico getting closer. Not here just yet, though. Tell you who is here. The Super Kings. Didn't they come out firing? And well, even though, let's say, Xenitus, they had the right idea, except for that, perhaps. But they were just a bit loose. This was an interesting one, wasn't it? Keeper threw the ball sideways, and in the end they say, yeah, all right, we're gonna show it. But you know, give credit to the Super Kings. And Nath and his opening partner, Mahid Hassan, that's kind of turned it on. Never really looked like getting out after a few hairy moments early, to be honest. There's another ball. Almost presented an opportunity for a catch from Devinder. He tried to turn it into a catch and ended up going for 4. And then we had that, which I thought was pretty close, almost resulted in a run out. Then we did have the breakthrough, didn't we? But just when they kind of had him on toast, they found another way to give some runs away, Xenitus, because then we had a high ball that disappeared for 6. And you can see this was when it came back momentarily. But when push came to shove, they couldn't get out of the 7th over. And Muhammad Ashkul Sana finished it off with a 6 off a free hit. And having a look at that, well, aren't they excited? This team, look at our Super Kings, their first points in ECN cricket, and they should be thrilled about that. And they end up doing it fairly comfortably. In fact, they would have got the bonus point if we'd had that play in play at this stage. 47 for Nath before he got castled late in the piece, but the heavy lifting was done, wasn't it? Had good support from Mahid Hussain, who I think played some outstanding cover drives in there. Sana was an obvious choice at number 3, and they don't miss a trick. He comes out, he whacks a couple of 6s to get them across the line, and really Xenitus cost themselves with a few extras as well, didn't they? 9 wides and 2 no balls in there. Devinder bowled a good over, but they never got the chance to go back to him. All the others fairly expensive. And maybe that's a bit of a tactical blunder to not go back to Devinder when he did have such a good first over. It only went for 4 runs. And, well, Xenitus, find out the hard way. You're up, you're down. And Super Kings, well, the other way, they're flying. And they've got a tough game coming up against United CC Bucharest, who are domestic champions last year. So, a bit of a David versus Goliath. But right now, David's feeling pretty good after that win. We'll see how that goes. I'll be back very, very shortly in about 20 minutes to take you into match number 12. Many sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico Full in transit. He'll be here before too long as well. And we'll see you for more cricket after the break. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Romania. Great to have your company here on a beautiful summer's day at the Morav Lassia Cricket Ground right now. We're getting ready for the start of match number 12. This one sees United on the park for the first time. The ECL representatives from earlier this year. They're taking on the Super Kings. Let's see what happens at the coin toss when Stefan Gooch had the two captains.
Okay, Super Kings to call. Heads is called. It's tails.
You're going to bat first.
Okay, good luck guys. All the best. Have a good game. Cheers. United CC won the toss. They're having a bat. Back over to you in the commentary box, Vinny Sandhu.
Thank you, Stefan Gooch, doing a great job. Tournament referee for this tournament. So yeah, good toss to win, I think, for United to find their feet in this series. And they're a side we know pretty well because they did, like I say, they did represent Romania at the ECL earlier this year. Got to say, nice to see Laurențiu Gerasim into the side and getting a run. Native-born Romanian player, still very young. And he's the brother of Marian Gerasim that we have seen playing at the Cardamom Oval a few times in a Romanian shirt and also for various clubs during the Champions League. And it's going to be Bilal Ahmed to face up first up. And yeah, as far as Gerasim's concerned, a great opportunity for him at the top of the order. And yeah, there he is. And one of the really cool things about where this cricket ground is that a lot of youngsters are encouraged to get involved in cricket because of the practice facilities here. You know, they don't have to keep going to fetch the ball, for example, if a couple of them want to come down and have a hit. And yeah, Laurențiu Gerasim is going to get the responsibility at the top of the order. And I want to welcome everyone back in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network as well. How about those Super Kings, though? Just think they're going to run into a United side here that are desperate to make a good impression. And so get ready, get steady, let's go. And it's going to start with a ball that's pounded. Now it's a real teaser, back to the line and 6. Maximal. And Bilal Ahmed, it's his first ball of the tournament, straight high, and it flies. And it just has the legs by about 2 meters. Wow. Well, they're here. United. I say I love it since they've introduced the pink into their kits. It's got a bit of pizzazz to it. Yeah, he misses out the full toss. United are a team, they've actually won the European Cricket Series. They were finalists back in 2020. It was the team now known as ACCB that knocked them over 134 to 108 in the final back on the 13th of September 2020. Wow, that seems like about 25 years ago, not 2.5 years ago now. A bit of a loose shot this time. Nath's had a good morning. He's been super important. 47 set up the successful chase in the last game. United, watch out for the Romanian national captain, Ramesh Thiessen. Very good player and certainly one guy you always like to watch. He's had his ups and downs in the last couple of years, but I mean, that's cricket, isn't it? Angled in. Just gets past the keeper. Running away. Stop. They're going to take it 2 in the end. And it was Bilal's idea. So, yep, I think I can get back down to the danger end. Nice, good shot as well. It goes with the line of the ball this time. Bilal gets 4. Get into a decent first over this for United. Got to get through the top order as quick as possible, and that is not going to be easy. Super Kings have improved a lot in a short period of time. I think that's pretty clear. But they're going to have to prove a lot more, I think, to go toe-to-toe with this very experienced United lineup. Now just chips this down the ground. Could be a chance, you know. Tuller. Oh, unlucky. It's going to be 4. but Tuller stood out the hand and was hoping it would stick. And a tough chance, but a chance nonetheless. It'll result in 4 runs. And it's 16 without loss after 1. And Nath goes for 14 plus a couple of leg buys here. Oh, it's a good effort. Just hung up and didn't really hit it, did he? There's the hand, and then there goes the ball. Pitches inside and just dribbles over the line. 96 days until the ECC starts. It's the Euros of cricket. And we're super excited about it here. So yeah, why don't you join us for that tournament? Be a great time. Carter Oval. Talent comes on and Gerasim gets a run first ball. That's a confidence booster for the youngster. Laurentia Gerasim. Off the mark, and it's a nice shot. Good batting shape there. Now this is actually put down, I think. Laurentia we have seen before, but that's actually his first ever run. He's played T20 international cricket for Romania, but it's his first time that we've ever seen him in the T10 game. So, first ever run on ECN. We're going to miss. So, yeah, Super Kings creating a few questions early. And she has a T20 international wicket to his name as well. So just goes between his body and the stumps. So one thing I really like is the focus on trying to develop local talent, and in particular local young talent. With the ground located where it is, you'll see how supportive the older guys, the kind of more established guys are when they get, like a teenager that's enthusiastic about cricket. They want to give them opportunities. That's why I think we're seeing Gerasim at the top of the order. It's probably a slight technical thing. Could probably just get across a bit more, and that ball's wide. So yeah, that one's angling in his pads, and again, once he sees it's not going to hit the stumps, if you get your feet inside rather than going away, then you get a wide for that. Again, little things that he'll be able to look back and kind of pick apart the videotape and work out a few things that might be able to improve his game. Big swipe at this, certainly got the right idea. I like the attacking flair from Laurentia. As it is, it's the end of the second over, and it's 18 without loss. Look, one thing that kind of interests me is, social media reactions. It's the internet, I get that. But, one thing that people are often saying is, it's very much led by an immigrant population, the development of cricket in Europe. And look, and that's the reality, particularly with certain developments politically over the last 10, 15 years. And often they say, where are the native-born Europeans? Where are the native-born Europeans? But then, when you get one, like Cosman Zavoy taking 5 wickets, everyone's saying, oh, come on. What sort of technique's that? You can't have it both ways, really, can you? I think you've got to applaud the guys that take on a game that is completely foreign to them in their country. All right, in the air, this one is disappearing. Maximo! Now stands pretty still and smashes it up and out of the ground. And the result, 6 runs. Yeah, so I applaud anyone that's willing to have a go at cricket that comes from a non-traditional background. Because you're often competing with guys, they've been living and breathing it since they could walk. Anyway, goes for it again. This one's also flying. Maximo! Back to back. Showing it wasn't a fluke. Give us your thoughts in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Just giving a little bit of width there and making the most of it. Keanu, liking the look of Laurentia Gerasim. More of the same coming your way. This time it's over. Mid on, it was up in the circle. Another misfield from Shu, but we're used to that by now. Maximo, 33 off 10, and UCCB off to the races. And well, Super Kings reminds me of when you've been on a computer game and you've finally been able to finish one level, and then you run into a much harder level straight away. And so it is hard going at the moment. UCCB, they've got the Romanian skip up probably to come in at 3. Ramesh Thiessen. I think this makes sense to bring the third man up, sacrificing him on the boundary, bring him up into the circle so that they can put long on and long off bat. Bilal has it pretty straight. Gave a tough chance earlier. Walks, and now he's gone. Great catch, low down. That ball never hits the ground. Great work, and Sheik's been an excellent fielder today, hasn't he? And so they do get the wicket, and Bilal, he was dealing, wasn't he? But he's going to have to go for 33. In full toss, he would have thought he's just smashing this into the lake. But great catch, and lurching coming forward. Keeps his feet somehow. And something to shout about. That's the beauty of the game, isn't it? You never know what's around the corner. And Bilal, 33 and out. That's something to show for his trouble. And the score is 36 for 1. This is a nice moment as well because Ramesh Thiessen will come out to bat with Lawrence Gerasim. Had a great time with United guys during the ECL, of course. It's a festival of European cricket, of course. Teams coming in from all over the continent. And I know that the results didn't really go the way that they planned. Apparently to qualify for the finals day, but they certainly got a lot out of the experience. I hope they did anyway. We had a lot of fun as well. They're a team that do like to party. Responsibly, of course. Here's Ramesh to face for the first time in the series. Bit high. Nishant probably had some thoughts of sending his national skipper packing there, but I think that's going over the top. Yeah, it's a Thiessen. He's a guy we've seen a fair bit of on ECN. From leading the side most recently in the ECIs in Milan. And Romania had a bit of a mixed bag there, to be honest. But I think they got a lot out of the experience. Are they really trying hard as a national squad to come together, try and get themselves in good shape? Season ahead. Oh, wow. Judging by that reaction, was there a nick on this? Can't say I heard it, but we'll never know. Minute behind the stumps. Clangs it into the over. A pretty good finish by Nath. He copped a bit, but then gave a bit back. 1 for 32. His figures ended the power play, 36 for 1. It's quite an unusual power play in that it looks like a normal score, but there was nothing normal about it. 16, 2 and 18. Ramesh Thiessen. He's a very good cricketer. Top score of 88 not out. He scored that during the 21 series against Bucharest Gladiators. In T20 national cricket, he's averaging around the 40 mark. Striking at 170, which are pretty good numbers, aren't they? No ball call. Yeah, this can't be out. It won't be out anyway. They're going to come back for 2. That's a nice shot by Gerasim. So, no ball. Must have been for front foot. Let's try and get a look at it. Ashkal Sana coming on. Oh, yeah. That's a biggie. Shouldn't be over by that much at all. So Gerasim will get the benefit of the free hit coming up. Put a wide. Straight over the tram line, I think. And now he's so far back behind the line. So he's just got to struggling to find where that front foot is. Now, it's called wide again. Tries the slow ball. I might have just caught a bit of it. This is one chance, actually, where Laurencio can probably try something you might not normally try. For me, I'd like to see him kind of stepping outside off, kind of feeling a bit more confident getting in behind it. Yeah, nice looking shot. Just get the one this time. Wow, this is off the glove, I think. It almost carries all the way to the short third man. Long third man, actually. It's a decent off the mark. This looks a little bit off at the moment. Again, wait a long time to get into the series. Obviously, he doesn't want to get out early. Feels there's some runs out there for him if he can get in. Nice shot, and Gerasim's going to get his first boundary. Nice shot by the youngster. Like I said, always good to have native Romanian players involved. I think he had a little bit of a celebration there. He's just writing something down with his bat, saying, yeah, well, that one's in the book. Give me another one. I say it's always interesting because players with no real traditional background in cricket or that maybe don't understand some of the customs of the game, they just got a fresh take on it. Kind of like it. Now goes walking, but we'll get a wide. Umpires have been pretty harsh on the wides in this series. Some would say too harsh on occasion. It's a pretty clear one though. Oh, going down the leg side, but that hurts. Yeah, so here's your issue. He's just got to work on one thing. And that sometimes it's easy to just work on one thing. And it's that movement to try and kind of get in behind the ball and get himself in a position. Because he's got such good natural attributes of, he's got a good eye, and he's got good hand-eye coordination. That's pretty obvious. And now he gets knocked over. So soften him up, then he's shaken up. And so Gerasim does get a boundary. He doesn't last a lot longer. Still nice to see him at the top of the order. And he's been involved in a pretty fast start for United. But he will go as the second wicket. It's 48 for 2. Good comeback from Mohamed Ashikul Sana, who didn't have a very good start to this over. And so it's kind of playing all across that. But yeah, I'm not saying he should necessarily get too far across, but I think just his body weight sometimes a little bit flat-footed or moving away from the ball. And that's why he kind of got locked up on that ball. He was hoping he could get inside. It was kind of a bit too late by the time he tried to change direction, hit him in the pad or the leg. And then the next ball, Sana gets on target. Mohamed Ashikul Sana has been a good performer, hasn't he, for the Bucharest Super Kings. Comes up with the goods again. As Raj Kumar comes out, play we know pretty well. Big wide first ball. So yeah, that's a really good example. Just to illustrate my point here, Raj Kumar, probably a bit more natural at the crease. Have a look at where his weight's going. A little bit of a shuffle back and across. A little bit of a move inside the line. So he's already kind of moving that way and already kind of heading right to left on your screen and has no problems getting out of the way of that one, taking the wide. This one won't be troubling too many people. The keeper gets a glove on it. Somehow stopped down there. And I'll come back for 2 extra runs, so 3 wides. Ashikul Sana is a bit all over the place at the moment. Throws the boot up. Somehow works. It goes with the angle, and I don't think it's quite 6, but it's good enough. Raj Kumar off the mark with 4. That's also the end of the over. So Sana goes magical, but does have one bright spot, 1 for 20 for him, and at the end of the 4th over, it's 56 for 2. Bit of updated Rico news. Rico has had a bit of a delay to his flight, but nothing too major, maybe just half an hour or so. So we might struggle to see him before the 4th match today. He did say that, I won't use the word he used, some of the passengers, because of the poor communication from the airline, were going ape something. But main thing is, I think he'll be here before the end of the day, and that's the main thing. All right, so Naheed Hussain is going to bowl over number 5. Paulson off spin. A bit of a tough start to the day, but also bowled some good deliveries. Not a bad start. It's decent. Clips it away and gets 1. Yeah, Dave just wondering about... Oh, now we're getting overthrow. A little bit sloppy. Super Kings playing back-to-back. They've just got 2 matches today. And actually after today, they'll play half of their matches in the series. So why would you turn your back on the ball when you have pads? Which, you know, when you write it, it makes complete sense. But I think it's a natural human instinct, right? As cricketers, you spend a lot of time probably not even realising, moulding your technique, and you know, to kind of turn away from a missile coming your way is actually quite a natural instinct. So that's why, like I say, yeah, it's just one of those practice things. Lifts it up over the top, doesn't really get it, but gets into the gap, and for that reason, it'll run away for 4. And so Raj goes leg side again. He pitches just inside. But, you know, saying a little bit straight. It's probably on the off stump, but kind of with the angle, with the turn, the perceived turn. Able to get it away for 4. Down the ground. Just a single. Crew mentioning apparently all the players from both sides find 40% in the test match for slow over 8. He says prefers the ECN way and penalty runs if you don't bowl in time. I'll tell you an idea I had. You might have missed it when I was in Sweden. Just kind of thinking on the fly. Ill directed. Decent keeping actually to make the block there by sort of Mina. And so it was just a bit of an open thought, considering how baseball's tackled the problem of pace of game. In baseball, the games are getting longer, more delays, more quote-unquote professional. This isn't too professional from Hussain. It fires it down the leg side. This time the keeper can't get anything on it. Poor Mina. Being put through the ringer here. That'll be 5 wides. Yeah, so in baseball, they've introduced what's called a pitch clock, which is, I won't go into the real minutiae of it, but 15 seconds, and you've got to pitch the ball. And if the batter's not ready, there are restrictions. He gets I suppose a little penalty. And if the pitcher's not ready, he gets a little penalty. They're not big penalties. They're little penalties enforced consistently. As this is absolutely hammered by Sathiesan over long off. Maximo! Another magical over. The Bear under attack again. What a shot. He's finally warmed up. And so it got me thinking, rather than, you know, if you, for example, gave 20 penalty runs at the end of a day, you'll have a riot on your hands. You'll say, oh, this is changing the game too much. It's changing the integrity of the game. This is coming our way. Going, gone, Maximo. So Thiessen back-to-back, moves to 16. He's got the taste of it now. The 5th goes for 26. The score is 82 for 2 after 5. United up and away. The one time you might see Ramesh Sathiesan is in the ECC starting 25th of September, though the Romanian Group E, starts on Monday the 9th of October. It'll be the 9th, 10th and 11th of October. They'll take on the England 11s, well, Cyprus, Switzerland and Malta over 3 days of action. And I know the Romanian team, they've got some big aspirations to play well in that tournament. Got to say, they've improved so much in the last couple of years, but they'll feel they're a team good enough to push anyone in that group. They certainly do enjoy T10 cricket. They've got the players for it, I think, particularly with the bat. I think they've got some real attacking players. Looking forward to seeing plenty more of them in this series, even though, of course, I won't be here after today, but I will still certainly be watching, and I'll be lurking. Don't you worry about that. So let me go back to what I was thinking. So I think you couldn't have penalty runs at the end of a day because it's just not going to fly, basically. Especially if they're in sizable quantities, like 10, 15, 20 runs, which it really should be. I think that is how far behind things are getting these days. So I kind of had this idea, a bit out of the box, but I thought, would this work? I don't think anyone's thought of it. A little bit short, she comes on, and he gets a ball that is dropped. And it stays inside the field of play. Naheed Hussain, actually a pretty good fielder. He was probably still thinking about the last over maybe, but ends up shelling it. Does stop the boundary though. Yeah, so my idea was, imagine if they had some sort of clock. Now I don't have all the details, but you have to go with the idea of it. That you had, if you're a fast bowler or a spinner, maybe it's a different amount of clock. Let's say 20 seconds or 25 seconds from the end of maybe 20 seconds from the end of the last ball finishing to start your run up. And maybe, once and over you get a timeout where you get an extra minute to adjust your field or something like that. So I'm just kind of mirroring what they do in baseball. You can call a timeout where you're like, okay, hold on, I want to make a change here. I want to do something else here. This is pulled away, and it's Kumar. He's off the races again with another leg side boundary. Cuatro, carreras, a little bit too short, a little bit too straight from Sheik. Yeah, so this is my idea. I think more regular but smaller penalties would work. So this is my brain map of this, is that if the bowler doesn't start his run up in time, that delivery becomes a free hit. So it's not a no ball or anything, but it's just a free hit. It means he can't take a wicket with that ball. Batter can still score, and it robs him the chance of taking a wicket. You can see if he doesn't start his run up before the clock expires. Now, okay, that's for the bowler holding up play. What if the batter's holding up play? And what if he's not ready for some reason? Again, maybe he gets one time out and over to kind of gather his thoughts or have a conference with his partner. But then, you need to come up with something that's the opposite of a free hit. Oh, he's knocked over. And here's a decent, just not quite judging the pace of that delivery. And Sheik, he might have been a slightly slower ball, He came down, just lost his shape slightly. And that's the end of the Romanian skipper. Super Kings, they'll be thrilled with that. It's the third wicket of the game, 89 for 3. There's a decent, kind of on the move. Just wasn't quite himself there, didn't have his timing. We know that when he turns it on, he is such a good player to watch, but I'm sure he'll get better through the series. Right now, he's going to have to go. Does whack a couple while he's out there, 17 off 9, but as he departs, it's 89 for 3. So then we kind of had the idea, well, if a free hit is basically a ball where the bowler can't take a wicket but the batsman can score runs, well then maybe you need to make the opposite. So maybe if the batter is the one that's holding up play, then they can't score any runs, but they could be out. So essentially, it's kind of like a free shot for the bowler, free shot to get the batter out. You could try something, try a bouncer or something, but yeah, the batter can't score runs, but they could be out. Edged and just away from the keeper. Meena will be cut off. Arun Kumar Krishnan, who's come out at number 5. Gets a little bit lucky first up, but it's not directed towards the keeper. End of the over, 90 for 3. But my point is this. I think the only way you can deal with over rates being so slow is make every ball a little bit quicker. You can't just say, oh, look, in the next 6 hours, we want you to bowl X overs, because there's no real urgency and there's no way to really pull it back. So I think the key is if you can save 5 seconds a ball, right? If you can save 5 seconds a ball on average, how many balls in a day of Test cricket? You've got 540 balls in a day. You're saving 2,700 seconds. And that's 45 minutes. So little things add up. This is my take on it anyway. I don't know, it's a bit out there. This is pulled away, and Fielder's got a long, long chase. He's not going to get there. Crashes into the flag, and Krishnan gets his first boundary. United continue marching forward on 150 pace at the moment. Yeah, so my point is this. You know, when there's a wide or a no ball, like it's annoying for the fielding side, but it's not, doesn't feel game-changing, does it? I mean, say that there's a no ball by a couple of millimetres. You know, it's a small penalty, but that's enforced regularly. And I think that you could take that principle and take on over rates. Anyway, this is upish. I'll just be one. Yeah, so I think you would take that principle, and they have, in the baseball, this is the first year they've tried it in MLB. Their big complaint is the game's going too long because they're going over 3 hours, which is quite funny if you think from a cricket point of view. But it kind of covers all situations, but they are kind of enforcing it to the second and enforcing it regularly. This is pretty well struck. That's bagged for 4. Raj Kumar, he has looked good, particularly through the leg side so far. And rocketed off the bat. And Sari coming back for his second over, disappears to the boundary. Yeah, so the penalty in baseball is if the batter isn't ready in time to receive, then they get a strike against them. If the pitcher doesn't deliver in time, then it's an automatic ball, which is basically a pitch that's in the batter's favour. So little things enforced regularly. That's what I think would work. And do I think it'll happen? No. but I don't really see a downside to that strategy. You know, I'm always looking at, okay, what's the other side to it? This one doesn't really get up. It's a really good shot from Kumar. He shows he's not a one-trick pony. This time he punches it through point. And what makes this shot so good is the ball doesn't bounce, I think, as much as he thought it would. Because he plays it with a fairly straight bat, he can just kind of open the face and make the adjustment. Good batting. He's looked good so far. So, yeah, that's something that kind of I thought of. And I think that what is the best thing about it is I actually think it would solve the problem. It would create some urgency where there isn't. It's just sliding. Linda Krishnan. I don't think we'll see him at the Olympics for diving, judging by this effort. Have a look at this. I mean, I do think he gets home, but well, maybe he would have been out, actually. I think that the censors have made sure that we can't show that again. Yes, it wasn't ballet. Now, Linda Krishnan says, I'm going to get up, I'm going to stand up, I'm going to hit up, and I think that's gone all the way. Maximo! We'll check it out in the replay. But yeah, for me, from my vantage point, it looked like it was 6. Let's have a look at it on the replay. I'm saying a little bit short and a little bit of width. But yeah, for me, going, and gone. Yep, definitely. Probably clears it by half a metre. There's the signal. Krishnan. Well, he is going to enjoy that one for a while. Cracks a 6 off the last ball. And also takes us to the end of the over. Just a reminder, Rico will be here, although we did have a slight flight delay. I don't think it's sleeping on the airport floor bad, but I think it might just hold him up maybe for one more innings. But we should see him. My guess would be we'll see him for the start of the 4th game today. We'll get to do one together before I have to leave a little bit early before the end of today's play, but certainly we'll still be watching. Naheed Hussain going to bowl his second over. He went for 26 in the first. In the air, but into the gap, and that's going to be 4. Raj Kumar, he's on a real heater. He's kind of looking as bad as Tathisen was looking. I don't mean bad, but you know, not quite to his potential. Raj is the opposite here. He's come out swinging it, hitting a lot of balls in the middle. Looked way down the corner. Some hesitation, but they will come through for a single. Yeah. Hello to Julian Dawson. Nice to see you in the chat as well. All the talk's about the declaration, isn't it? This one turns into a low full toss, but no real damage. Ooh. Even though it was an interesting way to try and field the ball, but Kick does field it in the end. Yeah, I suppose we never see the alternative universe where the declaration works out, do we? Then everyone says you're a genius. You know, life's outcomes based sometimes. And it could have worked out for them. There's an overthrow, it's loose. So, buy one, get one free for Raj Kumar. A lot of just debate about the wicket-keeping spot for England as well. It's a bit of a tricky one. I don't think Bestall's a bad keeper at all. Again, outcomes based, right? It's, the keepers and goalkeepers are, I suppose they're judged on their mistakes, aren't they? Just kind of goes with the territory. Say, talking about what England might have done wrong, but talking about Australia did right. We're holding up under immense pressure towards the end. I mean, Boland's 20 turns out to be really useful, doesn't it? I'd rather get him and get out of the way. He was breathing a bit easier than Hazelwood, who had the pads on at the end. But also, yeah, the point I made this morning, I actually haven't been able to watch the last session, which is rare. This is hit really well. That'll get away from the field, and that's 4. Rajkumar just keeps on keeping on, doesn't he? That's the end of the 8th over as well. United 123 for 3. Yeah, so being able to watch, I probably watched the last hour and a half of it. It finished about 9:30 p.m. local time here in Romania. But the new ball did nothing, didn't it? The new ball just did not move off the straight and narrow. And that's just one of those things. You just get unlucky. You get a new ball that's giving you nothing. On another day, it's probably zipping around. You can nick off the last couple and you win by 30 runs. I suppose there's also the debate about when they took it, not take it straight away. I suppose it did result in a wicket to root the spinner. But anyway, interesting. Good game. Good game here as well at the moment. 9th over coming up. And a really good shot to start. And Krishna goes bang. Maximo! Yes, Sheik gets powdered, gets on the leg stump. You do that at your own peril. United building a healthy target. Keanu asking, is it Serbia, Croatia and Turkey's first time on ECN? Well, Turkey we saw recently in the ECIs. Ooh, big swing and a miss. And they'll sneak through. Now they're going to get an overthrow. Well, that's robbery, really. Don't know how. They got next to one there. It's happened a few times. Good awareness, though. Yes, so Turkey, we saw them fairly recently. Mentioned Ozturk, actually. Turkish player. He's playing in this series. Yeah, Serbia, national team. We'll see them pretty soon. We'll get to see the Slovenian team for the first time. All right, in the air. Now, who wants to catch it? Oh, well, this is falling safely, and I could see that happening a mile away. It just kept on carrying, and it was almost the rare Bermuda square there. There's 4 fielders that were interested, but none of them could find the drop zone. In the end, they'll come back for an easy 2. Big swing and a miss. Oh, now they're going to steal one. And this would have been gone. Now they'll probably get another one. And you can see Super Kings probably feeling like a team that have been through the ringer a bit. There's a wide first up. And they say, okay, let's go. Again, we've got the classic buy one, get one free. Throws it to no one in particular. He's not really going at stumps either. Just throwing in a general direction. Keeper's pretty animated about that. 3 wides. Now, whoa. How has he pulled that off? I mean, he's dropped it, but somehow he stopped it. And now you can see the urgency in the running. That would have been the best jalebi catch of all time. And it was absolutely smacked first up from Krishnan. And just check this out on the replay. Bag. It's like the best goalkeeping stuff you've ever seen. Now, big swing and a miss. Oh, I say it all happens in the ninth. Yeah, so just a reminder that in this ECI here, we'll actually see Romania as well as Croatia and Slovenia. Slovenia not in the ECC this year, but I mean, there are plans to include them in future editions. We'd like to include every single ICC affiliated country in Europe. Last ball of the ninth. Check's been all right. Sticks this one past the hands of Kumar. Rare miss for Raj. And it's the end of the ninth over. 137 for 3, and they get in for time as well. By around about a minute or so. Yeah, a lot of cricket going on around Europe at the moment. It's a kind of peak season, isn't it? Just dropping through the chat. Yeah, I love that. Everyone's got an opinion. I suppose that's what makes sport interesting. It'd be pretty boring if everyone agreed with each other. And some difficult decisions for England as well about who they bowl at the end. But Julian's saying it's a brilliant advert for Test cricket when it's all said and done. Yeah, I agree with that, Julian. Anyway, time for 10th over. And it's Ashkul Sana coming back, and he gets cut away, and he's cut away miles. It's gone over the boundary. Maximo into Krishnan. He's been pretty good since he's come to the crease as well. I like the urgency these two have shown. That's gone pretty close to our camera up there. Halfway up the hill. Yes, Serbia. All right. The side. I think we'll get a chance to see them during the season as well. Can't say too much as yet. Get past the bowler, so they'll just get one. Keanu, oh, we'll get more than one. Unless that hits the stumps. That's good running again. They've been unafraid to take it on. Super Kings. Oh, they've been through a ring a bit this morning. Used a lot of energy in that early victory. Bowler had to deal with a tough bounce there. Slow ball. Slightly ill-directed. That'll be wide and bowled again. Keanu saying he hopes Mishra is playing for Bulgaria. Big fan. Yeah, anything with Prakash. I know he's been struggling with a few chronic injuries, you know, and yeah, he's a player. He's quite fun to watch, isn't he? No squads in just yet, but as soon as we have them, we'll put them up so you can have a look at them. You also can follow at ECN.cricket when they come up. All right, goes for this up in the air. Again, this is carrying over the field. Can they stop the boundary? Probably. Good defensive work from Ansari. And then bowler does well enough to knock it down into the chalk, I think. Yeah, so the fact that people have opinions and somehow pretty passionate, I like it. And cricket's such an interesting blend between the traditional and the modern, isn't it? Trying to get that balance right. All right, goes with the angle. Kind of a top edge. Fielder trying to hunt it down. In the end, the ball finds him. And they'll get two. That's all they'll get. Wow. It's gotta say, this reminds me of like when you're shooting at an open goal from about like a metre out. And actually, to be fair, he hits the stumps, but he hits the base and doesn't hit the bail off. So, you know, give him a break. It's like it hits the post. Anyway, doesn't give away a run. The batter's tied up at 34, 150 on the board. Couple to come then. Oh, yeah, he might as well go. Chance at the bowler's end, and they mess it up. Now they're thinking of two, and they're going to get it. And there's several fumbles, each one more comical than the last. I think right now it's like they're in a beep test, these two. Raj Kumar and Krishnan. They'll get two. Two buys. Good running. You see, no one could find the handle. Last ball. And he gets a strike back and he pumps it out of the ground. Maximo. And this partnership ends up at 69. United CC Bucharest pouncing on the Super Kings, who look like they've been through a bit of a rough time this morning. Do have something to show for it, but right now, big chase on their hands. What I will say is that we have seen 158 chased down before. That was when Cluj did it against ACCB back in finals day in the 2021 series. But right now, say it'll be tough. Having said that, we saw the Super Kings turn it on with the bat before. The Openers will have a lot of work to do, as this did get out of control pretty early. Got to say, Bilal Ahmed came out, and he came out swinging it, didn't he, in the first half of this game. And yeah, just judged that first one perfectly. It was a tough one, almost a one-handed stunner to get him. Good to see Laurentiu Garasim out there as well, getting an opportunity at the top of the order. Native-born Romanian, the United organisation, but United very experienced in this format of the game. It was a good catch that brought the first wicket, as that full toss was kind of chipped to mid-wicket. And it's a decent, wasn't quite himself. Garasim, in the end, he got knocked over, did have a boundary to show for his innings. Then we saw the spin coming on, I suppose with mixed results. Another catch went down. Not an easy one though for Hussain out there. Deep mid-wicket boundary. So Thiessen just not quite finding the pace of this pitch yet. It's a new pitch here. Also probably facing some unfamiliar bowlers that these two teams wouldn't normally meet, I think, in the domestic competition. That would have been a ridiculous catch. But then it was time to run your socks off, wasn't it? And you can just see the intent there. They weren't resting on their laurels at all. They weren't kind of satisfied just with walking singles. I think that's the intensity that you want to see. Have a look at this though. I'm wondering what happened there. The full power throw. Didn't knock the bails off though. And then a bit of chaos cricket towards the end. This ball was fumbled about 5 or 6 separate times, but in the end, United 158, pretty imposing total. Super Kings, I suppose, to be realistic, they just need to try and bat well. I think it's going to be a good experience for them. I suppose a champion team like United, who we have seen go to the Champions League of European cricket, they'll be a lot more experienced. They'll be well drilled. Maybe the Super Kings can probably learn a few things from them. Not just in this innings coming up, but also the innings just gone. 40 for Indy Krishnan, ends up top scoring. Closely followed by Raj Kumar, 34 off 16. 33, Bilal was good early. I see Garasim pick up a boundary as well. So decent, he was the story. Did hit a couple of Maximos, but didn't really get his straps. Wickets for Nath as well as Ashkul Sana and Sheikh in that innings, but most of the bowlers finding it pretty tough to compete. I will say, a couple of decent performances. Economy wise with Ansari just going for 21 and Sheikh only going for 20 in his 2 overs. We'll take a break, and after the break we'll see how the Super Kings go with the stick. United searching for their first points. They've got 158 to play with. We'll see what happens after the break. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico getting closer by the minute, I'm sure. We'll see you after this with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Moira Vlasic Cricket Ground in Romania. Great to have your company as we roll into day 3 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you for ECN. Rico Falk currently in transit. He's been spending a couple of extra days with his family because he's been celebrating his daughter from his 21st birthday. So I certainly think we can afford him that. He will be here pretty shortly. Right now, we're going to watch the second innings of this game, and the story so far, United CC Bucharest, last year's domestic champions and therefore ECL representatives earlier in this 2023 season. They won the toss, they elected to bat, they put 158 on the board. And so, team at the other end of the spectrum, Bucharest Super Kings, team that are brand new to ECN, need 159 for victory. It's Manani to get us going. First ball. Missed him. I've got to say, I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah, okay, well, I had Redoy facing up, but I said, you've got to stick with the open combination. That worked for you already, I would have thought. But they have gone for Nath and Mohamed Ashkar Sana. I've got to say, when you had an 86-run opening partnership to set up your first ever win in the ECS, I think you stick with it, but Ashkar Sana looked pretty good at 3, to be fair. I wonder if that was just because Hussein sustained maybe a minor injury in the field. Didn't seem to put a catch down. But yeah, a bit of a surprise that we see the opening combination changed. Yeah, nothing to say. Did a great job in game 1 today. Pitched up and almost pulls the fielder. When it gets to him on the bounce, it's just a single. First run of the chase. Curious one. Sometimes, I guess things with batting orders and bowling orders, there's a lot of things we don't see and don't know. So someone might be feeling a little bit injured or uncomfortable for any reason. Ooh, full toss. That's what I missed out. Ashkar Sana wasting no time trying to get on with it. Maybe they think Sana's a slightly bigger hitter. So they need 160. They're gonna go straight to him. Okay, if that's the reason, I suppose you can understand. And tries to muscle this over. Mid off, no real timing. And it will pull up just inside. That's Kumar. Put in a good shift with the bat, didn't he? One of my favourite fielders to watch in Romania is actually from United, Shantanu Vashisht. So watch out for him, number 24 for the fielding team. Right now, it's the end of the over. It's 2 without loss after 1. Having a look at the golden ball counter. 125 matches since the golden ball. Surely it's coming in Romania. We have some golden ball experience. In fact, I tend to think it was United that won the golden ball against ACCB all the way back in 2020, if my memory serves me correctly. It was just a 2-day series back then. Haven't seen one since in Romania. Second over, Sujit Gill is the bowler, and we've seen an inexplicable misfield from Lalit Punjabi. He's a bit of a cult figure, Lalit. Right now, it gives away 2 runs. Good hustle by the batters. Say hello to everyone in the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Welcome back, everyone. Takes this off this dump. Punjabi's back in form like a panther. Showing that the first one was the exception, not the rule. Got to say, it's nice to see Lorenzo Gerasim out there as well. I wonder if he might get a bowl at some point during this match, depending on how the results are looking. He does have a T20 international wicket, the young Romanian. Ooh, it's a bit strange when he claps off the pad. Yeah, kind of top of the pad, bounce up into the body. Signs to be called it wide. But to be honest, Gill just has to move it over a little bit. I think he's pitching a lot of balls outside leg stump, and it's not going to end well. He's getting away with it a bit at the moment. Ashkar Sana sent up to open, but at the moment, hasn't his straps. Up in the air and out of here. And so finally, Ashkul Sana, he is able to whack that. Yeah, full toss and dealt with. Now, he told you he's not going to get away with it for too long. And Zach's going to go all the way. Maximal. Ashkul Sana goes back to back and finally gets things moving. And so just what the doctor ordered for the Super Kings. What about that chase earlier on? They needed 100. You would have said 50-50 at best, their chances of chasing 100 based on what we've seen from their batting on Monday, but just showing how far they've come already. It's all about improvement. Slides across, gets a bit of the line according to the umpire. Tight call. We've seen those tight ones going to the batters in this series, haven't we? This one slides across as well. So end of the second over. And the score is 18 without loss. So you see already about 14 behind where they need to be. Surjit gets whacked a couple of times. 16 off that over. Then we look at the table. United. Well, it's mainly alphabetical order that's keeping them down at number 10, to be honest, at the moment. But they'll hope that they can defend this, get some points, and they'll just want to have a good day, won't they? And we'll get to see a fair bit of them today as well, playing in matches 12 and 13. Just the two matches for them today. And we'll see them again on Saturday. They have two matches once again. A team that a lot of our viewers will know from the ECL if you're following that earlier this year. Here's Guy, I was just talking about his fielding. We'll see him do some bowling here. Shantanu Vashisht. Oh, that carries, you know, it's a piece and he puts it down. Oh, international level player. Catches that more often than he drops it. Ramesh can't really get anything going his way so far. It hung in there for a long time, didn't it? But yeah, definitely gets to him. To live action now. Next one's cut away and it's going to be 4. So now finally gets swinging. And he gets 4 carreras. It's a bright start once again. Vashisht. This is one a bit straighter. Decent to get the Bronx cheer here. Fielding one cleanly. Yeah, but just watch out for... Oh, he's run out. Well, I didn't even realise that. That was the most silent run out I've ever heard. And one run, one doesn't. Let's have a look. There's a lot going on here. Bat's in the wrong hand. He's holding it like some sort of murder weapon. And, well, Ashkul Sana finds safety. But his partner, Nath, he's kind of frozen in time. That's probably the only time. It's like a silent run out. There was no calling from the batters. And I was wondering why Vashisht even knocked the bail off, thought he was wasting time. And then I spotted 2 Super Kings at the same end, effectively. And so it's a bit self-inflicted, isn't it? 22 for 1. Just blocked out first up. Yeah, so Nath hits that and then just gets kind of frozen in time. So yeah, just some confusion about who's out there. So the thing is that he actually runs past him. And so even though the guy hits the ball, who's isn't really moving, but he's not in his crease, right? And so Ashkul Rana has run past him. So yeah, just some confusion in the system about who was out in that run out. It was complete shemozzle, wasn't it? Where Dave Bod likes to call the Super Kings the Super Princes. Nothing princely about that bit of running between the wickets. You can see Dave was saying, why didn't he not even try to run? Well, he wasn't on board with the run, was he, Nath? But then he didn't even try to run back, which you will see sometimes. So, while they sort this out, gives us a chance to say hello to everyone in the chat once again. Hello to Keanu, saying that was bad. That's probably your most astute comment in the last few minutes. Keanu, it was bad, wasn't it? And so, yeah, United have certainly played some good cricket over the last couple of years, and I suppose they'd love their first ever ECN trophy. Well, while we're here, why don't I say a big hello to all of you guys, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. We'll be here with Rico a little bit later in the day. You might have noticed I have changed my shirt today, and that's because, yes, my luggage came because I had some issues getting out of Stockholm on Sunday night, had my flight cancelled, and with Rico just spending a couple of days further with his family because of his daughter's birthday. I think that Stefan Gooch had to fill in for a couple of games on Monday morning, but then did get here, but my luggage didn't, so it does feel nice to have a nice fresh shirt. And to be honest, when I saw this shirt, it looked a bit like the UNEF's strip that we saw the side wearing on Monday morning. Pavel Florin, a part of that side, of course. But yeah, hopefully you're enjoying your day. What a 24 hours in cricket. We had some great games here yesterday. Of course, the Ashes first test going right down to the wire. And wasn't that an incredible performance, I think, from both teams? It's one of the most memorable test matches, I'm sure, that you'd ever hope to see. Still plenty of games to come today. Rico's having some travel dramas of his own, but they're not super bad. I think it might just be about a half an hour or so that he's held up. But he'll be coming straight here from the airport, and how it'll be working, because I have to come back from Valletta Cup a bit earlier, it means that I'm off from tomorrow. So this is the last day I'll be commentating for a little while, just for a couple of weeks or so. But I will be in Malta for the Valletta Cup. So will the Romanian national team, actually. So it gives me another chance to catch up with some of the guys. But I know that Rico is going to carry it forward here in Romania in the next few days. Charlie, he's got some commitments in Bulgaria with the T20 internationals on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. On the Monday, he'll be travelling here. So he should start on Tuesday to finish this series with Rico. So plenty of cricket to look forward to. And I think we've got some cricket to look forward to here, because it looks like we're ready to go back to the action. Vashisht gets to continue his over. This one jumps a fair bit. Comes back in off the seam as well. Good bowling. I mentioned Vashisht fielding being a standout, but he's also pretty handy with the bat and the ball, as you can see here. Last ball, the power play coming up. He goes for it, but he doesn't really get it. And they're forming an orderly queue, and it's going to be a team catch. Well, of course it is. And that just bounced straight off the hands of Sujit Gill. And it was Unnikrishnan who receives the rebound. Well, there's a bit of volleyball style there. You just need him to set it up, and then you can spike it. So when you're hot, you're hot. And Ashkul Sana is the next man to go. And that is lurking with intent from Unnikrishnan, and it pays off. It's 22 for 2. I wish you could say I hadn't seen this before, but I've probably seen it about 6 to 8 times now, at least. It's a nice friendly bounce up. And I think the only thing that Sujit's annoyed about is that he wasn't closer to get the rebound, because he probably could have caught it himself. And once again, bit of action you probably won't see anywhere else except on the European Cricket Network. So, 2:16 and 4, getting into the power play. Obviously, yeah, a bit behind. Probably not the most dramatic one of those I've seen is when the keeper went that far and it nailed the square leg in the shoulder, and then the keeper dived full length to take the rebound. She's pretty happy about it. There's the bowler. And now we're going to get Raj Kumar. No Rohit Kumar in the side today, I noticed, for United. Might see him maybe a little bit later in the series. Maybe not. Getting the thumbs down. Bit of a loss for United. Swing and a miss first up, called away. Raj batted well, didn't he? He's one guy that hit the ball pretty well from the get-go. Just gets a bit too much swing here. I will say they've been consistent on wides. Consistently brutal. Now this one doesn't go. Little tip I got bowling out swing is that if you find that it's swinging too much and you're missing outside off, rather than just aim straighter or aim down the leg side, then actually change your angle of approach. So when you move your arm and just aim differently, you often lose your natural swing. If he started a little bit wider with his run up and approach the same, then he might still keep the swing but get the direction a bit more correct. This one doesn't really go much either, and Hussain gets off the mark with 4. Still find it pretty surprising we didn't see Hussain at the top of the order, considering he actually played some cracking shots. And the other thing is here, you're actually playing a technically pretty good cricket team, and he's one guy that showed he can bat technically pretty well and he can handle it. So we see him in the 3 position here, and he hits a 4 first ball. Shows a bit of respect for the next ball. Dave asking, do they practice that on the rebound catch? I'd say you don't really practice it because it's unintentional, but there is a bit of a knack to being the supplementary fielder and being nearby, but not. Main thing is you can't put off the guy taking the catch. You can't let him think that you're going to interfere in his attempt to take the catch, but you don't want to be near enough that you might be able to get a rebound if something happens. So it's kind of a trust thing. So, I mean, ideally, you know, it'd be great if you had 3 people, like one behind, maybe one slightly in front to the left, one slightly in front to the right, to grab a rebound, but you don't want to disturb the guy that's just trying to take the catch in the first place. So I think there's a little bit of a knack to positioning. And oh, this should be gone. Simple return catch. Turns the face, and Hussain, he's going to go 4 and out. Wicket to Raj Kumar. He's having a good start to this series. That's the 3rd wicket down, 29 for 3. See there, turns the face, and it's the genuine side of the bat, doesn't it? Just balloons back to the bowler. So Raj cleaning up on the fantasy points there with the caught and bowled. Super Kings, pretty heroic earlier with their first win in ECS cricket, but right now, could be a bit of a grind. They've lost their top 3, and it's 29 for 3. Dave liked the choreography though. Keanu is asking, when does Valletta Cup start, and will it be on ECN? Well, Keanu, glad you asked. Valletta Cup, you said in there, Monday, 10th of July. I'll actually be doing the Valletta Cup this year. So not often I get to branch out and do some T20 international cricket, but I will be. Back to the action here. And it starts with a single. So that's going to be a big week on ECN because we'll actually have 3 telecasts simultaneously. So we'll have week 2 in Hungary, and we'll have Rico and Charlie on that. I'll be in Malta for the Valletta Cup. Corey will be in the Netherlands for the Netherlands T20 International Series. Big swing and a miss. short. Straight pull. Aftab Kayani. Well, he's going to make a meal of this one. And Aftab, you can see, he got there all right. And it was like the lowering of the drawbridge, really. He went to ground, but not in time. And so, well, we used to call this one the Sydney Harbour Bridge back at home, because that's the shape he makes. And he pretty much knows straight away. And, he messed up. That's the way it goes. They got the runs to play with and well ahead in the game. 34 for 3 after 4. This one is going to be knocked away for a single. This is driven and Vashisht will leave this one to Thiessen. He's dropped back to the cover boundary. Yeah, so yeah, looking forward to the Letter Cup. That should be a good one. And the Romanian team doing some good things at the moment. Knocked over. Ansari swings for the fences. Kayani, who had a bit of trouble keeping the ball under control a minute ago. This time he has no such problems as he comes on the 5th over. He hits the target, his first wicket of the series. And Super Kings really, it could be downhill from here after seeing how things transpired against the Gladiators the other day. As Tuller swings all around it. Up for 4, score is 39 for 4. Keanu saying, yeah, well, a lot of good stuff on the ECN. Yeah, there is a lot of good stuff coming up. And I'm certainly looking forward to it. So Aftab Kayani, he's a real character. That was a slightly viral moment last year when he got run out, I think off the last ball of the innings, and then tried to chase and whack the bowler on the backside with his bat, but in a very friendly manner, if that makes sense. There's a real sense of community, even between teams in domestic cricket in Europe. It's quite a niche thing. On ball, first up. This is Mina, the keeper, who's coming out at number 6. See if Mina can get a few and keep the score trucking forward. Or maybe. He's absolutely smashed that, and it's back to the wall. It's out of here. Vashisht is a good fielder, and that's a good practice catch for him, but it's only practice. Maximo! That's promising, isn't it? Kayani belted straight back over his head. I told you about Vashisht. He's got magic hands. He might get another chance here, but he's going to have to go back. And even he's not going to get that one. That one's onto the bear. Maximo. And Mina goes back to back. Well, maybe an audition for him to get up the order. Pretty good cricket shot there, straight through the line. No, not an easy one. It's, also, it's the end of the over. And so, I was just thinking it's been a while since the golden ball. Why don't we look at some of the golden balls that we've had this year? These are the 10. So we actually had 5 of them in Malta. 5. That's the most we've ever had in one series. And they've all been ECS golden balls except for one, Hornchurch Beverin, in the ECL Championship week. But yeah, 26th of May, last time we had one. So pretty much come out to 4 weeks. That's too long, guys. Come on. Here's Raj. Gets a block. First ball off the bat of Sheik. There's been some good ones though. And yeah, very even split, 5-5 this year in the Golden Balls. Don't think this is going to be one, if I'm completely honest. 50's come up low for the Super Kings. All right, straight up in the air. Oh, he hasn't seen it. Good luck. No, he's not even going to get close to that. That's Jaiswal, who needed to borrow some sunglasses urgently. And yeah, to be fair, that was straight into the teeth of the sun. At least he wasn't in any physical danger because he was about 5 or 6 metres away from where the ball bounces in the end. Maybe that's the keeper's. If he can reach him, it's still a long way from him as well. You've got Bilal Ahmed behind the stumps. But at least he's running with the flight and not dealing with the sun. Don't think this is out. Isn't this off the bat? No? All right, let's have a look. It's outside the line anyway. That's straight off the bat. That's harsh. Am I crazy? Let's have a look. I just think that went so fast. It didn't seem like it hit him in the leg. I think maybe my eyes are playing up on me. Too many days in a row. Doesn't matter, it's 4 runs either way. It's a batter you want him though, if you hit him. Yeah, so United. There's a bit of a training run feel to it now, doesn't it? I'd like to see maybe the youngster, Laurencio Gerasim, get a bowl. Still 4 overs to go. You can see the run rate required is out. Got a 4 a ball. Had Gerasim up the order. I mentioned he does have a T20 international wicket. Pretty well bowled. Push and run. If he hits, he's going to be in some trouble. That's a Thiessen. He goes lawn bowl style when I think it probably deserved an overarm throw. Not a bad sport, lawn bowls. Played by people of all ages. That's the kind of sport you can keep playing well into your twilight years, I suppose. And my grandfather, he's 91 soon. I know he still likes to roll up occasionally. He's a very good lawn bowler. Played for about 60 years. Not a sport played in every country around the world. There's variations. He's not the kind of bocce in Europe, which is pretty popular. Big swipe and a miss, end of the over. Kumar finishes 1 for 14. It's 58 for 4 after 6. 4 overs remaining. And look, because I'm not here for the end of the day, if you want to throw a random question in, now's a good time. Now's a good time, I think, because these 4 overs, don't think we're really setting up a big finish. So if you want to throw a random question in, now's a good time. I mean, Rico and I were able to do probably the 4th game together, the way that he's tracking at the moment. And then you'll get both of us for the first time in a while, actually. Inside edge, not going too far. Hit down the ground, hit pretty well. That beats the fielder. That's 4 runs. So Sheik gets a full toss and plays a pretty correct on drive. Nice batting. Yeah, Gill's just kind of struggled to locate a bit in his start to the series, hasn't he? And Sheik can hold it. Still very inexperienced, these Super Kings players. Yeah, big swing and a miss will be called a wide. And so, yeah, Gill is interesting action, I've got to say. He's going to slow it down. There's probably a few things he can work on. Better location there that time. Bounce here as well, doesn't he? Well taken by Bilal behind the stumps. Now the next ball, you can test the deep mid wicket. Raj Kumar does the fielding. Goes back and can't quite keep it under control, so the batters will get through for a single. Last ball of the over coming up. Yep, gets this one past the bat as well, and we'll get to the end of the 7th over. The score is 65 for 4. Yeah, good bounce again, testing the keeper, Bilal. Anyway, this game will be put to bed shortly, and then it'll be time for the 3rd match of the day. And I know a lot of people looking forward to this one because we'll get to see the Gladiators back in action, 2-1 on the first day. And they've got a pretty tough one against United in match 13. United playing their first match right now. Looks like it'll be a win, and so 2 pretty high quality sides. United, they lost the final back in 2020, but they won the domestic championship in 2022. That's why we saw them at the ECL in 2023. Gladiators, of course, they won this European Cricket Series last year. So stay tuned for that one, starting in about 35 minutes time. Dave's come out with a bit of a random one for me. And this is swing and a miss. So yeah, Dave's asked me what are my thoughts on the Ashes match. I think we talked about it at length this morning, haven't we? I won't say too much about it. My biggest thing that I noticed, in amongst all the other talking points, which we've discussed probably a fair bit this morning. This slides past for another dot. So Thiessen getting a ball in the 8th. My biggest thing I noticed is that the new ball did nothing for England. If a new ball had moved around and offered something, could have been a different result. Oh, he's got him here. This one, I wasn't completely convinced live because I was wondering where it pitches. Oh, hits him on the full. Hits him on the full. And for me, I actually think it hits him outside leg stump. Yeah. For me, you can see it there. I don't think that's out. But anyway, Ramesh will take it. And yeah, if that one doesn't pitch outside leg stump, right? But it comes under the law of, the ball needs to hit in line with the stumps if you're playing a shot. And that one, in my opinion, with the benefit of the replay, I don't think it quite hits him in line with the stumps. And actually, even if you weren't playing a shot, then the ball can't hit you outside leg stump. It just cannot be out. But anyway, that's one you can have a look at. It won't make too much of a difference in the wash-up of this one. Right, Udara Pereira in there saying, well played, as in do Chamika. Yeah, Chamika's played some good cricket this morning and throughout this series. I think Udara's probably watching the Zenit's game back. Well, Keanu's got a good random question. When your team loses, do you prefer to lose big or lose in a close match? It hurts either way, but I do prefer a close one to being smashed. That's a really good question. That's a really good question, Keanu. They're different feelings. They're kind of different kinds of bad. So they're hard to weigh against each other. So when you get smashed, I guess you always feel a bit embarrassed. That's a natural thing for a sports person. But then often when you're getting smashed, you have time to deal with it before the end. So lift it up, fall safely. So so Thiessen was on a maiden then, but you'll end up conceding 1 run, 1 for 1 off the 8th, it's 66 for 5. So when you get smashed, it's not a great feeling, but you've got more time to get over it before the end. Think of a grand final. Think of a grand final where if you're getting smashed off the park, before that final whistle or before the last ball's bowled, it just has to happen to us. Let's be philosophical about it. But if it comes down to the last kick or last ball and you lose, then you just have to deal with that huge dip in mood straight away. And that's difficult for other reasons. So that's a really good question. I'd say it's a bit like comparing apples and oranges. They're different types of emotional hurt. And look, you can't have the highs without the lows. You got to realise that's Newton's law for you. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and you can't enjoy the good times in sport unless you suffer a few tough times. That's kind of what spurs you on as well. Anyway, couple to come. Still 3 matches to go today, don't forget. Vashisht comes back for over number 9. Starts with swing and a miss. I wonder who will get in the 10th over. I wonder if we'll get Gerasim in the 10th over. Open the batting. Maybe they'll try somebody new. Maybe Ramesh is eyeing off a couple of cheapies. Guess we'll have to see. Guess he's the captain. It's his prerogative. Certainly saw Cosmin Zavoyu getting a fair bit of attention for bringing himself back after conceding 32 in the first over for the Gladiators. And then taking 5 wickets in an over, only the second time we've ever seen it. All you Cosmin fans, don't worry, he'll be on the park for Gladiators in match 13. They have won the toss and bowl, Gladiators, so United CC Bucharest will be opening up with the bat. Like I said, that game at about 30 minutes from the first ball now. Right now, Mazharul Islam, left hand up, just struggling to get with it here. Again, United are a pretty polished side. You see they're not really getting in line. And Vashisht beats him again outside the off stump. Yeah, Gladiators though, players to watch. You got Tazibul Hassan. He's been in some really good form, back-to-back half centuries on day 1 of this series. You got Kohli. He's been pushed up to open the batting. He's done some good things. Ahiri Dushantha comes in for the Gladiators as well. Haidar back in for the Gladiators. Behind the stumps. Speaking of stumps, Vashisht finally hits them. And it seemed a matter of time until he would knock over Mazharul Islam. And yeah, same kind of shot this time. Bang on target. That's the 6th wicket at 66 for 6. Still a ball to go in the 9th. Yeah, so Imran Haidar, we saw a fair bit of him last year. Pretty handy with the gloves and also a decent bat. He's listed at 8, but I think he can bat a lot higher than that if you want him to. But Josh Khadka as well, left-hander. He had a pretty good day on day 1. That should be a very interesting meeting. Gladiators got a bit more into the swing of the tournament, having played 3 matches already. Be their 4th. And United, it's just their 2nd. Mansoor Haq gets the bat at number 8. Let's see what he can provide. Facing up to Vashisht, who's just got 1 more bullet in the gun. Just sorting out the field. He's setting his leg side field. I think this might be a short one. He might try and get Hart working it around the corner. See the kind of leg gully is in. And then Vashisht, he's thinking so hard about the plan. He's not thinking about actually running in and bowling the ball. I think he's going to go all Michael Holding on him here, just with those leg side fielders. Let's see. I hope he doesn't end badly for Hart, who I think is facing his first ball ever. Here we go. No, he goes full. He cuts him in half. Hart starts running for no particular reason. Into the 9th over, 66 for 6. You know, the old 3-card trick from Vashisht. Anyway, yeah, good to see Super Kings out there. Look, they certainly take something away from the day, don't they? Vashisht snuck a maiden in there. Cheeky. 2 for 4, his figures. But yeah, like I said, obviously they're finding it hard going with United, but Super Kings they do take some points away from day 3. So, I mean, they'll be very happy about that when they reflect on the day. Well, here's Lalit. The crowd's going to go wild here. Lalit Punjabi getting it over. Delivers a full toss. He might get a wicket first up. Doesn't carry. And then Raj runs all around it. Foxing in the first degree. He fires a throw in. Lalit has one of the quickest arm actions of a slow bowler on planet Earth. Oh, there you go. Generating that extra pace. You know, we've seen the frog in the blender. I think Lalit's action is a bit like one of those machines that zaps mosquitoes that you have in your backyard. Kind of stays still and then just explodes out of nowhere. He won't mind the wide call. It gives him an extra ball. Yeah, wide called. Yeah, played a fly in his faces. Yeah, this game, not the closest we've ever seen. Put it that way. You're going to get that when you have so many matches. Yeah, all right. Hart gets his first run. Give him a wrap. Plays a nice shot there. And Lalit. He's a guy I always enjoy seeing get out there. He obviously loves his cricket. Can he snatch a sneaky wicket here? 3 balls to go. Oh, and he might have. But Bilal, he did the classic spectating, not wicket keeping, because he assumes this is going to hit the stumps or the batter or something. And this is one of the things, it's a serious tip, and okay, the game's drifting, so maybe mentally he's drifting, but you've got to track the ball here. See how he just assumes that's going to bowl him, or at worst, it's going to hit the batter or the bat. And then the result's 4 byes. Punjabi goes straight through but can't hit the target. Couple to come in match 12. Can't quite get down this to his left. So, last ball coming up. And as you'd imagine, United having the better of the 2 teams. This is worked away for a boundary. Nice one from Hark. He has something to show for it. And in the end, it's going to be fairly sizable. Margin of victory, 79 runs. And yeah, Hark, he does have something to his name, like I said. And yeah, United, well done to them. Of course, we'll see them once again on the park because they are going to take on the Bucharest Gladiators next. And we're around about 20 minutes from resuming the broadcast. News from the toss is that the Gladiators won the toss and their captain, Osman Zavoy, is elected to bowl. So he's putting in United. He hopes to knock them over. I wonder if we'll see Gerasim at the top again. Or whether maybe they move Satheesan up there. Raj Kumar batted really well. It's, when it's all said and done, it was a fairly one-sided start for United, but I think they got a bit of a sterner test from the Gladiators. Well, I'm glad no butterflies were hurt at the start of this innings, but as far as the batting went, it was a bit of a self-inflicted blow that started it off. Sana ran himself out. I am liking the wildlife photography, our crew from Spring, showing that they're very versatile. But had a training run kind of feel, didn't it, to it? And yeah, you know, credit to the Super Kings. Like I said, they do come up with a win. They upset Xynesis earlier in the day after Kayani was not able to get down to that one, but then found his feet at the bowling crease with a wicket. They went straight through. Bashish did a good catch that went over the boundary, but highlights were far between. This is one that I thought it hit the bat, but even if it hit the pad, I think it was outside the line. To be honest, probably was as well, but Satheesan coming up with a wicket late in the piece for Shish. He got 1-2. Unfortunately, Lalit couldn't. Bilal gets a sore neck turning around and pick that one off the boundary. But when it comes down to it, United, they do enough, don't they? They end up being big winners here in match 12. Yeah, Super Kings, credit to them. Like I said, they do have their first points. We'll see them again a little bit later in the tournament. 15 was the top score shared by Mohammad Ashkul Sana. It was a bit of a surprise choice to open, dropping Naheed Hussain to 3. So, I mean, tactically, that's something I probably wouldn't have done. Might have had their own reasons. Sheik with 15 not out towards the end, scoring just better than the runner ball. And Huck with a boundary. Mina also, credit to him, he cracked a couple of big sixes in his 13. Plenty of bowling options utilised, giving everyone a run. As we saw 7 bowlers have a go. 2 for 4, including a maiden Vashisht. Those that made it was well after the game had lost its competitive edge. But wickets also to Raj Kumar, who had a good game, good start in his series. Kayani with 1, Satheesan with 1 with his off spin. And he came on in the 9th over. And Lalit Punjabi, well, he entertained us, but he couldn't quite come up with that wicket. We'll take a break, and we're 20 minutes away from the first ball of match 13. And let's see if United can swing it again against the Gladiators, who are back for the first time in a couple of days. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the Warrablasia Cricket Ground here in Romania. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. As we get ready to roll into match 30, we know that spooky things can happen in match 13. Wouldn't be the first time. Anyway, this should be a good one because it's going to be United CC Bucharest, who are the ECL 23 representative side of Romania. And they're going to take on the Bucharest Gladiators. They're defending champions of this FanCode European Cricket Series. A little bit earlier, Stefan Gooch had the two captains see what happened at the coin toss.
Okay, Gladiators to call.
Tail.
Tails called. It is tails.
Okay, we'll ball first.
Okay.
Okay.
Good luck, guys. All the best. So Bucharest Gladiators have won the toss. They'll be having a bowl. Back over to you, Vinny.
Thanks very much, Steph. And yeah, it is Gladiators, their captain, Cosmin Savoy, who overnight has become a little bit of an internet sensation for his 5-wicket over, which he completed on Monday. As we get a good peek at this cricket ground, have a look at the surroundings. I just never get sick of seeing those pictures. Right now, though, it's going to be Gladiators fielding first after winning the toss. Hyde is a good pickup for them. He's in, and he'll be behind the stumps. Good to see him again. Also a guy that can hit the ball pretty well. I think a few people underestimate his batting. Watch out for Coley at the top. He's been in pretty good form. Tazim has been outstanding. Back-to-back half-centuries on day one. But for United, they certainly started well. And we'll see what they do with the opening combination. So yeah, as expected, Ramesh Thiessen is going to open the innings. They did give a shot to Lorenzo Gerasim, just to give him that experience earlier on. He did come up with a boundary. I think that's a really positive thing. But as the Thiessen, he would normally bat there, so he's back in his regular position. Hello to Rob and hello to everyone else in the chat. And yes, we're on Rico watch. But so far, we haven't seen him. And we know that he had a slight delay, so I was probably expecting him maybe around halfway through this match, but it might be closer to the end. So hang in there. And welcoming everyone back, whether you're watching on FanCode in the subcontinent or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, Eastern European Cricket Network. So, we've listed Hyder as the bowler, but it's definitely not Hyder because Hyder's behind the stumps. So, it's going to be Kadka. Yeah, it makes a bit more sense. Kadka was left armers. He's going to start us off. And so, yes, the Thiessen. He's going to face up. Yeah, just looked a bit out of touch in the first game. Probably don't need to read too much into it. Hit a couple of nice shots as well. So yeah, Ramesh Thiessen. One thing he doesn't have is an ECN century. Good enough player to do it. Just waiting for a couple of technical things. Will we see Cosmin Savoy in this 10 overs? Yeah, probably the most two dramatically differing overs we've ever seen in a game. For 32 in his first over, without a wicket, and then 5 for 2 in the second half. Andrew Begg in position. He says, all right, let's go, guys. Kadka to get us going here in match 13. And then he won't get us going. He burns about 20 seconds off the clock, in my estimation. Yeah, but it feels like a big game for both teams, really. United, see if they can make it 2-0. And Gladiators, they'll be either 3-1 or 2-2 after this. Sides against the run. First ball is delivered finally. And yeah, Kadka does get good in movement, doesn't he? He's got this real whippy kind of action. Comes over late and pretty quick. If there's an issue with what's on the bowler's hand or something like that. Can't be that dramatic because we're going to continue. Oh, he's lost his run up again. Well, we've had probably a minute 10 of play and we've only had the one ball bowled yet. A bit of a slow start to this one, but I'm sure it'll heat up before too long. Short. So decent again, a bit late on that actually. So I want to say a quick hello to Helix. Hello Helix, how are you today? Hopefully enjoying yourself. He said, yeah, he's all good. And Dave said he might miss both the last matches. Well, Rico should be here, I think, by around about the start of the next match. That's my guess. I mean, I'm going to get a nice surprise too when I see him walk through the cube door. Anyway, this one's a little bit short, only a little bit, but Thiessen pounces and gets 4. He's off the mark. It's more like what we're expecting to see. He's one guy, should be able to handle a movement. Kudka is your kind of left arm factory kind of bowler. They just produce these left armers that will straighten balls down the line occasionally. He'll take one away, maybe roll their fingers on one. But, yeah, Kudka. He has to try and challenge Ramesh coming forward. It's kind of how Ramesh got out earlier. In between, it's going over the top. It's a decent looking for that one now, isn't he? This isn't that short. Probably good length is how you describe that one. So until Rico's here, keep his company. 96 days to go to the ECS. Looking forward to that, aren't we? Oh, he's walked, he's got him down the leg side, and that's a real bonus. It's the good old-fashioned Boston Strangler, and Kudka breaks through in the most unlikely of circumstances. And look, credit to Ramesh Thiessen there. He walked, he didn't wait for the umpire's decision. It was wide of the body and nicely taken from Hyder, who's back behind the stumps. Just a tiny little touch. Check it out here on the replay. Yeah, you can actually see that it's quite a significant deflection. It might have just been off the gloves, actually, more than anything. But excellent work. And Thiessen will be kicking himself, but he's going to have to go. That's the game, I suppose. And the score is 4 for 1. And Kudka gets a wicket. You don't see it too often here on ECN, but you will see it occasionally. And you know, can't get enough credit to Thiessen there as well. Very sporting, not waiting for the umpire's decision. He knew he'd touched it, and so he had to go. That's Kumar, though. He's going to come out number 3, and he hit the ball really crisply earlier on today. That's a good one. This one doesn't actually come back at all. And it's one of the all-time great follow-throughs from Kudka, who accelerates, if anything, after delivering that ball. And it went past Kumar into the over. A 4, a wicket, and not much else. First over, 4 for 1. So Gladiators had a real surprise packets last year, weren't they? Yeah, so 96 days to go. We started the countdown on Saturday. You know, ready, we're cruising down through the 90s. So when I come back again, trying to work it out, my next day is the 10th of July. And so that's, I think, 19 days away. So the next time I see that will be at Walking Stick 77. I'll be keeping an eye on it, for sure. Just keep on creeping close to that ECC, the Euros of cricket, and plenty of the Romanian national side we'll see. Pretty much all of them, to be honest, we'll see in this European Cricket Series. Romania is one of those countries currently you don't see anyone in the Romanian team that aren't playing the domestic competition here in Romania. You've got Saranjit Singh, who now resides in Poland, but you know, still see him turning out on occasion for Cluj, his club. Kohli, the bowler, up in the air, just going to get over the fielder. Now they've got to try and stop the boundary. They'll do that without a fuss. Tight 2, but they should get there. Be a good battle, I think. Coley versus Bilal Ahmed. Coley, very athletic guy. You know, he plays for the Romanian national team. And you'll see him used primarily as a bowler at that level. But I actually think he's a decent bat. I've seen him at the top of the order. Quite a common theme for players in the national team when they play for their clubs to bat a bit higher than they might in the national team. Well bowled. Yeah, so yeah, Coley's the kind of guy, he's a wicket taker, and so get good players out. That's what you're going to have to do. Gladiators, if you're going to compete against a team like United. Yeah, been talking about no Moisey or Mashal this year. The Gladiators, yeah, can't really give you too much updated info with that. Peter Messit is another guy that I really enjoyed watching. 10 out for the Gladiators. But there's been a few movements around. Some players also in and out of the country. Oh, good areas. Kind of getting this to do a bit, isn't he? I like the way Coley just kind of pulls the ball in dangerous areas. See, that kind of shapes away a little bit. Hide it behind the stumps. You've also got Sidon Pereira kind of lurking at a more or less a traditional slip position there. Half a step out of his crease here, Bilal. Likes to go down the ground, doesn't he? Big gap down the ground as well. Tries, but this will be a call to wide. Just too much movement that time. A big hello to Liam Day as well, watching from New Zealand. Is anyone outside Australia in England? Supporters. Been taking interest in that Ashes Test match last night. Interested to get your take on it, Liam. Liam saying Romania could definitely use a left armour in the national team. Yeah, a little bit of a lurking emoji at the end. And Cut. Not doing a bad job at all. Big swing and a miss, and again, good movement. And the movement is being located well for the most part. Last one's a wide, doesn't hurt him too much. You see, he lures him forward into the drive, and then you can see, just knows he's misjudged that one. So this is a pretty good start for the Gladiators. They get the big wicket of Sathisen. They're keeping Bilal quiet. Coley's got the ball on the string. But you don't want to waste a good start of the over here if you're Coley. You've got to keep it quiet. If you don't take a wicket, Knox obviously wants to, at least make sure you don't go to a boundary here. Something's going to have to give, and it does. And Bilal does muscle this one over wide long on. Not really time, but does get 4. And so United, their first boundary since Sathisen hit the only other one just before his dismissal. Yeah, keep your eye on the chat. And this looks like someone's going on holiday. Is it you, Helix? A few people saying the bat and ball sounds a bit different today. I don't think there's any difference. Definitely not new audio equipment or anything like that. Maybe everyone's ears are just a little bit cleaner today. I don't know. Dave's saying in France it's Make Music Day. Make Music Week. Interesting. Walking Wolf. Good over from Coley. Yes, he goes to the boundary once, but keeping it pretty quiet. 11 for 1 after 2. Also, Helix, your wife has gone to France at the moment. That's all right. I'm sure she'll come back. But yeah, it's great to see you guys in there, as usual. I love the community here on the European Cricket Network. 3 teams without wins. 2 haven't played, and then there's Transylvania. Had a bit of a tough one yesterday, but to be honest, they got within single digits twice. Lost a couple of tight ones. Gladiators can be the first team to 3 wins if they can win this one. I think this is a pretty good contest. Gladiators have been probably the most improved side in the last, say, 3 years. Probably in the ECN era in Romania. The Gladiators have come from nowhere. Didn't even have a side back in 2020. We saw them in 2021 and then a meteoric rise. Ended up winning, beating season campaigners Cluj, the 2022 final. Cut comes back to bowl out. Makes sense. Ooh. Cut away for 4. It's pretty high. I don't think my instinct is just below the waist, but you wouldn't want it too much higher. Let's have a look. Oh, kind of on his tiptoes here. You can see what height it is. It's not somewhere I could probably tell you on television. Beautiful freeze. So I think it's just below the waist, and I mean just. Will be 4 runs. Good start to the over though for UCCB. Now drop kick over the leg side, and Raj Kumar, he's going to get 4. He batted so well earlier, and he's starting in the same vein here once again. Can't get on this guy's pads. He's been dynamite through the leg side today. Not straighter, but well, read above. This will take some catching, you know. Good fielding. I've got that as a clean stop. That's Razika Mendes. So yeah, for me, yeah, the ball's gone there before he touches the rope. And he's even clever the way that his front foot's up in the air, so make sure that's not going to touch the rope unnecessarily. You can be in the air over the boundary. Excellent stop. Saves a couple. Now, nice little cut shot. Raj is turning it on here on day 3. That's a bit like Hungry Hippos. He just knocks that one on the head, doesn't he? Just taps it and says, down you go. Gets it into the gap. Gets another 4. Like I said earlier, he's not one-dimensional. That's a cracking shot. That's a really good shot of how balanced he was when he played that shot. Storybook stuff. Kind of halfway between a cut and a back foot drive. Actually gets in front of point. Seeing it well. A slower ball. Pretty well disguised, actually. I thought this was going to hit him in the head when it came out of cut because fingertips. Right. Kumar sees it. Haven't quite got to the bottom of why we don't have Rohit Kumar in this series. Vashish just gave me the taking off gesture earlier, which means it's probably not in Romania. Hopefully it's not for good, because I quite like watching Rohit. As this one bites back, and Raj Kumar keeps it out into the power play. Pretty quiet for the most part. There's a couple of nice, promising blows for UCCB in the 3rd over. It's 25 for 1 after 3. Kadka with a decent spell. You see here, his overs go for 4 and 14. Okay, went for a few in the 3rd, but still laid the groundwork for what I think is a points win for the Gladiators in the first 3 overs. So getting some good movement, but it was maybe a bit inconsistent for accuracy. Well, here's a guy, Wakas, who was going to bowl. He's the man that took the catch that handed Zavoyu a 5-foot the other day. What was one of the most memorable overs ever on ECN. Only the 2nd over we've ever seen contain 5 wickets to the bowler. Right, lifts this up. He could be gone, and he should be gone. And he is gone. Bilal never hits his straps here in match 13. And it's Razika Mendes. We saw a good piece of fielding from him a moment ago when he was able to save a boundary with a sliding stop. This time he barely has to move. Bilal doesn't click. Wakas armoured with a wicket with his very first delivery. Yeah, it wasn't a bad ball. Again, if you time that a bit better, you probably get 6. But he doesn't time it. And well short of the line in the end. And Razika does the rest. So the 2nd wicket falls, and it's 25 for 2. This brings out Arun Kumar, Unan Krishnan, who batted so well earlier on today. In fact, these were the 2 that provided the excellent partnership. But so far, so good. Gladiators just love this form of the game, don't they? Marcus, he seems a pretty good player to me. Doesn't say a whole lot. Let's his skills do the talking. Mini Krishnan. He was good earlier, wasn't he? It was UCCB's first match of their tournament. He provided 40 or 15 balls at the end. It's probably going to be a wide. I think it's a wide for down the leg side, but I think it's a wide for height anyway. I'm not sure if that bowler was going to call it, but look at where this one passes the stump. Yeah, I think for me, it was over the head, and that's what he got called for. Yeah, that seems fair enough. Just sending a bit of a message. Not too subtle. Full. He likes it. No one chases the ball because it's too busy appealing. This was shaping back. I don't necessarily think it was coming back enough. So how's the way he goes? Short ball, full ball there in the combo. He's angling down. Yeah, I think it's unlikely that it's coming back enough. Now a little bit short, worked away, fielder straight through the hands, that'll be 4. Oh, and that's Sanchita, who's into the lineup, and I had a golden opportunity there to get a player in form out. Again, just kind of maybe not 100% sure where he was on the field. But yeah, that hurts, doesn't it, when you're playing a good cricket side. Feels like some borrowed time after that. Could have been gone. I suppose that's sometimes the difference between the domestic level and the international level, even in European cricket. Those kind of chances. Marcus could have had 2. Looking drive. Oh, it's a reverse Tortuga. It's going to blast through catch treatment off and go for 4. Well, to be fair to him, that one, he expected it to bounce up based on the length that bounced in front of him, but it just shot along the ground. Next minute, it was halfway up the Romanian bat. And Kumar crunches that pretty correct looking stroke, gets 4. Last ball over. Oh, clever batting. Test Cosman, and he's not going to get there. So 4 runs to finish. Kumar this time just toying with the bowling. Had the width to work with from Ahmed. That over went off the rails, didn't it, in the end? Because 13, I suppose still a decent one because he does get a wicket. 4 overs in. United CC Bucharest there. 39 for 2. Heading upwards after a fairly sedate start. Here Liam is coming back to my question earlier about how the neutrals enjoyed the Ashes. He said, yeah, definitely followed the Ashes. Awesome first test for a neutral. Usman Khawaja, class for him, but still undecided on who he wants to win. It's a tough one. Look, I would always go for New Zealand against England. I think we have more in common than what divides us, Liam. But I mean, obviously, enjoy the cricket regardless. I always just thought there was unspoken understanding that you always go for who's against England. Am I wrong with that? I mean, look, okay, the Australians and South Africans are all, let's just say they haven't been on great terms in the last 5 years or longer. But You'd always go for South Africa over England, wouldn't you? Hello to all our English viewers, by the way. Let us know what you think. I thought it's just the way it was. Oh, this is up, and it's out of the ground. Great timing. Into Christian off the mark with a maximal. Deshanta. He had some issues on the 5-leg boundary. Now he's got some issues at the bowling crease. Here's Maguire. If I'm not mistaken, he batted on all 5 days of the test. I wonder if we'll see some for you. Hope so. Oh, there's 6 more. Forget about it. He lifts it up, and this is halfway up the hill. Maximal! Funny thing was, I think he was actually a bit late on this compared to where he wanted to hit it, but still so powerful, isn't he? You can see why they've thrown him up into the top 4. I'm interested to get some feedback about who people support in the Ashes that are not Australians. This one's going to test the field. In fact, that's going to be 4 more. Gadka can't do anything about it. Into Krishnan just unleashes a flurry of blows here in the 5th over. Having said that, England have spent, I suppose, 20 years or more as big underdogs in the Ashes. Not all the time, but most of the time. So maybe some of the neutrals like to go for the underdog. I can understand that. For me, it reminds me as a Western Australian, when New South Wales and Queensland have big battles. I don't really care. Up in the air. And this is going to go for 6. Well, this carried miles off the bat. As the 5th goes magical and United start moving things along. I'm not even sure how this goes for 6. But it must be a good bat he's got. Yeah, so when I say I don't care, New South Wales and Queensland, a huge rivalry in rugby league in particular. And so, but as a Western Australian, I mean, I don't know who I should be going for. Kind of have a mild intolerance for both of those states. But that's just the West Australian in it. I don't think this thing can run here. I don't think they're going to. And it's the end of the over. 61 for 2 at the end of 5. Yeah, so the question here is the ball dead? All right, so to be honest, I reckon it's not dead because I actually genuinely think he throws at the stumps. But it probably didn't help the non-striker kind of shape to pick it up as if he thought it was dead, Raj Kumar. And I also think he kind of wanted to face. So in the end, they abort it. But yeah, ECC is competition we've been talking about a fair bit. We'll be talking about it more and more. I think because I'm off for... Did we work it out? I think we worked out it's going to be 19 days. I'm away from the microphone for my vacation. But I'll be back. And it'll be 77 by the time I come back. Marcus Ahmed has come back and had a wicket in the first over he bowled. Could have probably had 2. Still on Rico watch. Like I said, I'll let you know if there's any sightings. Helix, I think maybe asking, are there any other cricket grounds in Romania? No, this is the only one. Come back to that in a second. Ball full, and hunting the stumps, it'll fall safely. I might look at this, but for me, it wasn't quite high enough to be called. It was probably top of the pad height, just eyeballing it. And plus, he's slightly out of his crease. Wakas searching for another breakthrough. Oh, nice shot inside out as well. And he does it again into Krishnan. Maximal. He's been V-form batter United Day, hasn't he? And really, these two building another healthy partnership in consecutive matches. That one left the ground pretty quickly. It's just a little push, and he times ball so well. But just have a look at the areas he's hitting these. We've seen some batters just kind of overcommit to hitting across the line. And I think what Krishnan's doing, because he's got that in the kit bag, the kind of the offside loft. And I think he's getting a lot more opportunities, a lot more consistency. Ooh. Closer than you think, you know. Because, yeah, it probably was going down. but I think it's get the impact here. Yeah, probably just missing, but only just. Good umpiring. Yeah, so this cricket ground's a bit of an interesting story. There's a gentleman whose son from Romania went and studied in the UK, loved cricket, was enthusiastic about cricket. And basically, Dad built this facility. Well bowled. Gets up in the top throw here. And instead, he takes the opportunity to just offer a death stare at the batter. And they're united by a moment in time. Marcus Ahmed and Raj Kumar there. Yeah, so this ground, I think I've said it before, this is my third time here. I've never seen it looking as nice as it looks at the moment. Very green, it's very professional. Even love the big banner over the old grandstand. All right, it's full toss and it's cashed in. So Kumar looked like he was trying to scramble away from the strike, but when he took it back, he made something of it. And Wakos ends up going 1 for 26. End of the sixth over at 75 for 2. Yeah, so just something about it right now. It genuinely looks like one of the festival grounds that we used to hold games in Perth when international touring teams would come. We'd have a ground called Lilac Hill. That's the ground it reminded me of. It looks like a good kind of first grade ground in Australia that, okay, there's not a lot of infrastructure around the ground, but the playing surface looks brilliant. Obviously, you've got the artificial pitch out there, new pitch, by the way. But just the feel of it and, yeah, the atmosphere. It's one of the nicest good grounds in Europe. Right, okay, everyone, eyes on the prize. Cosmin Zavoyu's coming into 7th. Coming off 5 wickets the other day. Now, he's got a slightly unusual style, okay. Playing cricket for about 10 years now, Cosmin. He's confident enough to lead the side, and here he comes, and first one's right on the money, but it's dealt with, isn't it? Krishnan is red hot right now, and he pretty much just stands up, sweeps that for 4, square of the wicket. Not a bad ball from Zavoy first up, though, I've got to say. Like I say, with Cosmin, it's all about, is he landing them where he wants? Obviously, he's not really looking to beat you for pace. He's looking to lure you into a false shot. But Krishnan up into the 30s in just 10 balls. And that's brilliant. That's exactly what Zavoy is trying to do. In fact, that's his perfect ball, I think. It's not too straight. It's got to be a bit careful. He doesn't break the plane of the stumps, but good to see him back with the gloves again. Again, excellent. Excellent bowling from Cosmin. Confidence is key. You know, people talk about techniques and all these kind of things. In the end, do it your way if you like, but just be able to replicate what you're doing. And you can see Cosmin, he's bowled 3 balls in this over. All been around the mark, haven't they? Great to see native Romanian players having such featuring roles today. We saw Laurențiu Gerasim earlier opening the batting for United. Cosmin drifts us down the leg side. Hyder's a good keeper, I think you can tell that. Gives Cosmin a little bit of a word saying, hey, over that side would be better. Still, not a bad over so far. But can he avoid Cyclone Krishnan? Oh, he likes it. Don't think Andrew Beggs heard it. Oh, and Hyder was positive about it. Got to admit, you know, we don't hear that well from this far away. Hyder liked it, but you know, if Andrew Beggs doesn't hear the edge, eventually there's not too much carry on. Maybe scratch the bottom of the bat. Only maybe though, benefit of the doubt. Now gets another one into the gap. Not an easy stop, but a stop nonetheless. So just pause for a moment to think of the story of Cosmin Zavoyu. You know, he's a guy hadn't played cricket until his early 30s, you know, coming from playing a lot of football, had some injuries, had, you know, through work, he ran into members of the cricket community, said, no, come on, Cosmin, you've got to come down. He just has swept and there's nobody home down here, so just lets himself down with the last one, but not the worst over we'll ever see. Raj Kumar moves to 37, and after 7 overs, the score is 85 for 2. Yeah, so he had someone from through work say, you've got to come down to cricket. And he had no idea what cricket was, apparently. He'd heard a little bit about it. As just confirming we are on Rico Watch. That's the most realistic version we have right now. We don't have the three-dimensional version. But yeah, if you got it already, why don't you check out our social media at European Cricket. And you'll probably see Cosman Savoy's 5 for 2 over, which has got, I can't remember, but we're heading for 1 million views since it was posted yesterday. Because, yeah, lots of people commenting about it. I mean, it's unusual. I mean, here's a guy. He's, I say self-taught, but pretty much. They're coming from a non-cricket background. A bit like Pavel, for example. Never played cricket till his 30s, just fell in love with the game. And now Cosman, you know, what a great story that he's now leading the side. Obviously knows enough about the strategy and what that involves to be able to make those kind of decisions. Coley comes on and sprays one. Great take by Hyder down the leg side. He's already saved him about 10 runs, hasn't he? Coley just lost his swing. This is why I probably would have brought Coley back straight away, because he was getting that outswing with a new ball, but now the ball's in a different condition. Yeah, but yeah, Cosman, keep doing what you're doing. I think it's great that you get into your cricket. Has played for the Romanian national team as well. Great success story. Once again, Coley doesn't get shape. He's got to kind of work it out now. I think he needs to give up on the outswing. A couple of goes hasn't worked, and all that's going to happen is probably going to lose a few balls down the leg side if he keeps trying to hoop it. Yeah, but go and check that out on their social media. I got to admit, I'm kind of addicted to reading the comments on that post. A lot of people comparing Cosman to some of their friends. It's like I say, look at that first time he bowled here. Location, location, location. All right, this one's pitched up and it is smashed. Going, going, gone. Maximo. These two have really batted well today for United CC Bucharest. Really, without them, you'd wonder where the batting would be. Lifted up and out of the ground. Kumar to 43. What I'll also say is that Cosman, although he's slow, he's not as slow as Pavel's grenade ball, is he? Felix comparing his run out to a bit of the old Stuart McGill. Yeah, wasn't he a great bowler? Partnership worth 68 now, and just 25 balls. Coley searching for a way to break it. It's crunched down the ground. Should just be one. Cut handles it. Good fielding. Felix getting excited for Rico. Well, I've got to admit, I'm excited as well. Dave says, give Rico a big hug from us. All right. I tell you what, when we get on the camera later, just remind me. Put it in front of everyone. Anyway, up in the air. This is holding up. Fielder can't get there. Maximo. I thought for a second that Mendes, who's a very good fielder, I thought he might have a play on this, but it just kept on sailing. It ended up getting the journey. Getting Krishnan helping United along. Brought up the 100 now. Clever bowling, slower ball. Cosman grabs it eventually. Cosman's actually a pretty cool name. I like some of the names we're running into. Obviously, you got Lorenzo Gerasim in this series. His brother Marion was the youngest ever T20 international cricketer just a couple of years ago. Mihai Akim, another youngster we've seen play before here in the ECS. Oh, it's a shot, isn't it? And Kumar's going to bring up his 50. And he's batted so well today, and he wins the race to the half century. And Raj, 50 off just 19 balls, and acknowledges the crowd. Played some really nice shots. And you know what I think's been so good about his batting today? His decision making. So you can see there that he's got boundaries on each side of the wicket, and he's typically just played the ball where it's been bowled to him. So 50 off 19 without taking what I would say too many unnecessary risks. Also extended the over 107 for 2. Anyway, 107 for 2 off 8. Cosman's coming back to bowl the 9th. Everyone, seatbelts on, here we go. And he bowls him. And there you go. Zavoyu gets the big wicket of Unnikrishnan, takes the pace off. And I had said in that first over he was accurate for the most part, and he gets Unnikrishnan going back to a ball that maybe could have come forward to. And he gets it to shoot through, and he picks up another form batter. Yeah, well done, Cosman Zavoyu. He's morphed into a wicket-taking machine. You can see there, look at the weight of Unnikrishnan. Almost like he's got too much time. Not almost, he does. Pitches off, hits off, and yeah, Cosman Zavoyu, once again, what a great story. Yeah, sometimes that's the way to do it to guys that are looking good, looking organised. Slow but accurate. You make the batter, make the pace, and you can see his body weight was all over the place there. Well, we know that when Cosman gets one, he often gets more. Shantanu Bashish comes out at number 5. Of course, we did see Pavel playing for Gladiators previously. The hider behind the stumps is a bit of a slow bowling specialist when I think about it. All right, this could be 2 in a row, and it should be Kohli's the man, and he'll take the catch. And, oh, wow, this would be quite the story if Zavoyu could take a hat-trick here. Because, remember, he took a hat-trick the other day. Well, we thought he did, and then on a technicality, it was a wide, and it was annulled. But now he's on a genuine hat-trick again. Vashish, again, tries to make the pace, can't. Good bowling from Cosman Zavoyu. He's just got the ball on the string at the moment. Well, believe it or not, I thought the number 15 on there would be Cosman. We started writing him in. Since then, we've had a hat-trick. Abdul Aleem from Banyasa against Transylvania. How about this, though? Vashish just trying to get on with it. So Surjit Gill is the new batter. Oh, you know, I'm a big fan of Surjit, but you gotta be going for the hat-trick here if you're Zavoyu or a Zavoyu fan or just a fan of cricket, because he should have one the other day. Now he's got the chance. Hat-trick ball. Oh, pretty well bowled. Slid in towards the leg stump. I mean, that would have been all time. That would have been drop the mic stuff, and you guys can commentate the rest of the game yourself. If Cosman had taken a hat-trick just after he took a fake hat-trick last time out. Meanwhile, Raj Kumar, all right, my turn, he says. Oh, clever bowling, if it was on purpose, because he saw him coming and said, okay, I'll go around you, maybe I can stump you. Don't mind giving away the wide. Good over this, isn't it? 2 for 12 for Zavoyu off 9 balls. And he will get another one. And Cosman Zavoyu gets 3 in the over, and he lures Raj Kumar out of the crease. Nice work by Hyder to finish things off. And it's 109 for 5. Cosman Zavoyu, the confidence to come back. And Hyder, he does the rest, doesn't he? So, yeah, well batted to Raj Kumar. He's batted really well today, 50 off 20. So, he's gone, what's he gone this over? He's gone 3 and 4, hasn't he? So let me talk you through this over, because it's hard to keep up with Cosman on. It's gone wicket, wicket, 1 wide wicket. Go on. Still 2 to come in the over. Could he get 5 in a row again? Oh, it's gone. Has to be. He's gone. Well, Cosman Zavoyu has just got him pinned on the crease. And you can take your all-time best spinners, whatever you want to call him, and add this guy to the list the way he's going. This is proper Hall of Fame stuff. It's accurate, It pins him on the crease. He plays back. And, oh, boy. Yep, that ain't missing. And now, if he does this, this is going to be just all time. Because if he takes the wicket now, it'll be 5 wickets in the over again. And it'll be a hat trick, which is the one that he missed. On a technicality. Oh, well, my voice isn't going to last. This 10 overs, the way things are going. Well, who's next? All right, it's Manani. Yeah, all right. You've seen it already once in the over. It's gone wicket, wicket, one wide, wicket, wicket. Oh, I tell you what. This would be something. Poor Manani. He's on a bit of a hiding to nothing here, isn't he? All right. For a fifer and for a hat trick and pretty much a legacy that'll last 1,000 years. Here's the Voyu. Oh, well. Credit to Manani. I suppose he forced him to block it. And so it's one, and it's the end of the over. Cosman's a Voyu. Brilliant ninth over. He takes 4 for 3. He's got to be the leading wicket taker already. Surely, if he wasn't already. I'll have to check that one after this innings, but oh, sensational stuff. He finishes 4 for 13 off his 2 overs. Accuracy, guys. Accuracy beats pace every time. Look, pace is great, don't get me wrong. But accuracy is what gets you wickets. And he was very accurate in that spell. I mean, basically cleaned up. All right, Deshantha, he went magical in the first over. He's going to bowl over number 10. Pretty nice shot into the gap, and that'll be 4. So Manani, he says, well, stop the presses. Let's just get back to business. And it's still a very good score that they're going to come up with here. I think it'll be something probably the 120s, you'd imagine. Oh, boy. What do you make of the 9th over? Well, say it with me, guys. It all happens in the 9th. Certainly did for Savoy. He just has the Midas touch about when to bring himself on, doesn't he? I mean, got good batters out there as well, didn't he? He got both set batters and a couple more for good measure. This is cut away, well cut off. Of course, he'll get 3 for 1. Nani's hit the ball pretty well so far. Helix thinks we should get Rico to run through a banner. Might get a guard of honour. Well, people think the Gladiators might be able to chase this down. We'll see. It's okay. It's all wide. The key to these, you've got to judge them when they go past the popping crease, not when they're taken by the keeper. I think, yeah, for me, when it goes past the crease, it's all right. Straighter. Might think about 2 here at this stage. They're going to take it on, and that's why you take it on, because you know anything less than a good throw, you're going to get it. I think you scramble for every run possible at the moment. Well, Keanu enjoyed the over. Krub enjoyed the over. Yeah, got to say, it's really nice to see guys that really, they would have never thought when they were children or even young adults that they'd ever pick up a cricket ball, and then to think that it's creating these kind of memories for them and joy for them. I just think that is great. Congratulations, Cosman, again. Anyway, this is horned out of the ground. Gill saying, how about this? And he said, there you go, guys. Have this ball. I don't want it. Maximo! He'll lift himself up into the 120s, 123. Deshantha, he's got the other end of the stick, hasn't he? He's gone for 35. Last ball coming up. All right, last ball time. This is interesting, isn't it? Oh, he crunches it as well. There's 6 more. Maximo! And twin monsters from Gill. Carries UCCB to 129, and it's game on here at Moira Vlasia. 130, the Bucharest Gladiators to chase it down. That's yeah, that last over ends up going for 19. In a way, it kind of counteracts the 9th that only went for 3 off Cosmin Zavoy. But nice batting from Gill as he lifts United up to a pretty competitive score. For me, it's probably 10 above par. I've got par here at about the 120. If you look historically, we've seen some pretty high scores. And as the players walk off for the halftime break, we'll pause and reflect on the first 10 overs. And Sathisen, look, credit for him, doesn't look at the umpire. He walks and well taken behind the stumps by Hyder. That little thin deflection down the leg side. Got to say the Gladiators, it's been a real focus on their field. I think you can tell that. I really like the work from Mendes. Takes a good catch there. Ruckus Hyder, I think he bowled pretty well. This is the one that went down. And unfortunately, Sanchita couldn't deal with that. But, I mean, it did more good than bad, I think. There's just a couple of informed batters, players that have hit the tournament at form in Raj Kumar and Arun Kumar Krishnan that came out, put together the innings-defining partnership. And they were hitting balls all around the ground. Almost seemed today when they were batting together that they were kind of racing themselves with the individual scores as well. But then Zavoyu came on. He was sure he had one there. He's saying, hey, you guys hear that? Kohli came back, and I think he might have missed a trick not bowling Kohli out earlier because he was getting good movement. By the time he came back, it was gone. And got pumped a bit. But then Zavoyu came on, and this 9th over was hectic, wasn't it? The native Romanian. He went 1-2 Buckamashu, missed the hat trick. Kohli, so many similarities to the over on Monday with this. And then he wasn't done yet. He had the half-century maker, Raj Kumar, stumped by a country mile. And for his next trick, came up with a 4th. So yeah, he had 4 in the over. And then he had a shot at 5 and a shot at the hat trick. He wouldn't take that, but what he did is kept it really quiet in the 9th as well. Only 3 came off that over. But then, the momentum at the end, kind of going back to United with a couple of big 6s in that last over. And when it's all said and done, United 129. If you offered them at the start, 129, they'd probably take it, you know. The Gladiators, though, very much in the contest, and we'll see if some of their informed batters, like Kohli, like Tazib Hassan as well, maybe they can make an early impression. But first, let's look back and have a look at the scorecard. 50 even to Kumar. Krishnan batted well for 40 as well, and they really turned things around. It was a little bit slow going when they came together. Ended up putting on 82 for the 3rd wicket. Apart from that, we saw Sujit Gill with a couple of big blows getting the 15 not out at the end. As far as the bowlers went, well, there's only one name that I'm going to talk about. It's Cosmin Zavoyu, 4 for 13. All 4 wickets in the same over. Should give a little bit of a mention, though, to Cudcut. Left armour bowled pretty well early, 1 for 18. Kohli did bowl well, but I think they should have bowled him out. I think when the ball's swinging around, you've got to use him. Also, good to mention that Wakas Ahmed bowled a decent spell, 1 for 26. Could have had a second. Didn't really have a lot of luck during his couple of overs. And still, game on. Probably slightly favouring United here, but I think it is pretty close. Anyway, we'll have a break. We're back soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, welcome back to Romania. Time for the second half of this game. Match number 13 of the series. We're seeing the ECL representative side of earlier this year, United. CC Bucharest for the first time in the series. They're taking on the Bucharest Gladiators, the reigning champions of this FanCode European Cricket Series. First half of the game is complete. We saw the Gladiators send in United. United put down 129 runs, so 130 required for victory. Well, it's a good test for the opening pair. Tazib and Coley, they've both been batting really well. They're going to have their hands full, I'm pretty sure. With Manani, he's going to open up. 130, it's not an insignificant score, is it? For me, it's probably 10 above par, maybe 15 above par. Here we go. Not confident looking start. Comes down. It's a Kayani at long on, who had the yips before, but he saves that one no problem at all. A good start. Win Coley on strike. Ranjit, he really enjoyed the last 2 sixes by Gill. He said they were red hot. Coley goes after it, he'll get 4. It takes up the challenge, doesn't he? It's never easy, especially early in your innings. You're playing away from your body. It looked like a slightly off-speed delivery, perhaps by Manani as well, to judge it. It's the kind of ball you could easily slice up in there and get caught, or get a little edge and get caught. But they're the risks you kind of have to take in such a short cricket match. And Coley does well. Strokes it away to the boundary. This time it's full up. Back in form. Takes it clean, he hurls it in. So yeah, 130. It's a kind of run rate. Means you don't really want to fall behind, do you? You're looking for that 39, 40, let's say, in the power play is a good target. Let's try and stay on task. Caught a wide. Bilal up to the stumps. That was a nice bit of work. I'm kind of snoozing a bit when he's up to the stumps before, but this is good. I think it is wide though. Or down leg side. That's a good stop as well. And, easy to go for extras. It's a good attacking move, I think, whenever I see the keeper up to the stumps, so they can feel like they handle themselves up there. It brings other modes of dismissal into play, like the stumping. You probably get a few more LBWs by keeping the batter closer to the stumps. Anyway, this time he goes with the movement and the angle, and Tazib gets his first boundary. So turn into a decent first over for the Gladiators. They're kind of T10 bandits, aren't they? The Bucharest Gladiators. They love to move the game along. And yeah, their openers have been very, very good for them so far. 2-1 record on day one. Having Imran Haider come in as well gives him a bit more batting. I think that he provides a bit more stability in the middle order than they might have had otherwise. Those of you that on Rico watch, like us, still no sign. Thought it might be here by around now. All right, goes for this. It's in the air though. This is catchable. Well, 2 fielders have the chance, and it's going to be the Thiessen that drops it. He just ended up trying to take it in an awkward position. And yeah, we had Raj Kumar there, you had Thiessen there. The Romanian skipper drops another one. Yeah, just kind of gets big on him, doesn't it? Oh, remember that moment. That's got to be frustrating for Manani. The next one just tucked around the corner. So Tazib has a life on 5. And first over that might have brought a wicket, doesn't. And at the end of 1, it's 15 without loss. ...126 matches since we've had a golden ball. Well, you know, Rico and I, believe it or not, we'll just have 1 full match. Let's assume he's here by the next game. We'll just have 1 full match together. What if that one was a golden ball? Those of you that aren't aware, what next game is Zenitis. They're back taking on the Bucharest Gladiators. So Yeah, very well could be. Sujit Gill to bowl over number 2. Past the outside his first time around. Past the inside edge, but yeah, good running by Coley. It's kind of what you want to help out your mate, isn't it? When you say he's missed a couple, if you can get him to the other end, then you I suppose can fight his battle for him, because he didn't really have the answers to Gill first couple of deliveries, did he, to Zeeb? Hello to Shrug, nice to have you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Oh, this is a pretty good strike, and it's going to go all the way. Maximal. Well, case in point, how important is that leg by off the ball before? A lot of batters would have just kind of sat in their bat, chewing their gum. But Coley said, come on, let's keep the game moving. Let's be energetic. Now Coley doesn't have any such problems with Gill. Drills him down the ground for 6. Goes back. 3 balls in 4, evading bat. Tied him up a bit, didn't it? He goes pretty quick through the air for an offie. He sneaks across. Unhittable, at the moment, except for that one, isn't he? Goes to the big ball, don't you? Goes to the boundary. Gladiators will take the start. And it might, because he gets a little bit of length. He gets deep in his crease and he pumps it over square leg. Maximal! So for an over where the bowler won 4 of the 6 balls, it still goes for 12. 4 dots, 2 sixes in the over. It's 28 without loss after 2. See how he just summed up the length. Back a fraction and pounced, didn't he? So Gladiators with a win here. If they could pull this off, they go 3-1 to the top of the table. Unefs though, and Bucharest Army, the only teams to have played yet that are still undefeated. So keep an eye on them. And obviously plenty of cricket still to play. 11 days of qualifying essentially. The top 4 make it through to the semi-finals on the 30th of June. Of course, they'll just be the one champion. So top 4 all on a fairly even footing on finals day. 2 wins away from the championship. Shrug is holding out for Rico. Well, enjoy the suspense, Shrug. I promise you won't have to wait for as long as you had to wait for me on Monday. And, Rico will probably have his own travel story. I think with Europe, I don't know how many flights there are in a day. I'm guessing it's thousands. There are so many flights in a day. So if even 1% of them get cancelled or delayed, these things happen, especially when, I don't know how many flights I've been on since the start of season 2021 when I started doing this full time. I think I counted. Oh, that's going to be 4. And it's Kayani again. Dives over the top of it. Tazib will get 4. Vashisht. Yeah, looking a bit Vashisht off, if I'm honest. I can see why. And it's just in the ground. You feel it's not going to beat the fielder, is it? Oh, look, credit to Kayani. Threw himself at it. Yeah, so I think I've been on about 130 or 140 flights in the last 2 and a bit years. Let's say 2.5. Quite a lot when you think of it, isn't it? Wow, shot. Just steps up and nails it into the sight screen to Zeeb. Just cracked that. A flat bat crack from the opener. He gets 4, and this is turning into a really good power play for the Gladiators, given the context of the game. Yeah, so just thinking about that. So many flights. Yeah, just kind of get used to it. That's strange. I spent more time behind the microphone than on the plane, of course, because they are pretty short flights. Being from Perth in Australia, where your kind of shortest flight out of there is 4 hours, you get nothing like that in Europe. kind of maxes out at 2, 2.5, maybe 3 most places. That's really nothing. Don't even have time to get comfy. Oh, what a shot. And I tell you what, this guy's looking comfortable. The longer he stays there, this one angles in and he slams it sideways. New balls, please. And the Gladiators are on fire in the power play. They're up to 42. Shrug saying that Dan West needs to invest in a private plane. Hey, we've talked about the Maximo copter. I'm still waiting. But, I'll give you a bit of useless trivia without going into the nuts and bolts of it because I can't really understand it completely myself. But if you spend time on a plane, you see some of the Zenitors guys keeping cool before the next game against the Gladiators. So if you spend time in an aeroplane, you are actually a fraction younger, I think it is, than if you just stayed on the ground the whole time because of how space and time works. And we're talking billions of seconds. And I think it's if you spend more time in the air, so like astronauts and things like this, they're like well off the surface. You know, they might be a couple of seconds older or younger. Someone look that up and tell me. So maybe I'm younger than I think I am. Or older, I can't remember. But there's a bit of astrophysics trivia for you. It's always great when I give you a bit of trivia and I'm not actually sure which one it is. But, you know, if you get 2 atomic clocks and you put one in an aeroplane and send it around the world, and you have one on the surface of the world going at the same speed, then they're different when they come back. Pretty good attempt from Hashish. Almost breaks his hand in the process. He says, I'm going to be glowing in the dark with all those flights. Also, one thing in Europe, and it depends on the proximity to the next location, but yeah, I quite like taking the train in Europe. It's a bit more of a thing here. The high-speed rail, it's a bit complicated with all the different countries and these things, slightly different networks. But I mean, they do it better than any other continent, I think. Oh, so gets up a bit, pins him. And Coley has a 6-pack that you can grate cheese on, so that won't bother him too much. That crashed into his abdomen. Ashish, he's gone for 16 in the over, probably wondering how that happened. Last ball, the power play. Often batters get a bit itchy this ball, thinking, hey, this is my last chance with only 2 outfielders. Missing. They won't get a run. End of the over. And Gladiators on top so far. Still plenty of cricket to play, though, in match 13. 44 without loss after 3. Hello to Rob Lever. How are you, Rob? And actually, I saw that you asked me a question earlier. I didn't get to it. If you look at the Manhattans there. How about Cosman Savoy? 4 for 3 in the night. Crazy stuff. Healthy overs, all 3 so far with the Gladiators. Yeah, so Rob was asking me, did my clothes come? And yeah, maybe I'll show you. Well, Rob, here I am. And you might notice that I'm wearing a different shirt. And because when I came from Stockholm, my bags didn't make it, even though I did. I suppose that's the main thing. So, yeah. And I liked the black and white shirt that I was wearing, but I wore it for 3 days straight. I'm kind of glad there was no one else in the commentary box. I did my best to take some precautions to make sure I wasn't unpleasant to be around. But Rob, thanks for joining as an ECN super fan as well. Great to have your support, and loved my time that I spent with you Monday night at T5 Social, where you had some of the ECN crew as your guests. I was there along with Samir and Ravi. Great place. Check it out, T5 Social. Anyway, this one's in the air, and it's going to go miles. Well, that's camera tower. Oh, it's not a good sound. And well, give us a thumbs up if you're okay. Tazeem goes absolutely bananas here. Maximo Kumar comes on, and he's sent straight over his head. Oh, what a shot. A very modern shot. Clears the front leg, and yeah, well, that shakes the camera. I'm not surprised. It's a great camera tower. There we go. There's a thumbs up. All right. Glad you hung on. 50's up now, 50 partnership. Get past the bowl up, it's just a single. Yeah, the camera tower here now is actually a permanent fixture, and that's pretty forward thinking as well. I don't think I can think of another European cricket ground where they have the permanent, I suppose I say scaffolding. It's a permanent structure that you can shoot cricket from at a more professional level. You notice you'll get a lot of cricket, which is that kind of angle, and that you're watching the main game like that. It's not as good as watching it from this angle here, where you really get a bird's eye view of the game. Maybe called a wide. I will say they've been consistently harsh on bowlers, but I mean that's all I suppose you want. Yeah, maybe the outside of that ball hits the tram line, so maybe. Benefit of the doubt typically goes against the bowler for those wide calls. Like I said, 50 partnerships come up. Pretty quick time. Good start for Gladiators. This next one called again. Yeah, so Rob, hopefully you're well. Helix, I think I blew his mind with the you age differently depending on your altitude. I'm going to do some research. Shrug has another question, but first things first. Oh, it's absolutely smashed. You can just kind of tell that was in his zone, and with his swing of the bat, if he got that, it was going to go a long way, and that's down. You might need a kayak to get that one back. That was headed towards the lake last we saw it. Yeah. Very, very well struck. That was right out of the screws. Okay, so here's what you need to know, all right, about why I'm younger than all of you were at the same age, okay? Think about that. Full up, must be one. Okay, so an astronaut in space that has spent 6 months on the International Space Station, they've aged about 0.005 seconds less than the rest of us. So if you're up off the surface of the world, you don't age as quick because that's how time works. All right? It's to do with time dilation theory. And I wanted to give you more information, but I have to kick my brain into gear. Let me see if I can explain that. So, I mean, I'm not that 0.005, but, you know, it's a fraction of that. It's a non-zero amount. Yeah, so I want to give you a further one. This should just be one. Ends the over as well, goes for 18. Gladiators. No real speed bumps yet. It's 62 without loss after 4. So Scott Kelly, who was an astronaut for NASA, he returned home after he spent a year on the International Space Station. So now he was technically 1/100th of a second younger than his twin astronaut brother, and who's a US senator. Having said that, I'm assuming that they are different ages anyway, technically, because they wouldn't have been born exactly the same time. But he's 1/100th of a second younger when he comes back. So, yeah, I'll accept the compliments. And the tip in this article says, if you're wishing the weekend would last longer, stay as low to the ground as possible. Move really fast. It won't feel like your weekend gets any longer, but technically you may gain a teeny tiny fraction of a second. Well, Helix, appreciate your words, saying you don't look a day older than you did yesterday, Vinny. Well, thank you. Tell you what, I feel great being able to change my clothes. It certainly made a big difference. All right, Vashisht. Have a great start with his 16 in the first over. He is brought back here in the 5th. Always love some of the threads we get on. Rob said he's happy that the Emperor got some new clothes. And he's delighted to be a super fan to support this incredible initiative. Let's keep spreading the word. Good on you, Rob. I think Rob has the support of the chat, including Rob Thompson. They've formed a bit of a Rob club, haven't they, those two? But, yeah, Rob, I know you've still got 7 matches to play, and I'm sure you're keen to take a few more wickets as well. I liked your leg spin, and particularly your googly. Yeah, the crowd shouting out, show us your googly. From a non-cricket background, you probably think that's something suggestive, but it's not. Shrug's question, going back to that, how was condition of Irfan that got hit for Transylvania yesterday? Apparently he was scared that he might have just twisted his knee. I thought he got hit in the unmentionables, and he probably did. But that wasn't the issue. The issue was he had a bit of a knee complaint. He did bat the game out. Maybe Rob can give us an update. I'm sure he'll be resting it. Hopefully he'll be okay by the time that they need to play again. Transylvania with a couple of games tomorrow, I believe. Yeah, I'm quite interested in things like the universe and space and these things. It's quite incredible that we have as detailed an understanding as we have. A lot of things we don't understand just yet. But something fascinated me, even when I was a child, with the planets and how everything kind of fits in. Gives us a sense of perspective. Obviously, the world's a big place, but it's also a very small place. Slower ball, picks it, smashes it. And Tazib is having such a good series. And, I think Shub has worn that. Well, we saw him take one in the boot. And now this one has got a bit of spice in it. Oh, dear. And he's tried to catch it in his little kind of beachside umbrella. There was nothing relaxed about that. Now, this is hit hard. Fielder does well. Kneecaps it, but keeps it in front of him. Wow, this is such a good batting performance so far by the Gladiators. UCCB just can't find a way through, can they? This is where I think maybe you go to like a Sathisen or you go to something different. You go to spin option. But, yeah, it's no real breeze out there. It's the heat of the day, 29 degrees. And you're basically watching the ball fly out of the ground time and time again. It's not an easy place to be. Need to turn around. Still got some runs to play with, though. Oh, this might be gone. Thought it's still a little nick there, and it is. So Coley plays down the wrong lights. Good ball from Vashish, who's pumped up. He's had about enough of this. He's bowled better than his figures suggest. Look at this. Just leaves him slightly. Yep. Slightly loose shot, but I mean, you can't really blame Coley for that. Little feather. I heard it. And just a couple of parting words. I think it was more from his batting partner. And I mean, I think shots on, given the ball that he thought he saw. It just did a bit, didn't it? And it takes us to the end of the fifth over at 72 for 1. And so, Coley, be happy with his contribution. You can't whack him all the way all the time. Well, Helix is saying, Vinny, they didn't go to the moon. It's all a hoax. Well, tell us some of your favourite conspiracy theories. I won't tell you about what I think about that. But let's just say, if you've ever tried to run a conspiracy, they're not that easy to pull off. So I think some of these, and I'm not saying they're never true, but truth has a funny way of coming out in the end, doesn't it? What about, I'll tell you one thing that fascinates me, all the technology in the world, and the free access to information, and you have more people than ever believing that the Earth is flat. I don't want to name and shame anyone, but if you're in the chat, if you think the Earth is flat, hey, let yourself be known. State your case. I'm open-minded. But we got any flat earthers watching? We have kind of people from all walks of life. I'll be curious about this. Flat earthers. What a time to be alive. So Thiessen does come in now to get the wicket. Now they're slowing things down. Got to find a way through to Zeeb here. Like I say, you've still got kind of north of 55 runs to play with. Need to take some wickets. Got to keep the line moving. Got to get to Zeeb, don't you? Move to 40. Yeah. I don't want to hear. I mean, people can believe what they want to believe. As long as it doesn't hurt anyone. If you can think you can fall off the edge of the earth, then so be it. Just a good documentary. I think it was called Behind the Curve. And it's all about the culture of, it's more of a social thing, when it comes down to it. I mean, we're a social group as well, in a way. people like to belong, and just more likely to agree with people that you want to get along with. That's why I agree with pretty much everything that you guys say. But yeah, interesting kind of psychological phenomenon. Anyway, change of pace, doing the trick. Sazib looking as comfortable, but problem is everyone's missed this, and then we've got a bumper car situation, and it's going to be 4. Was this off the bat? There's a little edge on this, or whether it was buys, but yeah, I think he gets a little deflection on it, and then turns into a bit of a disaster down there. I mean, I'd rather 2 people chase it than none. Yeah, it was a little inside edge. And that was an interesting collision. It was kind of like high versus wide, wasn't it? Jaiswal and Lalit Punjabi coming together. And now to Zeeb. He's 44, and now he's 50. Maximo! And if I'm not mistaken, that's his 3rd consecutive half century in the series. What a performance that is. He's been so good, hasn't he? He brings up his 50 off just 19 balls. He's been so consistent. And chasing 130, you need somebody to step up for you, don't you? He certainly has. It's decent. Yeah, I like the move to bring himself on. This one gets pulled away, needs to be stopped. Oh no, it's going to go for 4. Oh, I hope he's all right there into Krishnan. Does the right thing, gets down. I think it jumps up and hits him around the ear. Oh wow, nothing going right at the moment. Oh, my word. Check out this one. Is it a little Tortuga at the end? Yeah, oh, it certainly is. You can't really blame him for that at all. There's not too many Tortugas out here. Not too many bad bounces. And, yeah. It's 4 runs. Where to now? Yeah, dot ball, quick no call. Thiessen basically throws anyway, trying to make something happen. That might look wasteful, but I suppose you're trying to just pull something out. What it does do though, kind of backfires because Tazeeb will keep the strike, and it's 89 for 1 after 6. Yeah, Tazeeb, what a series he's having. And, after he missed out in the first game, he scored 13. But since then, batted really well against the Super Kings. He scored 51 off 21. And then he scored 51 not out of 25 off against ACCB in match 4. And now here he is, even more. It's 55. Now they're going to go back to Gill. So yeah, trying another spin option. 41 of 24. Still got to do it though. You know, I think if you get to Zeeb now, keep it that kind of 10 plus and over. At least you're testing new batters that haven't had a go yet. Gill's been pretty good at beating the bat. Beaten bat 4 of 6 times. Hey, Helix, I'm going to take your point and say I agree with you 100%. He says, yeah, if you don't ask questions and the stupid stuff happens, if you let them get away with it, it's starting to come out now about certain things. You know what, Helix? I agree with you. Be curious. I'd call. He's protesting too much here, which makes me think it's an obvious wide. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, it's a big wide. I love body language. So it's such an interesting area. This one wouldn't been, and it's going, and it's gone. Maximo Tazeeb, highest score in the series. 61 now. He is stepping up. Gladiators looking so good here. And yeah, I would also agree. Dave saying the Earth is not a sphere. Yeah, well, sphere would be perfectly round. And we know it's not. You just have a look at this part of the Earth. Got hills everywhere. Pretty close though, when you look at the whole size of the Earth. I think the correct term is it's an oblique spheroid. There's 6 more. Put it with the rest. And really, pace or spin doesn't matter anymore. This guy is just on fire at the moment. Jalibul Hassan, 67 now of 24. And look, yeah, they lost Moyes for this series, and he was a star. He carried the Gladiators to the trophy last year. But they've really unearthed one in Tazeeb, haven't they? right now, 100's up. I think this could be done with time to spare. United back to earth with a thud after a bit of a training run, to be honest, against Super Kings earlier today. Got to have that little bit of luck as well, don't you? And I think when Tazim misses this, he thinks he's gone. But it just sneaks past the leg stump. Slowing down. It's pretty well bowled. Now he almost chops that one on, which is well wide of it. Reason's out of nowhere, to be honest. Testing the structure of the cube. Last ball to 7th. Feels a full toss. He'll only get one out of it. Oh, Willie, well. Oh, dear me. Affy is going to fumble that one. And I think that this could be a no ball as well. Just waiting to have a look. But it will be 4. Yeah, really dramatic breeze takes over. So into the over. And so, it should be the end of the over. 106 for 1. It was completely calm. And then, I don't know, as soon as we started talking about some of these conspiracy theories, there's been a large breeze that's come out of nowhere, and it's turned the cube into a big parallelogram. Anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up next. Gladiators, Zanitas. Zanitas losing to Super Kings earlier today. Gladiators, I mean, they'll sense a real opportunity. How about Cosman Zavoy taking wickets for fun? That might not even include all the wickets from today. I think he'd have more fantasy points than anyone now. Anyway, Zanitas winning the toss and batting. I don't think Gladiators mind. They like to chase. You're seeing it right here. Here's Raj, over number 8. And he gets worked away for 4. It's kind of cruel because, to be honest, he played that shot really well and toyed with the bowlers. And now the shoe's on the other foot. All right, so I'll give you a conspiracy theory then, guys. Soon as I started talking about conspiracy theories, we haven't had a breath of wind all day. And suddenly, it started blowing a gale. As if someone's trying to keep me quiet. Well, I'm not going to take it. Next one down the ground, Kayani. Let's just say he's not firing at 100%, but I think he's stopped more than he's let through. And in fact, I don't mind being controversial. And no one wants me to say this, but if you look up the... No one will tell you that. But yeah, you heard it from me first. I have it on good authority. Ask around. Tazib though, 71. Back into the mainstream. Oh, he's absolutely nailed that. Wow, this guy's batting so well. It's going to bounce. It might have bounced off the side screen, almost taken a chunk off it. Wow, time to party, the Gladiators fans. That is absolutely mullered down the ground. Helix thinks it might have been Rico coming into house with the wind. Oh, he's castled him. Well done to Raj. He gets a late blow. I mean, maybe we've got some drama still to come. I mean, it's 15 off 14. And any chance for United relied on Tazib going, and eventually gets knocked over for 75. What an innings, though. What a brilliant innings that is. And he's getting some applause from his opponents, and to be honest, he deserves every bit. Love the way he hit straight down the ground, opened himself up. Good bowling, though, from Raj Kumar. Said about enough of this. This is my day, he's saying. That shows you how things can turn around pretty quickly. Anyway, well done to Tazib. 3 consecutive half centuries in the European Cricket Series. And carrying this chase, and I really think They'd have to fall over to lose, but we might have a few nervous moments ahead. I mean, 15 off 14, it's not done yet. And with essentially 2 new batters at the crease, if you can sneak a few dots in here, then if you can push it to the last over, anything can happen. So, Dave likes my use of the word main screen. Was that a mistake, or was I trying to communicate a hidden message to you? Mendes, the new batter. Rosika fielded really well. Can he help finish this game off? Oh, pretty easy looking drive, and it's going to rocket. I reckon it might go for 4. It does. Oh, no signs of nerves from Mendes. Kind of sums it up for United. Even when they have a good moment, they can't follow it up. This is just a push, and I've got to say, I love this outfield. Really rolls true. You can probably tell that to Krishnan, who's worn one in the ear hole, but probably the only bad bounce all day. 11 off 13. Last ball, Varunj Kumar. Just goes back, looking pretty accomplished at the moment. Then a wild throw from Gerasim, but doesn't cost him an overthrow. End of the over, it's 120 for 2. And so United, like I said, they made the final 2 years ago, 3 years ago now, pardon me, 2020, against ACCB, runners-up in that European Cricket Series. But they did win the domestic championship here in Romania last year. That's why they were at the ECL. Of course, every country has different criteria. It's really up to the federations how they determine their ECL club. Shrug, that's a good question. Why do some umpires put up the out signal for bowls? I got to say, I like it. You know that the umpires are often graded on correct decisions, so I feel like that's a slam dunk. You can definitely get your proportion of right decisions right if you keep giving out the bold. Again, probably something you'll only see here. What if I told you that technically the square leg umpire is responsible for bold dismissals? So even when you see the bowlers then doing, because there are some bolds that aren't obvious, such as this ball just flicks the stumps, dislodges a bail. But anyway, hey, any right decision is fine by me. Oh well. Krishnan, he wore one upstairs, so only offers the downstairs this time. He's actually had a pretty good day with the bat, hasn't he, Krishnan? It's in good form. Look, some good signs for United. Just let that partnership get away from them, didn't they? The opening partnership. Kayani. He gets worked around the corner. This will just get over the fielder. Probably looking at 2 here. Good throw might be interesting. Oh, I think he just slides home. It was a good throw off balance because I mean, his momentum was still taking him away from the center of the ground. Helix thinks that Rico's going to turn up just in time for a golden ball. Well, that'd be exciting. Just gets down. I think that's on the ground, you see. It's a good dive in the end. I'd say it's out of the textbook. Remember, if it had bounced and then gone up, then you know, once you're in, you're in. Here's the thing. I think that's saying, as it bounces, it bounces there. For me, that's good enough. For me, looks in contact with the ground. So I think this will be not out. Prepared to be proven wrong though. So yeah, can you push this to the last over? Dave saying nothing happens that shouldn't happen. I think he's actually just blown out his pad and needs a replacement. Let me try and actually, I'm actually a bit of an expert diver. Let me critique his technique here. Okay. He's watching the balls, that's the first thing he does wrong, and then he runs to the left. The best way to dive, now coaches used to call it the Superman dive, because you basically, you know how Superman takes off? Anyway, back to the action. Oh. Kayani looking to make something happen. And have a look at this. Tushantha. Yeah, he probably could have had a crack at him there if he wanted. 6 to win though. It should be gone. Vestius got a good pair of hands. He'll take it. Or maybe some late drama because Mendes seemed to have it all under control. And change of pad, change of luck. As Rosika is going to go. Had a good role in getting him a little bit closer. But do we have some drama to come? A lot of people thinking it's written in the stars that we might get a golden ball just as Rico turns up. And I suppose it puts it in the frame of possibility. Cudcut coming in. Still plenty of batting to come though. You've got Hyder still to come. Can't see them messing this up, but I never cease to be surprised with what can happen in these games. Shrug saying if Rico doesn't make it, will Stephen Gooch be on comms? Oh, poor Steph's got his hands full at the moment. I'm pretty confident Rico's coming. If not, what do you think? I mean, do we even need commentators? There's a school of thought that says, you know, if you go to the ground, you just watch. Hopefully it adds something to the coverage. Otherwise I probably wouldn't be here. I probably should be asking things like, do we need commentators? But it is my job. Anyway, I'll get one here. Laptop Kayani, is it? He's like the Joker in the pack, to be honest. Laptop Kayani. He's a guy that you just can't take your eyes off. Yeah, have a look at that. So a lot of people thinking that it's a sign that maybe Rico's motorcade is going to arrive pretty shortly. 5 to win last ball of the over. Oh, this could be tight, you know. Big delivery. Oh, he hits it pretty well. That'll tie the game. Deshantha, come the moment, come the man. He drills this down the ground. And we're all tied up. Last over to come, 129 for 3. Gladiator's surely going to pull this off. Okay, let me talk you through the strategy here. You need 6 dot balls, so you have everyone in. And if you're not sure, you have them in anyway. You might leave one back, kind of mid-wicket on the boundary, like floating for a catch. You also need someone whose only job is to cover the bowler's end stumps. And it comes down to if you're still trying or not. I still think if you can get a dot, it just continues to build the pressure. Continues to build the pressure, and every dot will ramp it up. But anyway, Cadcat got most of the infielders, to be honest. Gonna need a miracle. Any score wins it, and that'll do it. In fact, he just helps it on its way, and it ends up going all the way. Maximal, and well done to the Gladiators. They pull this off with 5 balls to spare. What a chase, and a high quality game, to be honest. You have the ECL team, United, going down to last year's ECS champions, the Gladiators. Kutka finished off with a bang. Yeah, had to have a perfect last over. He just knew it was very, very unlikely. But yeah, the Gladiators, what a story. They go 3-1 now. 1-1 record for United. That's the last we'll see of United today. But Gladiators, we'll see them pretty much straight away. Zenitis are waiting for them, match 14. Starting in a tick under 20 minutes. News from the toss that Zenitis have won the toss and elected to bat. So yeah, watch out for the left-handers up there. So Hale, Devinder, Barve as well. So 3 left-handers in the top 4. Chamika, he's been making some runs as well. But Gladiators, Tehzeeb Hassan, 3 50s on the trot and counting. And yeah, they seem to like the chase, don't they? They're not too worried about that, about the pressure of chasing. They're just backing themselves, being attacking. And right now, Gladiators playing some really good cricket. Zenitis will be pretty keen to overcome their loss against the Super Kings this morning in a bit of a shock result, to be honest. They came out swinging it, didn't they? And Gladiators, Kohli and Tehzeeb going about their work. I like Kohli at the top of the order. He's a guy I've always thought could bat a bit higher. I suppose circumstances dictating that he has to. But Tehzeeb, he smashed 6 big sixes in this knock, 75. It's his highest score of the series. Putting everyone under attack in the tower, in the crowd, in the car park. That one was headed down to the lake for a swim. Having said that, United, they're a good side. They were trying to find a way through, trying to find a way to turn things around with Shoup. He hasn't had a great series fielding off the field. Eventually they got Kohli, and then Tehzeeb took some time out from smashing sixes to hand out a bit of a lecture to the new batter, to Shantha. And then, bumper car stuff, wasn't it, towards the end. It's a Thiessen came on. I didn't mind that. Just something different to try and mess up the rhythm, mess up the partnership. But Krishnan had his bell run out the deep square leg. And Sujit came back. Well, eventually it was Raj Kumar that was able to remove Tazee, but not before he smashed 75. But then, nice little steadying hand from Mendes. I know he only gets 8, but he came and hit that 4 straight away. And you can see the hustle on the guy. Comes back for 2. Like the energy that he provided. As the wind picked up, as we were talking about a few things that are classified, the game tightened up as well, but that Maximo first ball of the last put it to bed. Nice shot by Kadka to finish things off. And the Gladiators come out victorious in match 13. Interesting series, isn't it? Tezebul Hassan, though, built the guy a statue. 350s in a row, 75 off 29. 6 Maximo, 7 4s in there. Got good support from Coley, didn't he? 27 off 14. Duchamp through 11 off 5, saw it through along with Kadka. Mendes, like I said, handy little contribution. Just the 7 extras, though. They weren't given too many for free by United. And looking at the bowling figures, well, not too much to cry about there. Kayani 1 for 9 in his over. Wickets for Vashisht and Raj Kumar. But no one really had the answers, did they? And 130 doesn't stand up for UCCB, but we'll see them a little bit later in the series. We'll take a quick break now. I'm going to go searching for Rico. I'll see if I can find him. If not, or even if I do, you'll be seeing me in 15 minutes for the start of match 14. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. See you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers, welcome back to the Morale Blasia Cricket Ground here in Bucharest, Romania. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you for the European Cricket Network. And guess what? No Rico yet, still waiting. While we're waiting, why don't we have a look at this game, match 14, where we're going to see the Gladiators taking on Xenitis. Let's see what happened to the coin toss when Stefan Gucci met the two captains. Well, there. It was a very quick look at the coin toss, but I can tell you, if we let it run, that it would have been Xenitis. You'd see win the toss and elect to bat. That's a good vote of confidence. Having said that, they got picked apart by the Super Kings earlier on today, where they were only able to manage 99, had to work pretty hard for their runs, and the Bucharest Super Kings got their first win, chasing down the target in 7 overs. So a pretty good performance from Bucharest Super Kings. Right now, should be a good one. I think they're all good ones now. Xenitis, their first ever ECS, but I tell you what, they've played better than a team that are first timers. Okay, it had a bit of a slip up earlier today. You can see Sheria Sahale has some experience in the ECN, so does Devinder. Jamaica provides some good off spin and some batting. Barve can hold a bat in the top 4 as well, led by Rajesh Puthan. Shanka provides some batting and bowling for them as well. Gladiators, though, Hurricane Tazeeb, he's been on fire. Back-to-back half centuries in the series. Kohli's been good as well. I say I quite like Kadka, what he offers, the left-hander. And yeah, Mendes in the field has been pretty good. They did a good job with the bat last game. Cosman's a void, though. Took 5 wickets in over on Monday, took 4 wickets in over today. Unbelievable. All right, what's bat versus ball wall telling us? 111 to 97. Probably sounds about right. I think this is low scoring though. Let's get going here. It's going to be Kadka to get us going. Well, first one comes in to the left-hander. Just get one. I will say, just eyeballing it, I reckon this field is 2 meters longer than our usual. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just think there's a few more 2s out there than you ordinarily see. So Hale, 75 the other day, batted well. Helix saying open with Cosman. Hey, why not? I'd bowl him out. Probably wide. This grabs a bit too much of the tram line. It's a genuine great double take from Kadka. Don't know if we'll get a view of that. Yeah, can see why that gets called. Hard when ball's swinging that much. Full toss, careful of the swing, even on full toss early. So Hale's off the mark. So why don't we all, if you want, why don't you have a guess? Because I don't think Rico's too far away. How many overs before we see Rico? Give us like a ball, like, 4.4 or something like that. What do you think? Probably give him a chance to compose himself first. Throw him into the lion's den. Not that he can't handle himself. Rico, here's a little bit of an interesting one for you. A little birdie told me that Rico, during this Romanian series, is likely to commentate his 2000th match on ECN. Keep that quiet though, because I don't know if he knows that. We're bold. Gets through. You can see there, not really balanced, is he? Trying to get the front foot, wasn't quite there to drive. Well, it's going to be a no ball. He always knocks his head off. Pretty good bouncer. Maybe overstepped. Bit back, I tell you what. He could have smelt that. I mean, I don't recall a bouncer in the over, but I'm happy to be corrected. Let's see what they go with here. Jeez, it was good bouncer. Yeah, what have we got? That was a sensational bouncer. Yeah, it's just going to be a wide. Well, it can't be. I mean, the square leg ump I thought was wide. And the bowler's end up I thought it was a no ball. And now it's going to be nothing. Okay. Well, maybe they cancel out, Welcome, Rico. Wherever you are. I think he's in Romania anyway. You're right. Yeah, I don't think to be honest, I think that's the right decision. Maybe they lost track of whether there'd been an over the shoulder. And I don't think it was over his head, mainly by the fact that it almost knocked his head off his shoulders. Anyway, this is whipped away. It is more pitched up and it's going to be 4. Good batting from Devinder. Gets the first boundary of the contest. Yeah, so I think for all of that, it's a good decision. One thing I like is when umpires, well, I don't like it when they rush to decisions, but let's say if they make a decision that they then reflect on and they don't think it's right, the easy thing to do is just kind of sit with it and do nothing. But if you reflect and you think you got it wrong, if you change it, that shows a lot of character. So well done. Keeps down a bit. Oh, not the greatest effort from Wakas, and that's going to be 4. Well, to be fair to Wakas, he's done some good things in the field, mostly good things in this series, but it doesn't get down to this one. And I bet when Rico arrives, he will love the way this field's looking at the moment. Hello to John Gray, nice to have you with us. Felix thinks that Rico is wanting to make a grand entrance into the first over 11 without loss. 96 days until the European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket, biggest ever as far as nations taking part. We've gone from 15 to 21 to 31 teams this year. Kohli going to get the new ball. I think Kohli, if he's swinging it, you've got to bowl him out early with the new ball. Let's see if he's swinging it. He's going to have to deal with the left-hander as well. Typically, he'll move it in. That's exactly what he does. This is a pretty good shot through the gap. That's just gaining on the field. I think that's going to be 4. It is. Great batting by Sahale. Well, 2 fairly informed players going head-to-head at the moment. And a few guesses coming in. Kroom guessed 5.2. Pista guessing 4.3. Everyone's waiting. We might have to roll out the red carpet. Felix thinks we might need NORAD to track Rico like they do for Santa. I think Rico gets around more, to be honest. This one slides in. Leg by signalled. For no bat in it. Yeah, Kohli, doing a good job. He's got big responsibilities now. Now, I had questions about Mashal and Moyes for the Gladiators. Now, Mashal, I believe right now is playing his cricket in Italy, and I think Moyes is in the UK currently, but he might be back at some point in this series. Another one angles in, kind of does him for room, but that should get away to the boundary, and it does get past Dushantha, and the result's 4 runs. So, yeah, Devinder and Sahale, they do seem to end up together a lot, don't they? They're the only 2 Zenitas players that had played ECN cricket before. So, a bit of responsibility comes with that. Oh, beats inside edge. Gets away from Hyder, actually. Oh, is that going to pull up in time? It does, but only just. And they'll scamper back for 2 buys, I think, here. Kohli. I'd be interested to see what it'd be like if he went over the wicket and just kind of tried to straighten it down the line. I think it's actually a bit more of a dangerous angle to the left-handers, because then if they're trying to kind of drive you through the covers, might come back in, you could pin him LBW. As it is this way, I don't know what you're trying to do. Maybe drive through the gate and crash the stumps over. This one doesn't come back enough. It's called a wide. Devinder seems to be hitting them better the further they go. And it is getting a lot of experience in a pretty short time span. Oh, it's probably a wide, you know. It does come back, but I think it comes straight over the line. Yeah, I think it's a good call. Probably would have been a wide. Instead, it's going to be 4. And this is one thing about Devinder's batting that I really like, that he plays his cut shot pretty correctly and he gets that back foot back and across. And I mentioned it earlier. He just gets in a good position, gets his head closer to the ball, and gets 4. Good batting. So, yeah, Kohli, he's gone for 14 off 5. And just be all worth it if you can get a breakthrough here. Again, he's never really looked to change his angle approach here. Surprises me a little bit. The last one of the better ones, and it gets through for a dot, end of the over. And the score is 28 without loss. Well, there were 17 off that over. There were the 14 off the bat, plus a couple of buys and a leg bite. Zenitis 1 and 2. Gladiators, they can put some space between them and the rest if they can win this one. Just the one loss on day one. So, left-handed attack there for Zenitis at the moment. And it's going to be Wakas Ahmed who's going to bowl over number 3. He was the man that took the catch that resulted in the 5-wicket over from Cosmin Zavoyu. That's gone a little bit viral overnight. Oh, this one gets straight through him. Hyder likes it. I don't think it's actually hit anything. It's good movement from Wakas first up. Good movement from Hyder. Have a look at this. Yeah, brilliant take, but I just don't think it hits anything. It goes straight between the bat and the body. Kind of jams down on the ground, doesn't he? Yeah, a lot of people getting pretty excited. Thinking we need to track Rico with NORAD the way they do Santa on Christmas Eve. Well, that grabs a bit of pad. That's a brilliant bit of work from Hyder. Almost creates a run out. Probably likes the idea of going to the bowler's end, but he can't really organise himself enough. But what he has done is he saved 3 runs. Hyder's such a great pickup. Look, it's a big deflection. 1 bounce, but for a guy that's no rookie, he still is able to move laterally pretty well. Just reads the game so well. Again, persisting with this around the wicket tactic to the left-handers. Guys that are swinging the ball right to left. I suppose that's a good result. That's probably one of your better balls you can bowl. I suppose if you get it wrong, there's some pretty big consequences. And these guys like to whip away over the leg side, and we're still in the power play, so we just have a deep backward square leg. There's a couple in the circle on the leg side. But I think, you know, you can probably be a bit more proactive if you want to go leg side. You can kind of get forward and get outside the line of off stump, get your pad outside the line and kind of have a free swing at it. Or you can just stand still in the air though. Tough chance, but definitely a chance. It's dropped and it bangs straight off the hands of Cut. They're going to allow 2, or will they? Oh. And yeah, it was a pretty good throw. And lucky the pitch is that wide because it skips off the pitch and Hyder does get to it and get the bails off. But I think at the end, he's just in, isn't he? You can see in by half a metre. Good effort though. This would have been a great catch. It is kind of blowing a bit more than it has been. It gets 2 hands to it. Never easy when you're running with the flight of the ball. And pretty good running, I think, to take on the 2. Devinder gets a life, but gets 2. Oh, now lifted up and over point. That's a stylish shot. And I think that's gone all the way. Maximo! What a crack this is from Devinder. He moves to 25 in just 12 balls. So Gladiators have been the form team really, haven't they? Through the start of this tournament. And right now, Zenitis take it right up to them. Yeah, Gladiators lost their first game against UNEFs, who are also brand new to the competition. But since then, put together a bit of a streak, haven't they? Winning the last 3, beating the Super Kings, beating ACCB, both of those on Monday. And that previous big chasing 130 against United, the ECL representatives. I mean, that's a really good effort. Tazib and Coley on fire. up the top of the order for the Gladiators. This one a bit too close to him, and that's going to be 4. So, I mean, he hits them right, he hits them left. Devinder just gaining in confidence. And again, I just think, guys is getting the better of you. Got to change angle at some point, especially because you are getting some good sideways movement, but around the wicket, bowling in swing to the left hand. I don't know about the tactic. Anyway, end of the power play, 41 without loss after 3. 11, 17 and 13. The 3 power play overs, but all pretty healthy. A few people liking the agility of Imran Hyder behind the stumps. As Tazeeb has been on fire with the bat. Now he's going to get a bowl. He's bowled decently as well in the series. Mentioned a couple of the players we saw for the Gladiators last year. Mashal and Moyes. Mashal, I think right now playing in Italy. Moyes is in the UK, but every chance he might be back before the end of the series. Nah, he's definitely going down the leg side. Cracked into pad on the full, but I think you'll see this is going past leg. Definitely. I think that hurt him. In the end, he says, no, I don't want to run because my leg hurts. Fair reasoning. This is knocked away to the leg side. Oh no, this should have been a run out. Instead, it's going to be overthrows and maybe plenty of them. Oh boy. Now they're going to take, I think that's 3. And get a load of this. Yeah, this was a real opportunity for the first wicket. It would have been self-inflicted. See here, unhappy with 1. And then Devinder's keen for 2. They lose eye contact. So Hale changes his mind. And any sort of throw to Hyder gets him and end up getting a second, and then deciding, hey, you know what, while we're here, we'll take a 3rd. So they get 3. Now a leg glance, but makes it look hard. Gets maybe a bit of a weird hop there, but does well to keep it to 1. Yeah, so I think Shrug was saying the bowler. Are you talking about Tazeeb here? Is that who you're talking about? The spitting image of his dentist saying, giving me nervous teeth tingles. Edged, and Zavoy can't deal with it, and it's going to go for 4. Yeah, maybe the last thing you expect. To be honest, I think it's the slow ball. Slashed away. Zavoy, yeah, just misjudges it off the edge of the hands. Zavoy is normally a fairly sure catcher. But another missed opportunity. And that's 2 times this over. They probably should have broken this opening partnership, but they haven't been able to. Teams that have won today have had trouble backing up, haven't they? Just look at United. Super Kings as well. Wide called, I think it's anything. So we're into game 4, right? The team that won the first game lost the second, which was Super Kings. The team that won the second game lost the third. That was United. And the team that won the third game are Gladiators. And here they are in the 4th, and they're struggling. Zanitis have brought up to 50 now in just the 4th over. Pretty good shot. Just kind of rolls the wrists on it around the corner. And a single. So yeah, especially these new teams and slightly more inexperienced teams, I think probably a greater proportion of responsibility on the top 3. So a good opening partnership like this, it just takes the pressure off those middle order. They know they're not going to be coming in an uncomfortable position. Anyway, full toss, and it's adios pelota, Maximo. Not a good ball at all from Tazeeb. And he goes for 6, and that's the end of the 4th over. 57 without loss. So, Helix saying that his is cool deep. Tell me what you mean. Still talking about dentists? How about that for a sight, though? Look like golf. A little white ball flying through the air. Stabilised now about the 14 and over. Zanetis will be thrilled if they can post 140. They might need to be honest, the way the Gladiators have been batting. Tazeeb's been a gun. Coley's been a gun. They've had good backup from the batters in the middle order. Looks like they're going to bring back Kadka in the 5th. Lefty. Beautiful cricket field, isn't it? John said he's a bit shocked by some of the social media comments on the Facebook page. You know what? I'm not shocked. That's the internet. You just got to be happy people are tuning in. And you might tune in and see this because Kadka gets brought back for one reason only, and that's to break the opening partnership. And he goes straight through Sahale. Sahale gets absolutely bamboozled by this one. Might have been the variation, you know. It crashes into the top of the middle stump. And finally, they've got a wicket. And Zanitis, 57 for 1. Good opening partnership, good platform, isn't it, for Zanitis? And, yeah, it's a good ball. That gets him in the end. Sherry Sahale coming off 75 the other day. And he departs at 57 for 1. Yeah, so, I mean, speaking of the social media, the thing is, there's number one thing we need, and that is for more people to know about European cricket. To me, I don't really mind why they find out about us, but people coming on thinking it's going to be a doddle, I think plenty stick around when they see how entertaining the format is, the characters, and just really understanding what it is. I mean, that's the thing. It doesn't fit in any box. It's kind of outside the Venn diagram of any other organised cricket, European Cricket Network. It's a unique situation. So, yeah, that's why I think awareness is good. Can't shy away from it. Yeah, you get the good, the bad, the ugly, everything in between. So, for me, I'm just thrilled for Cosman that he takes 5 wickets. And remember the backstory there. He got hit for 32 in his first over. And because he's the captain, he did not hesitate at all to bring himself straight back on. And then he took 5 for 2. Went wicket, wicket, stumped. And then we thought, well, that's a hat trick. And then this is a wide. On technicality, you can't have a wide and a hat trick. And actually, on further review, there's no way it was a wide either. But then I think there was a couple of other things that happened. Then we had the controversy because we realized after the catch it was actually the wrong guy that was stumped. Sorry, it was LBW first ball. LBW caught. They crossed when they shouldn't have, and the other batter got stumped, which no one realized for a couple of balls. But it's too bad. He was out, and it was wide, even though it wasn't, but it was. And then when we restarted, he got a catch balloon to him, caught and bowled. That might have been tight, you know. And then with the 7th ball of the over that shouldn't, or if it was not a wide, it wouldn't have been extra ball. But then he took his 5th wicket. And he's done something even rarer than taking a hat trick. He's become only the 2nd bowler after Deesh Panika in Switzerland in 2020 to have a 5-wicket over. And he somehow did that not taking a hat trick. So, and then today, he took 4 wickets in an over in the 9th, took 4 for 3. And the last ball, he had 4 in 5 and would have had another 5-wicket over, and that would have been a hat trick. So I'll tell you what, I can't remember who was facing, but yeah, I was probably cheering for a wicket. Might have actually been. I don't remember who it was actually, but I mean, that would have been something else. Short, doesn't get it, but he gets away with it. So Cosman's Avoy, 5-wicket over, then 4-wicket over. And that was in the 9th over as well. So it was a pretty key over. And when you consider that it turned out to be a pretty tight match, and that turned out to be a very, very important over. So the other one, player of the day yesterday, thanks to HCL software, was keeper and another fielder colliding, and then that fielder picking up the stumps, picking up the ball, not having a keeper to throw at because he'd already knocked him over and causing a direct hit, coming back for 2. And so 59 for 1 after 5. And looks like it's going to be Wakas Ahmed. Well, tell me if you can spot anything, because I'm blinded by the wall of the cube here. But I mean, speaking of dentists in the chat, I mean, he does look a bit like a dentist in that white coat, or someone that would, I suppose, be on an infomercial with no real credentials except the white coat. People do trust people in white coats more. That's actually scientific. And I don't have to put a white coat on to get you to believe that. Right now, I'm going to be back to the action. Wakas Ahmed coming back. First ball is leaned on. And just a single. So yeah, 59 in the first half. Not too bad at all. Probably par for the course. Feel about that 120s par here, you know. Jamaica. Known for his slow starts, but explosive finishes. And keeps this one out in the straight bat. You've got to know the ones where you've got to take your medicine sometimes. Jamaica run out of patience sooner or later. This is right off the end of the bat, just be one. So match 14 new so far. Sanitas winning the toss and batting. Gladiators, I think they would have bowled anyway, because the Gladiators did just pull off a big chase of 130 against United. So I think both teams kind of get what they want here. Oh, and so Shrug saying that this is the bowler, Wakas, that looks like his dentist. Okay. Making his teeth tingle just looking at him. Well, Cosman Zavoy was telling me in my interview with him after his 5-wicket over that I think it was through his dentist that he got into cricket in the first place. So there you go. Maybe there's dentists galore. In the pre-helmet days, probably would help to have a few dentists around the cricket field, to be honest. Oh, high. I reckon that hurt, to be honest. Effort ball from Wakas. Wakas, last ball of the over. Just missing, but it is the end of the 6th. And, well, he's knocked him out twice, hasn't he? Oh, missed the pad. That's nasty. But it might be good timing in a way, if there is ever such a thing, because it's the end of 6 at 62 for 1. Welcome, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network here in Romania. And guess what? If you guessed 5.5, you're right, because look who's here. Come in here. Rico Full, everybody, looking fantastic in green. Go on, get that on. Tell you what, you've got a lookalike in this team as well. There's a Nitas captain,
hello,
a.k.a.
buddy. How are you?
The Silver
Great to
Fox.
see you.
Rico's
Hello,
back.
everybody. I'm back.
Good to
I'm
see
back.
you.
It's good to see you.
And how nice is this cricket ground?
Wow.
Look, when I pulled up on Monday, a little bit later than the start of the day, a bit like you, incredible. I just think I've never seen it looking so nice. We had beautiful weather. We've got 11 teams instead of 5 teams this year.
Yeah.
And so far, it's been really, really entertaining. But yeah, great to have you back.
I mean, I was here last year, and I know once I came here last year, a lot of places I went to, people ask us, what is a good ground? Are you one of your favourite grounds? And this was it.
Yeah.
I tell you what, this year, from what I've seen already, it looks even better. And that's a new pitch, right?
A new pitch, yeah. I think they might have bought one and got one free, judging by the width of it. You know, it's played pretty well. It's got a little bit of zip in it. I just think, but the outfield looks so good. The weather's been good. It's a fast outfield without being too uneven.
Yeah.
And I just think it makes for good cricket. We've seen a lot of high scores. Great to see some new teams involved as well, including Zenitis that are playing right now. And don't forget, last time you were here for the final. I had to go early that time as well, unfortunately. But Gladiators, they pulled off the win against Cluj.
They did indeed,
the
yeah.
2022 final. Anyway, start the new over, and it's going to be whacked away and right on cue.
Yeah, it's got to be. I'm here. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Yinna Sona Shaka Lagya. Well, that was good timing, wasn't it? Yeah, you're right, though. It looks as pretty as a picture. I'm loving the banners as well. I'm liking the stronger together there. Let's play cricket. I love it. It looks perfect.
Practice nets up the top as well. This is Dushanth coming on. He gets pulled away again. Hit it, Rico.
Shaka Lagya. 6 carreras más. Manos arriba, Vidro. And just like that, well, Devinda has reached his half century. 51 of just 20 deliveries.
He's excited that you're here, obviously, because he's just launched a couple. Again, they've persisted with this kind of round the wicket into the wheelhouse for left-handers. Hasn't really worked out. Haven't really seen them trying to push the ball across the lefties. And they've got a lot of them. They've got 3 in the top 4.
Yeah.
Zenitas. How about the old grandstand being covered up with the big Romanian bear banner, which looks amazing from the air.
Yeah.
We've got the new grandstand up there as well, top of the hill. Just some improvements at the moment. And yeah, the aerial shots are great. You've got the practice nets, like I said. You've got Bucharest Zalmi. They're getting ready to play the last game of the day. So, yeah, really exciting. And I'm just a bit sad we don't get to spend too much time together. That's all to do, of course, with the volume of cricket we got coming up. And so I have to kind of leave a bit early, so I'm back in time for the Valletta Cup. Got 3 matches simultaneously from the 10th of July, but just good that you can join us.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, it is sad, but in a way, it's exciting because it just goes to show the growth of cricket that we're getting at the moment all around Europe is absolutely fantastic. This one is called a wide. So tell me a little bit, because of course some of these teams I know about. So Zenitas.
Zenitas is actually, it's a pharmaceutical company here.
Okay.
And they're new to the competition, although, you know, they've got some very good players. Certainly mixing it. They had a good win over fellow newcomers Transylvania yesterday, affectionately known as the Vamps by our chat audience. There was some talk that Transylvania should have, you know, the blood capsules and the fangs. But yeah, Transylvania unfortunately didn't win a game. Got close a couple of times.
It is the home of Dracula, so they're absolutely right. In fact, you know what? They do say that the first time that you ever heard Bucharest being mentioned was actually a result of Dracula, because, you know, he's basically bought his place, which is the old castle. Of course, is in the novels as well. And that's when Bucharest was first heard of. So yeah, the Vamps, I don't mind that at all. The Dracs. I'm liking the outfits of these two teams as well. And I must admit, I did catch another few words with the Zalmi side as well. They look pretty dashing. So a lot of good cricket. And talking about good cricket, it's been one series where it's not been dominated by batters or bowlers, has it? Because I think I heard you talking a little bit about 5 wickets. I know we've seen a hat-trick already. Yeah. There's been some high scores, some 70s, but no century as yet. There will be.
I think it's inevitable. Okay, I'll run you through the tournament so far, but first, I want to hear, let's talk about our travel issues, right? Because I won't get into mine, but I had some issues. Probably the only day ever I was doing back-to-back days in different locations, and you can bet your bottom dollar that I ran into some dramas and ended up kind of sleeping out, roughing it a bit, to be honest. You know, it was my choice, though. It was probably what I chose to pass a few hours. But how about you today? Because I was expecting you a little bit earlier.
It was, yeah. Well, France is a beautiful place, but the French like to strike.
Did you fly out of Orly or CDG?
No, I was out of the other one.
Charles de Gaulle?
BVB.
Oh, okay. Which
was a very small airport. Queues were horrendous, but it was all to do with strikes. Now this one has gone the distance. It will go all the way. Manos arriba from the arbitro. I wonder how high this was as well. Be interesting to look at it on the side view. Does it dip a lot? I suspect it might have done, but, well, talk about travelling. This one was travelling a little bit quicker than what you and I did, because at least that one motored. We didn't motor so much. At least when you get stuck, you've got 2 cases. You've got everything you need.
Yes and no. Here's Cosman, though, by the way, coming off a 4-wicket over. Has to deal with a left-hander. And Cosman, we're talking about him. He's such an interesting story. Didn't play cricket till he was past 30. It was actually his dentist that convinced him to come down and have a game. He's been playing for over 10 years now. Captains the side. He's got his own style, but his accuracy's been pretty good. And he might get another wicket here. He will. He's a wicket-taking machine. And Kadka takes the catch. He gets what other people couldn't. Devinda is going to go for 59, and it's 85 for 2. And Cosman does it again.
Well, what can you say about the guy? I mean, he's just basically showing a lot of people, especially a lot of youngsters around the world, the way to do it, which is all about, it doesn't have to be sharp running in. You've got to get the ball in the right areas. And after a couple of wides, he puts that one in the slot. There's no pace on it. The batter Devinder tries to go for another big Maximo. He doesn't. A nice catch taken. That's really nicely done by Kadak. And number 13, well, unlucky for some. Well, I'll tell you what, he's been unlucky for a lot of people, has Cosmin. Well done, well bowled. Another one in the bag.
Unbelievable. Yeah, nice effort from Devinder, though. 59 of 24, sets the table. And he'll be a bit annoyed to get out when he did, because still a quarter of the innings left. But, Cosman, he's just got this weird knack. I mean, the fact he was on a hat-trick twice in that previous over as well. He's been on a hat-trick 3 times in the last 2 bowling innings. Now I got Barve out there. Barve was run out, forgetting to run earlier, where he just kind of jogged at Arjuna Ranatunga style, looked over his shoulder and got pinged by a direct hit. Now he's facing Savoy. And he's going to get 2 in a row once again. And you can bet your bottom dollar it's a matter of time till this guy takes a hat-trick, because now for the 4th time in the series he's on a hat-trick, and Cosman is bang on target again on day 3.
Well, that's going to be, you know what, it's going to be a... It's one of those. And he's on a hat-trick. Now, will he get it this time? I mean, it's a real Gandhi shot, you got to say. Shot Mare Ganda, Bapas Agya Banda, Mahesh Bhavre. He won't be happy about that. Well, there's the golden duck. He's going to get quacked off in it. He's going to get quacked off. Good place for ducks here.
It is. There's plenty of room for them in the lake. Well, a bit like teenagers, if you give them too much time, you can get into trouble, and that's kind of what happens to Barve there, who had forever and a day to play the shot and then mistimed it. So we thought that Cosman would be number 15 on there. We had to scratch it out because the 3rd wicket off 3 balls was actually a wide, and after a fair bit of Googling, it was kind of determined you can't have a wide in a hat-trick. But, I mean, did something even more special. I guess he took 3 wickets in 2 balls. So, we got Madashankar coming out at number 5. Looking like they're in trouble for time, though, I've got to say. Over and a half in 4 minutes. They might, no, they won't get a minute back for that, because it's only the 3rd wicket. Anyway, hat-trick ball. Can he do it this time, Cosman Savoy? Oh, in the air. Where's it going? Why isn't there anyone there? And now he's going to go around him.
Well, they're going to take 2. They're not hustling that much.
Oh.
But they will get there. It was in there long enough, and all you needed was somebody who was mid-wicket in the right spot, and he would have snapped it up.
So I don't know if you've seen the 5-wicket over on social media.
Yeah,
the 5th wicket in the over was a great catch by Hyder. Had to run a long way to get there. It was after what seemed like about a 10 or a 12-minute delay while we sorted out the scoring after the batters inexplicably changed ends as if it was 2018. But anyway, Madashankar does get 2. Thinks it's time to adjust a few things. And Dave's excited that Derek's found his voice again. Why don't we'll have a bit of a chat during this game.
Hello to everybody, actually. It's great to be back. Hello to John Graves there as well. And Matthew Hodson, it's great to be back. It was great to have some family time as well, of course. And but still, to back in Romania to the glorious sunshine. This is up in the air. Could be another, Vinny. It will be another. That's the 3rd. It's a full toss. He just has a knack of taking wickets. It's a full toss. It should have been dispatched, and he puts it straight into the hands of the fielder again. And Josh Kadak, well, what a team these two are. Well, Cosman, he floats them up. Kadak takes the catches.
Shut up and take my money. I want Savoy to be able to bowl 10 overs. I know a few people want him to open. And look, he's not even surprised anymore. He remembers just some polite applause. But that's 3 in the over, if I'm not mistaken. There's still a ball to go. He's got 3 and 4 balls. This over's gone 6 wide, wicket, 2 wicket. And you've got to bring him back for this. The thing is, today, I will say this. When he got it wrong, and he went for 32, he bowled inaccurately. Since he's bowled accurately, you see that middle length, right, where he's drawing them forward, but they're maybe not in control of their shot. And no, they backed him up in the field. He's had a good keeper behind the stumps in Hyder. And like earlier on, the 2 guys he got, there was a big partnership for United, but he got both the set batters for 50 and 40 in the over.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's not just cashing in on guys that are new to the crease.
Well, he's doing the basic things, isn't he? And he knows that in this format, batters like new batters come out here now. Biswas is not there to block. He's there to go biss bash boom. That's what he's going to try and do. You get the field right, keeps the pace off it. The wind will help. Here we go. There we go. Big swing.
Swing and a miss. You got to bring back for the 10th, don't you?
Well,
He's taken 3 for 9.
of course you got to.
Yeah, so it's the end of the over and it's 87 for 4. He's got the ball on a string today. Yeah, hello to everyone in the chat. We've got a lot we've got to get through because I know I'll probably be here for the first half of the 5th game, so we can settle in a little bit. But yeah, we're talking about your travel. So you're coming out of, was it Airbnb?
Yeah.
Where was it?
It was BVA, which
Okay.
is a smaller airport, about an hour outside of Paris. So it meant an early start, 6 o'clock in the cab.
Yep.
But I mean, you know, France, what a beautiful place. First time I've been properly, other than when we went via school on a trip to Calais, which was a one-day, I think.
Yeah.
Beautiful place, saw the Eiffel Tower, which was just amazing.
Yeah, it's
it
great.
really is.
Great structure, isn't it?
Amazing. Great to see it at night, far better at night. Then, of course, spent a couple of days at the Disney park, which, again,
Yeah, you're at
fantastic.
Disney.
What a
Yeah.
setup. I mean, it's just amazing to be there. And the firework display, those of you that have been and seen it would know there's nothing better. It was great, but it's very busy. And you know me, I'm not normally a city person. So it was very busy, too busy for me, but I'm glad I went.
Yeah, that's really good to hear. Now, I reckon they're in time problems here because the clock's going to expire. And, yeah, I don't see any way it won't be a time penalty because they're pretty much they're 5 balls behind, aren't they? So even if you were to add a minute or so, I don't think it's making a lot of difference. So I think they might give up 5. They'll probably trade the 5 for the 3 hits that we just saw. This is hit down the ground. It's a long chase.
Well, I think that's 4, Vinny.
Yeah,
I
agree.
reckon that the fielder has unfortunately made contact with the ball at the same time as I think his left foot catches the rope.
He's a good fielder as well, but I think you'll agree with what we saw here.
Yeah, we just see there. Just keep a look at that foot just at the time he makes contact with the ball. Yeah, that's going to be 4 runs. It's a great effort. I mean, he got the slide in. Does well, but unfortunately just couldn't keep the foot inside.
Yeah, small margins, hey? So it will be 4 runs. Okay, that's good to hear. And look, and am I right in saying, Sonia, it's your daughter's 21st birthday, right?
Her actual birthday is next Wednesday, but because she has university exams all around those dates, that's why we went a week earlier.
Okay, happy birthday, Sonia. And glad to have your dad back. All right, this is absolutely laced through the offside, Shamika. He's known as a bit of a slow starter, but we better get moving. With 7 off 12 before that, but you can see this guy, he can crack the ball.
That's a cracking shot, you know. That's a proper pucker shot. Hits it through the covers, along the ground, and that has motored along to the boundary. And Coley, you won't like that, my mate Coley. Of course, he's put some good performances together for his side as well. 100 comes up on the board as well.
I reckon you can add 5 to that. Slower ball, hit straight, placed really well, and no one's got to play on this ball. 4 more. Shamika, it kind of takes a while to warm up, but once he does, he can really smack it, and he gets a couple of boundaries here in the 9th.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's been there an age, hasn't he? And now all of a sudden, he's just hit 3 boundaries on the spin. And this is what they need. Good acceleration at the right time. I mean, dare I say, around about 115, 120, been about par.
Yeah, I think so. I'd say about 120, close to 120. Beats the bat. Get a dot ball, a rare one at the moment. So I think, were you really scoping for perhaps an ECS France? Because that's something that I think a lot of people would like to see at some point, maybe next year.
I've got to tell you a story though very quickly.
Okay, go.
I mean, because you mentioned ECM France. Okay, of course we know we love France in European Cricket Network. Of course, Drew, everybody knows about Drew. Took a chance on the first night. Daughter, her birthday, loves Indian food as we all do. So we went to this restaurant, which had a really good ride up. Got there, obviously couldn't get in, as this one goes all the way. Manos arriba on the arbitro. It was 6 carreras. And the waiter, a bit like that, was waving his hands around in the air saying, sorry, if you don't book, you can't come in. It was pat.
Really?
Then guess what happens? Out of nowhere, Rico, you're the guy from cricket. All of a sudden...
Are you joking?
No, and this was one of the guys that works there. All of a sudden, just like that, 5 minutes later, table for 3. See,
You are kidding me.
I'm
You're using
telling
your
you,
power now.
It was just brilliant. And it was a great food as well. I have to say, it's an Indian restaurant. the closest one to the Eiffel Tower. So check it out. Great food. Thank you very much for your hospitality. So that was nice. So yeah, I was doing a bit of plugging there. And of course, nobody knew. I mean, a lot of the people didn't know who I was, but because I was getting all this service, they were all asking me to sign the Eiffel Towers for them and stuff. So I thought, yeah, I'll oblige.
How about that? Well, this is too high, I reckon. It's called straight away. And it'll be pulled around the corner for 1. And so, yeah, just confirming. They had already added the penalty runs on during the ninth over. You can do it as soon as the clock runs out, to be honest. So it's really up to the umpires. In the first innings, it does make a lot of a difference. Cosman doesn't bring himself back. Brings back Tazib. It's funny. I mean, I know that on paper Tazib would probably be a more experienced bowler, but it's working so well.
You go with what's working. You're absolutely right. You've got to go with what's working.
Maybe he thought he'd quit while he's ahead. Now, free hit is going to go to the boundary as well, especially because Kohli didn't work out that well in the ninth either. And maybe you go back to the kind of moon pies. Savoy, pretty animated at the moment, saying to Tazib, come on, it's not where I wanted you to bowl it. It's getting proper Captain Grumpy style now.
Yeah, you can see quite a few of the players are looking around and saying, hey, Skip, what's going on here? This is not what was required.
Especially when he brought himself on after a 32 run over and brought himself back. Anyway, yeah, so tell me about your travel today, though. Okay, I like the way that you're now using your ECN fame for good in a foreign country, that you just kind of, the whole of the city opened up for you. Of course, that's where the ECL lives at the moment, right?
That's right.
The ECL trophy.
It was, let's just say it was a long day. Got to the airport. The queues were humongous. There were strikes, as I think I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
So the security time just took forever. The flight was supposed to take off at 9:10, and it was like 20 to 10, and we still hadn't gone for security. So, and yeah, it was everything was breaking loose, and yeah, people were losing patience. But we got on the flight and we got going in the end, so that was good. And, but yeah, it was a bit of a nightmare of a flight, really. But like you said, with the amount of travelling that we'll be doing at the moment, these days will happen.
I think I worked out I've been on about 140 flights since the start of 2021. Yeah, 2021. Yeah. I hate to be that guy that's like, see you and raise you, but I feel like I have to as far as this. But firstly, let's watch this. And didn't really get the jump on this. Good throw, might have him in trouble, but good hustle. They get back for 2. Just playing quite defensively there, Mendes. I probably don't have time to get into my whole dramas, but I went straight from the ground. Was an hour earlier than I had to be to the airport, so super organised, first in line. And they told me I didn't have a ticket, and I said, well, I do have a ticket, and here it is. And they said, no, you don't have a ticket. And I said, well, beg to differ. This is crunched. Couple to come.
Good stop. What a good bit of field.
It's a really good fielder, Mendes. And then I went to so after about 20 minutes there, I went to another queue, which I was in for about an hour, where they told me, yeah, we don't know why, but your ticket's not valid. Eventually, they moved my flight 3 days in the future without actually telling me.
But did you like check in online the night before?
This particular airline doesn't have that kind of infrastructure. It's
going to be a run out towards
we'll have one run out. You know what? To be continued, Rico,
be
because it's not the sort of story I can get through in a couple of balls. But right now, Zinitis, they have made it to 119 in their 10 overs, and very delicate work from Hyder to finish it off. So 120. I think the Gladiators will be pretty happy that it's only that many after their openers got away from them a little bit in the first half. But in the end, pretty consistent scoring, as Gladiators would keep it a bit quiet in the middle and leaked a few in the ninth. But in the end, I think the way that they're batting at the moment, the Gladiators, they'll be pretty confident that they can knock off this target of 120. And so, yeah, you can see that Zinitis, they've got something to bowl at though. As we saw the left-handed attack, once again, Devinder. He's had a prominent role in the top order. And Sahale as well, coming off 75 the other day. Hyder behind the stump, so I think the Gladiators happy to have him back because he didn't play on Monday. And yeah, this was a tough one, wasn't it, for Kadka. Couldn't hold on to it, almost created a run out. This was a really good shot. But I just noticed something, Rico, that as soon as you turned up, Devinder went up a notch. I mean, they really should have had a couple of wickets in that over where there was a missed run out, then Zavoyu not able to grasp that chance. But as soon as Rico Full turned up, which was just after Sahale lost his wicket, and then Jamaica almost lost something else, Devinder turned it on.
Yeah, he did. 2 big Maximos straight away. But then they needed something, didn't they, to slow him down and get themselves back into this. And what did they go? Well, they go for Cosmos because he is a wicket-taking machine at the moment. And there we go. Just gets the ball in the right areas and, well, lets the fielders or the ball do its work. I mean, there was some good catches there. We did see the first one or two that was taken there by Kadaka, and that's the second one, and he just turns around and applauds. Now, at that point, I would say, Vinny, they put themselves back on top, didn't they? They slowed things down, but then they went back to the pace. You can see there he's trying to tell his bowlers where he wants them to bowl, and the bowler's probably saying, well, you should have had the overskip. You should have bowled it.
Yeah, a bit of read my lips action, wasn't it?
Oh, to be fair, though, the last over only goes for 9 in the end, so it's not really a disaster. Probably take that. Coley, it hasn't really worked late in the innings. I think he's been better early, although he kind of got taken to the cleaners in both in this innings. Couldn't really deal with the left-handers early. But Devinder with 59 of 24, his top scorer on ECN. Sahale with 13, first wicket to fall. Chamika again recovered after a slow start to score 27. A golden for Bave as Voyu was able to throw a few Newton nuts in there again. It just seemed to do the trick. 16 extras, including the 5 penalty runs, of course, for the time. It just seemed to be a little bit behind. They could never catch up. Gladiators, certainly in the contest, 3 for 9. Zavoy, just the one over. It seems criminal that he doesn't get 2 at the moment. 1 for 13. Kudka, I think, put in a good spell as well. Wakazaman as well. I think he bowled okay. 1 for 15. We'll take a break. Rico, you and I will get acquainted a bit more, but we'll be back in just a few minutes. And can the Gladiators make it back-to-back wins? They'll need 120 to do so. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full back in the cube and back soon with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Romania. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and I'm not alone anymore. There's Rico Full with me in the commentary box as we get ready for the second half of match 14. Zenittis, the newcomers, taking on the reigning champions, Bucharest Gladiators. Zenittis setting the Gladiators 120 for victory. We've got the in-form opening pair of Tazib Hassan and Manmit Kohli going out there. Now, Rico, Tazib has scored 3 half-centuries in a row, and he just cracked, I think it was 75 earlier on today in the previous game, 75 off 29, and saw them to a victory target of 130. Now they just need 120. I say just. Zenittis, though, plenty to, I suppose, keep them upbeat if they have a good start. If they can get these guys, it could be a close game. Kohli at the other end has made some good runs in the series as well.
It'd be a good battle this. Devinder, after scoring a half-century himself, is going to open the bowling. But yeah, I did notice that Tazib has been in very good form and scoring runs freely.
Yeah, just looks confident. You know, this will probably go for 4. It's a good effort from Chamika out there, who's got long legs and long arms, but he couldn't quite bring it back into play. Scary thing is, this isn't quite out of the middle, but it still races away to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, it's inside the power play, only 2 men outside, and this one is too wide from the man who's deployed. That long on, it's a long on and third man are the men that are back at the moment. Straight away, Devinder wants to remark his run, but opting to come round the wicket.
It's been a bit of a trend, you know. I don't mind it as a variation, but I think teams have stuck to it too long. And I think we saw in the first innings a big left-handed presence in the top order for Zenittis. And we saw bowlers like Kohli, like Wakas kind of sticking to it when I thought maybe it would have been a more attacking option to come over the wicket and kind of straighten it down the line. Anyway, listen, we're going to have to get through a bit of housekeeping because I've got this innings with you. I'll have the first innings of the last game with you as well. I think we can definitely have a look at Bucharest Salmi together. That'll be a pretty good game to finish the day. But yeah, we were talking about the travel dramas. We had talking about your dramas. You were just a little bit late.
I was a little bit
late. At least you got in the right plane. So what happened with me on Sunday night? I was waiting for this ball, spearing in towards the stumps, just be a single. So long story short, because of the booking process and this particular airline, you said, did I check it online? This particular airline, they're kind of known for their back end not working. The website looks like it's from 1999, to be honest, and it has been ravaged by Y2K issues. So everything seemed fine there. It just hadn't updated. So another good swinger from Devinder, just a single. So they'd rebooked my flight 3 days in the future. No one actually seemed to work that out. And then there was another airport 2 hours away, which actually Diana and one of the other guys, Ashub, were on that flight. And there was a big drama in the office because they realised, oh, we didn't realise the airport was so far away. Because they knew that, they got there. But it was 2 hours away from where I was. So I wasn't going to make that flight. And that would have got me here as well, right?
Right.
So then my only option was to basically take the first flight out on Monday morning, which went through Munich and left at 6 a.m, so I couldn't check in at 4. 3 beautiful airport hotels at Stockholm Airport as well. So I was like, I'm fine here. By now, it's probably, let's say 9, 10 o'clock at night. Okay. So I'm saying, you know, get a few hours. These things happen. Already worked out. You know, Steph actually did a great job filling in for me. As we see, Devinder getting in front of the umpire's view. Once again, gets a little bit of a talking to. End of the first over. And the score is 7 without loss after 1.
So what's going on here?
Yeah, exactly. Well,
you know, I sorted you out. We got one in Bulgaria.
People think it'll be this game because it's the only game where we'll get to finish it together.
Okay.
So, you know, be waiting for you. Didn't want you to miss out. In fact, you had the last one, and it was when Emu Sofia got over Barbarians, right, in Bulgaria.
What a great one that was. It was a fantastic one. I mean, those of you that were there would have remembered that it should have been done well before then, but the ball hit the cables that crossed the round.
Can I be honest?
It was called a dead ball, and it was definitely going to be a 6, and it would have been game done.
That's such an unfair rule. It's a ridiculous. It's a ridiculous rule, and the fact it doesn't even get rebowled.
Yeah,
it's a ridiculous rule.
It was interesting because it should have been done with 4 balls to go, and in the end, well, this one will probably go all the way, and it does. Nice hit, straight down the ground, and uses his feet well. Gets to the pitch of it, gets a little bit of extra width, gets enough to get the swing on this, and there she goes. 6 runs we were talking about at 6, or this one will be, but of course that one that led up to the golden ball wasn't because it hit the power cables.
I must say, full disclosure, when I was playing for the Costa del Sol in a social match, I was awarded a 5 for hitting the power lines instead of a 4. By the way, it was going to be 6. Oh, that's absolutely crunched. And forget it, the Bear's under attack. And it's going to end up halfway up the hill. Tazeeb, he's just been a revelation in this series. What a shot.
This is just power, isn't it? It's power, it's timing. And, well, the bowler is probably scratching his head thinking, okay, where do I set the field? I think you're probably better off bringing the third man up and having 2 men straight, if I'm honest, because I think the bowler here, Bindula, is just trying to get the ball pitched up into the slot. I don't think he's going to go to the third man area. He's got to be really looking to push the mid-off on the boundary.
Vintula left arm up, and it's goodbye Vintula, because this one is going places. Maximo! What a start this is for the Gladiators, continuing on their golden run.
Yeah, well, he just strays his line here, goes for the Yorker, but he goes down the leg side, and he's quick enough to Zeev to get onto that. That's a cracking shot. I mean, he's just full of confidence at the moment.
Can I tell you this? Okay, no Moyes, no Michal in the lineup at the moment for the Gladiators. This guy was round the traps, couldn't make the side last year. And yeah, they kind of went for other options. I think he's certainly announced his arrival now in 2023.
Yeah, well, he's hitting the ball so well and so cleanly. So, yeah, good shot. So, anyway, by the sound of it, these lovely 3-star or these 3 hotels, 4 or 5-star, whatever they are, I bet you there was no room in the inn, was there?
Let me just go back to the golden ball. Do you know what I think the best thing, the golden ball and the power lines? I think it should be play on. I think it's a structure that's part of, they used to have like trees on the field, unless it's agreed it's a boundary. For me, I think it evens out across the tournament. Sometimes it might bounce across for 6, and sometimes it might be a court. Most of the time, it has like a minimal effect, right? Play on. I think it's no doubt, it's no different to like the ball like catching a bit of the wind or something. It's just, I think that would be fairer. If you, I don't like that it kind of cancels out the play that's led up to it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I must admit, I was commentating that, and I was so hoping that the university ended up winning that game, because if they didn't, it would have been so unfair.
Sometimes you have to choose between what's less unfair, you know what I mean? Yeah. And I think that, yeah, I just say it's a bit like golf. You know, sometimes in golf it'll hit a tree and it's like come back into the middle of the fairway. It's just, it's a bit of luck. You can't deny the luck factor. Nothing lucky about Tazeeb's batting at the moment. Well, that's a one-handed pickup. Can't get it off quick enough. Okay, so yes, 3 amazing hotels. Company very kindly said, yep, no problem, we can put you up. They were all fully booked, and I mean fully booked. You know, no room at the inn. And I felt a bit like Mary and Joseph the night before the first Christmas, if you know what I mean, because it was, I would have taken a manger, put it that way. This one bites back. That's a good ball from Bindula. So, yeah, by now, I kind of had to be in line at 4 o'clock with my bags. I'd done everything I could. I did kind of console myself with a fairly large order of fast food because I realised I hadn't eaten for a while by then because I came straight from the ground. Yeah, so Terminal 5, Armada Airport, pretty hard floor. And I was still in my work jacket as well. All right, knocks this up and over, and that's going to be 4 runs just inside. And all right now, Kohler getting in on the act, and Gladiators once again putting together a pretty decent power play, 28 for none after 2.
Yeah, I'll go back to the field, Vinny. He's got to have the 2 men straight. Both these batters, look, they're hitting straight. The bowlers are bowling, you know, as a captain, you would say to your bowlers, right, I want you to pitch up, let him hit straight. If he plays a good shot and gets a 6, fair dues. But if I got my man back, there's a chance for a catch. You have a man back there for that one, that's a catching opportunity.
It's quite amazing at Gladiators after dropping their first game to UNEFs. That was match 1 of the tournament. They've come back and they've won 3 straight, looking to make it 4 now. They are the form team. We haven't seen Cluj yet. We'll see them before too long. And then Giamata are basically a club that has branched out of Cluj. Cluj has gotten so big now that you'll see, you know, fair few players that we know as Cluj players, like Aaron Kumar, for example, playing for Giamata in the series. So looking forward to seeing them for the first time. And they've got magnificent purple uniforms, I'm told. So, okay, so slept on the floor, fine. That wasn't the end of my dramas.
There's no benches?
The floor.
Did they have those metal bars go across?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta say sympathy for people that are trying to get on the benches. But I kind of, when I woke up, it had actually gotten busier. A few people must have come during the night, right? And I was kind of...
Did you find loads of euros left next to you?
No, I didn't. I wish I did.
I
formed a bit of a little fort with my suitcases. Yes, it's Matashanka coming on. I'll get work down for 1, I think 1, down to their man. So, and then I woke up. I found I'd done a little bit of research in the in the terminal by now, looking for some good little potential corners. So I started sleeping, got probably 3 hours pretty much in the check-in area. And then when it got a bit too busy there, when I woke up about 3 in the morning, or 2:33 in the morning, I then remembered a spot that was a bit darker. I was able to sneak and get another 45 minutes there. So yeah, life in the fast lane. Now there's your lookalike, Rico. Can we zoom in on Rajith, please? Because I think a lot of people like your beard.
Where is he? Let's have a look.
And the guy we have been calling him the
I was going to say, I'm glad it's not him
fox.
that we zoomed on.
We'll get a look at Rajith in a minute.
Okay.
Because I think that there's a few similarities. And I've got to say, he's a handsome gentleman. And so, it's Azib. There he is. Come back to him in a second. And first, let's just watch another 6 getting pumped down to the ground. Balle, balle, balle. Welcome, Rico. And there's been plenty of 6 carreras since you've arrived.
Oh, well, that's a lovely shot. I'll tell you what, that's a lovely beard, isn't it? Now, listen, I don't mind. If you're comparing me to him, I'll take that. I'll take his hair as well, because I'm losing a few of mine.
He's handsome, isn't he? He's a handsome devil. And, yeah, I think it's mostly the beard. I think that's why I made the comparison. And I'm happy that you've still got the beard.
The old silver fox.
I'm loving the beard. I think everyone is. Anyway, I'll come back to it in a second because we still got to do. I'm going to give you a bit of a recap
30
so far.
of 9. Now, look, I've just mentioned 30 of 9. Well, Sweden, you were in Sweden. I know you had issues getting out of Sweden. But what happened there? Because the last 2 times I've been in Sweden, this is a real mess up. He got lucky earlier on one a couple of balls ago. He waited a long time and dived on it and was able to stop it. But he's just getting down too early. That's what this is. He doesn't attack the ball. He gets down too early and he allows the ball to get past him. So, well, that's a real blooper. He's not going to like that.
I think he kind of goes to attack it, maybe in a way over-attacked
But watch this. He goes down too early.
Yeah, well, that's the thing because he was trying to smother the potential side spin, but he didn't quite get there.
He didn't.
Anyway.
Sweden, yeah. Where did all those runs come from? The last 2 years I was in Sweden, the bowlers dominated. Very few batters got going. This time, batters went berserk. And talking about going berserk, this one will go all the way as well. Balle, 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 brrrr. Shaka, Lagia and Tazib, just like that. He's on 40 of just 11 balls.
He scored 115 runs today, and I think of 14 balls. Or 40, sorry, not 14. 40 balls. He's absolutely crunching them, isn't he? Matashanka's gone for 18. His power play is just what Gladiators needed. Cricket's a confidence game, as they say. Yeah, we also saw the fastest ever century. Sher Ali, 25 balls to bring it up. He broke the record by 2. 2 balls. So we had 3 27-ball century. Muhammad Ihsan, as well as Big Mac, Muhammad Amran Khan, and Matthew Rahman in Barcelona last year. As we see another 6, and this is brutal stuff at the moment. Tazib to 46, 50's up for Gladiators with no end of pain in sight for the bowling team.
Well, this one comes back pretty quickly because, Zalmi, they're up there doing a few warming ups. Well, this one will warm them up a little bit because that one went flying. That was a biggie. That was a big hit. And just have a look at that. 2 magical overs on the spin. And the 50 comes up inside the 3 overs. 52 without loss.
Well, they actually had some decent overs. Gladiators in the first half, even though they had some expensive ones. And that's probably why they're only chasing 120, maybe not 140 or something like that. 52-run power play. So got to get the breakthrough, don't you? The thing is, I mean, the batting looks a bit stronger with Imran Haider in there. With the gloves also provides a bit more middle order batting. I think Mendes has done some good things. I mean, he hasn't really felt the pressure when pressure situations have come up. Anyway, so finally got on this plane, no problem.
Yep.
And I've already got a pretty tight turnaround in Munich, about 50 minutes, and it should get me to the ground around about,
so it wasn't even a direct flight?
No, it wasn't.
Oh dear, there's more.
So I've got a tight 50-minute turnaround in Munich. So I'm like, okay, so be it. Yeah. We spent 30 minutes on the tarmac, the first flight, and I'm just thinking, all right, this is getting pretty tight now, okay? So we see a bit of off spin. This should be gone. It is gone. Nice catch by Barve down the ground. Change of pace, change of luck. As Coley can't quite get under this one enough. And it's a nice catch by Barve. And it's Wadagoda that comes in. spin to win. They break the opening partnership at 52. It's 52 for 1.
Yeah, and Colley's the man that goes. But once again, look, I've been calling for it. Have your men straight, and they do. It's been hit pretty well. That's a really good catch, that. I have to say, Mahesh Brave. Yeah, he watches it. It's actually swinging pretty late as well. So he keeps his eye on it, takes a really good catch. So they get the breakthrough. And they needed that, but the thing is, though, Tazeeb is still there. So they've got one dangerous batter out. Mamit Kohli, he's probably thinking, well, this ain't fair. The one that I hit well, I don't get a 6, I get out. Whereas Tazeeb Hassan, he's already hit 5 6s and 3 4s. And on his way to 46. So new batter, Dushanta, makes his way in. And comes in at a good point. I mean, you think... that rate that they require now is under 10, needing 68, just 41 deliveries. And thank you to all the kind words from everyone. And yeah, Dave, let's just call Dave Sweet Caroline from now, shouldn't I, Dave? I know you love singing the Sweet Carolines, and the ball goes for 6s. I'll join in the fun there as well. Hello to you, Shrug, as well. It is good to be back, and it's great to be here in Romania as well. And Romania, a country that is beautiful. It's known by many as the little Paris. Of course, I've come from Paris, and I can see why the architecture very similar to that of Paris. And also, it's known as the new Berlin as well because of its art and also its nightlife as well. So it's a beautiful place, Romania, and lovely people as well. And I spent plenty of time with a lot of those lovely people in the airport, and very patient they were as well. And they certainly helped to put a smile on the faces of a lot of people that were waiting in agony to get here. But didn't work for you though, did it? So come on, you were on your way to Milan.
Yeah, okay, so I was going through Munich in Germany.
Munich, sorry.
So there were the thing, this is where it was, what a story. The thing that loads the bags on, it like locked up and just stopped working in the first flight. So I'm sitting there, having had 3 hours sleep on a hard floor, just going, oh, I thought we'd be moving by now. They said, sorry, we have to go and just try and get another one of these, and it held us up. Okay, fair enough then. As you see, Dushanta, the new batter. Get 2 if he wants it. I don't know why he'd want it at the moment, to be honest, the way Tazeeb's going. Just let him bat. So then we get there, and okay, so I did have a 50-minute connection. Probably now it's a 30-minute connection. And then I'm like, okay, I know Munich Airport pretty well, been there a few times. I get gates that couldn't have been further apart if you tried. And you know, it shows you how long it'll take to walk. Yeah. 26 minutes, it says. 26-minute walk.
And you have 30
and
to
I've
play
got
with.
about 30. Oh no, that's batting practice, and that's adios pelota. Maximo Tazeeb, a 4th consecutive 50. You rarely see that, Rico. He's in incredible form.
Yeah, I mean, that's it wasn't a great delivery. He goes for the Yorker again, gets it wrong, ends up being a full toss. It gets absolutely walloped. It gets thumped. And I like in a little celebration there as well. But this is great. This is just superb batting from Tazeeb. Take a bow board, बताया आपने Tazeeb उल हसन ने अपनी half century पूरी करी, 4 half century बनाया consecutively. That's got to be some kind of record. I'm trying to think. I can think of 3.
I can't remember 4 in a row before.
Can't think of 4.
I mean, someone might be able to get the statisticians looking at that, but
I think it was. I remember. Was it Gomez did 3? Did he for Portugal?
Yeah.
Gomez.
Sham. Oh, how about some more? This is an absolute exhibition now. Shub's in that area. He's had a bit of a rough one catching. He actually had one that hit him in the big toe, which was a drop catch. He had one today. He tried to catch and looked like it blasted through his fingers. So he should not be trying to catch them anymore.
Shub should not be trying. I remember Shub trying a few in Gibraltar, and I said to him then, Shub, give up. After he took that superb one at Khartoum, I told him then, Shub, give up. No more. And, well, he doesn't seem to listen.
Great coaching. Oh, yeah. Slightly mishit, but in a way it works out because he'll retain the strike. And they are cruising at the moment, and it's Cinedas getting a bruising. 69 for 1 after 4. Okay, let me try and wrap this up. So 26 minutes to get to the gate. And I'm a fast walker, so I'm like, okay, I'm legging it. And we're talking like, you know, I came to gate B, I've got to go to gate K and right up the end. And I'm going. And then I think I'm going to do this. You know, I've got probably I probably got there in 10-ish, 15 max. And I'm like, okay, it's boarding time, but I think I'm going to make it. Then I realised Romania, it's not in the Schengen area, so I've got to go through passport control because I'm leaving the EU, right?
Yep.
And I just kind of slipped my mind. But yeah, did know that if I thought about it. Anyway, here's Rico coming on to bowl over number 5. Probably being wide for some reason. Tazib has mercy and just knocks it down for a dot. But there's a line. And there's a line of, I think, about 15, 20 people in the passport line. You know, okay, cool. Where you go, click, stamp, you know how it works. And I get in line and then I realise I can't wait in this line. I don't want to be that guy, but I've got to be that guy.
I told you to.
I stood for about 3 seconds, and then I walked past everyone in the line and said in one sentence, "I'm so sorry, guys, but I think I'm going to miss my flight. Wouldn't normally do this, but do you mind if I go to the front of the line?" And credit to them, they all said. They didn't really get a chance to answer, to be honest. But no, they actually 3 or 4 people said, "No problem."
So were you the only one doing that connection?
Yeah, exactly. So they had a bit more time, I assume.
Yeah.
But they seemed pretty relaxed about it. And then the guy whose his English was okay, but he had a thick accent. He said, I thought he said, "Are you on a holiday?" I'm like, no, I'm going for work.
Yeah.
And he said, "Holiday again." He actually was saying, "Are you in a hurry?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm in a hurry." So I got through, and I just got on the second plane. So you'd think that'd be the end of the drama. It wasn't. Anyway, this is lifted up, and it's going to straight to the fielder, and he's going to tap it for 6. And when it's going good, it's running real good for the Gladiators. Tipped over the bar, Maximo. Right now, Zinedis just struggling for answers. Deshantha that time with the 6.
Yeah, Biswas gets this wrong. He has loads of time, doesn't he? But he never actually stands still for me. I think he's backpedaling, he's moving, he doesn't set himself in a good position. And as a result of that, you see, he gets it completely wrong. And yeah, that one could hurt you.
Wasn't Tazib, but still hurts, doesn't it? They've got the run rate required down to about the 8s. Good swing.
No,
but,
this is going to go all the way, I think, Vinny. And it will. That's going to be a minimal. And that's disaster, because basically that is going to be just 11 runs of just one ball. There shouldn't have been any.
Yeah, well, you're right. And he kind of moves, but just a bit too late. He's normally been pretty good with the gloves, Sherry Sahale. Just couldn't deal with the outswing. Yeah, we had some players struggling with extras, especially on the new teams. I mean, the Bucharest Super Kings conceded 52 extras in match 2, which, well, you'd have to see it to believe it. Luckily, I was halfway through my second flight. I only had to do a double take when I saw it on off the plane. Well, this one gets the keeper, leg before boundary. So I get here, and I'm like, great. As soon as I hit the ground, and bearing in mind, okay, it was a tight connection, but I made it. As soon as I hit the ground in Romania, turn my phone on. The first thing I get is a message saying, "We're really sorry, but your bags haven't made it to the plane," which kind of makes sense when I think of it.
Yeah, I thought that was coming. Anyway, it could be a wicket coming here. Will it hang on to it? Yes, that's a good catch. He takes plenty of time to get himself in position just for that little moment. I thought perhaps he was going to leave himself a little bit too much to do, but he keeps his eye on the ball and ends up taking a very good, comfortable catch. That's going to be the end of Deshantha. He got lucky once, but not twice. He'll go for 8 or 5 balls.
Yeah, so got lucky the last time, didn't he? And he just kind of got up and under this one, kind of sliced it. Leading edge-ish, isn't it? Is he trying to hit that straight or maybe even to mid-on? But Deshantha doesn't really work out, but doesn't slow things down either. Gladiator's still well in control. It's a handy bit of bowling from Putan. He has been moving it a bit. It makes it 82 for 2. Okay, so no bags. In a way, that was the only thing that sped my journey up because I didn't have to wait for my bags. I put in the address of the hotel, hoped it would get here before I have to leave. Bearing in mind I'm only here for now, I suppose, 2.5 days because of the vagaries of the schedule. And I come straight to the ground, and I'm here in time for match 3. And negative though, I was wearing the exact same clothes I commentated in Sweden, the same white and black shirt, which definitely needs a wash now, and my navy jacket. And then they said, yeah, no problem. It's coming tonight at 1 a.m. So Monday night, Tuesday morning, you should have your suitcases. I'm like, oh, cool. Got my suit laid out, my Romania suit. Can't wait. The yellow, the blue, the red. Looks great. Of course, Tuesday morning rolls around. Did my bags come? Nope. Sorry, nothing's come. So yesterday, for the 3rd consecutive day, I got my white and black shirt. I got got the same outfit. Luckily didn't need the jacket because it's been pretty warm here. And today it was probably the easiest packing ever because literally I put one shirt in, took one shirt out.
Yeah.
And that's all I had to do.
So they turned up today.
Luckily, I'm pretty organised. If I'm on the go, I do have like a spare toothbrush. I got some deodorant. I got the basics in my hand luggage, right? Not my full kit and caboodle, but kind of got me through. But the good thing is my bags did arrive.
Yeah, I learned that lesson in Dresden last year. And I thought, right, from now on, the rucksack has to always have a spare pair of socks, pair of underpants, a few toiletries, because you know it's going to happen, especially when you've got those connecting flights and you don't have too much time.
Cut. He's going to come and get a dot. He's the one that finished it off before. It's the end of the over. It's 82 for 2 after 5. Hopefully you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, here with Rico Full. Great to have you. Looking great in green. And you might want to watch out for those long sleeves here because it's getting pretty muggy here. We're near the lake, so it's quite humid. And I think it's probably the closest to midsummer we've ever come to Romania. So it's been warm, but it's been really nice.
I don't mind the heat. You know that. It was pretty warm in France as well. But as long as you don't get those mozzies from the lake, that's what worries me, being close to the water. And
what do you want to know about spiders?
Spiders? Because, I'm used to spiders now.
There is a lot of kind of greenery around us. But anyway, great to have you. Welcome. Yeah. And we're just having a bit of a cameo together because Rico will take over from me for the next few days. Charlie will be here, though, after he's done with the Bulgarian T10 internationals, which are Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yep. That's going to be awesome as well. Then he'll travel on Monday, and you'll have Charlie from Tuesday. And it'll be a great chance for you guys to get back together because, of course, you did Bulgaria together.
Yeah, we did.
Did a great job.
Yeah, we had a great time in Bulgaria. Of course, the weather wasn't that kind to us. I know this time around when Charlie's on his way there, I think it's going to be super hot.
Yeah, I think so.
It looks like it's going to be pretty hot here when he gets here as well. So the weather changing for the better as well.
How great is it that we've got T20 national cricket coming up, both men's and women's, of course. We'll have the Scotland and the Thailand women taking on the Dutch in July. Tazeeb gets another crack at Wadagoda. And so, you can see, busy few weeks ahead. And what about the night series in Portugal? And we might have to ship you off to Portugal, to Coimbra again, Rico.
I think, I'd like to go back to Coimbra. You know that. And a good tire. This is ours. Well, it's too good for ours. It goes all the way over us and lands on top of the hill. And that's a good, clean strike. He's just going so well here, Vinny. He is going so well. I'm just looking at the equation in runs required and what he's on.
So it's possible. If he was to hit 6 sixes in a row, you would, and he could even have a 1 and keep the strike in there. But, well, no buts. He probably could do it. Well, this one's not 6, but it's just hit so hard. Good luck. Well handled, though, down there by Chamika. So, while you're here, I know this game looks like it's going to be wrapped up pretty quickly the way things are going, but it gives us a good chance to maybe bring you up to speed with what's been going on the first couple of days. Because, like we said, it's the biggest ECS we've ever done in Romania. We have 11 sides, so 5 that have played before and 6 that never have. So that's really cool. I know we're all really excited about that. But it's pretty well bowled by Wadagoda. Lots of good balls in there. So, I mean, UNEFs are a brand new side, and they're basically based at the university. And it's like it's a University of Physical Education. So it's actually, that's what it stands for, UNEFS. In Romanian. This should be stopped. It is. Solid down there, Chamika. Pavel Plorin playing for them. Had a catch dropped off his bowling. But having said that, UNEFs took on the Gladiators way back on Monday morning match 1. They kept the Gladiators to 92, but UNEFs chased it down in 8.4 overs. So that was a really good start to UNEFs series.
That was the reigning champions losing the first match, right?
Yeah, to a brand new side who look great in their blue uniforms, by the way. Then UNEFs, they made it 2 for 2 because they took on the Super Kings. So Super Kings probably the most, I'd say, raw team here. A lot of them haven't played hardball cricket. There's a bit of the go-zos about them, but they actually had their first win today earlier. As we get to the end of the 6th over, it's 91 for 2. So the UNEFs then in game 2, they smashed the Super Kings 144 to 84. And then the Gladiators, they also smashed the Super Kings 167 to 65. So it was a tough day for the Super Kings. Then we saw ACCB, of course, you know them pretty well. They were finalists here back in 2021. Got some really good players. But the Gladiators, they beat them. They kept ACCB to 107. I mean, ACCB have players like Gohar Mano. They've got Abdul Asif. Abdul Asif made some runs in that one. And Gladiators, they've been so good chasing, and they chased down the 108 super easily. And then the last game on Monday night, BSK, Bucharest Super Kings, again struggling with the bat. They only made 66 against ACCB. They chased down in 4 overs. So it was a tough day for the Super Kings, who went 0-3 and copped a couple of hammerings. But I think they were much better for the run because they could go back and they could watch they had a day off the next day. They went back, they watched their cricket, they watched like what they did well, what they didn't do well, and had a few more plans when we saw them next today. But then I'll run you through yesterday as well. They can be pretty much up to speed. As Rajeth Bhutan comes back. And Kadka, he pulls. Does it have the journey? It does. Maximo. A little bit short and slammed. Leg side. 6 to the total. First one for Kadka. That's how he brought up the win in the last game.
Yeah, it's a good shot. This, I think Bhutan here has to realise he's bowling to the left-hander, whereas that one probably would have been an okay delivery to the right-handed batsman. That's right in the zone for a left-hander, and he just swivels on this. It's a good, clean strike put to the way. So he's got to get the line right here to the lefty. As Bhutan. No, but he doesn't.
It's Gundy, isn't it?
And, well, it's got to be a wide. I don't. Oh,
it's
no,
off his
there's
pad.
a bit of pad on this, apparently.
Gets
so,
away with it.
yeah, he does a full toss, and that's a real let-off, really.
Probably need all the help they can get at the moment. And run a ball required. But, it's ironic, actually. Zenit's struggling with the left-hander here because their left-hander's been causing problems for other teams. Oh, on the charge. And then misses it. So, okay, let me talk through yesterday quickly. So, Baniasa, it was their first time in the tournament this year, although we know them pretty well from before. Ijaz Hussain is leading them. They've got some experience in Abdul Shakur. And Baniasa, they won both their first 2 matches. They beat both of the new teams we saw yesterday morning. Zenitis, Baniasa beat them. Then they beat Transylvania. And then we saw the 2 new teams, Zenitis and Transylvania, meeting in the middle match yesterday, match 8. And Zenitis actually beat Transylvania by just 3 runs. Super exciting finish, 125 to 122. And there was a bit of chaos in that. And then we had another new team in the afternoon session, Bucharest Zalmi. So the same organisation as that's behind Gozo Zalmi, for example, Albi Zalmi. And Bucharest Zalmi, well, they were chasing. So remember, Baniasa were their opponents in match 9. Baniasa had 2 wins in the morning. They had their 3rd game against Bucharest Zalmi. Baniasa made 141, looked really good. Zalmi chased it down with 4 balls to spare. So a really good confidence boost for them. Samid getting in the runs. And there were a couple of really big contributions. Noman Sajid 77, and then Samid matched it with 76 in the second over. Baniasa came back from losing a few early wickets to get that 141. And anyway, last night, and we saw Zalmi taking on Transylvania last game of the day, and Zalmi made it 2 for 2. Again, a pretty tight one. It was Zalmi 133 defeating Transylvania 126. So Bucharest Zalmi, we'll see them tonight. They've got 1 game today, and they're taking on Zenitis that you're watching right now in the last game. So just quickly, I'll take you through. Today, we saw Bucharest Super Kings. Remember, they got hammered on the first day, lost all 3 games. Well, they ran into Zenitis, who, remember, they won against Transylvania, so they had a win. But then the Super Kings found a way to bat, and they kept Zenitis to 99 and chased it down. So they were thrilled. And there was a bit of the gozo about that win. You know, just coming back, looking at their performance, and they ended up chasing it down, 1 down. They needed 100 for the win. They chased it down in 7 overs with just the 1 wicket lost. Surafnath making some runs there. And then, second game of the day, we saw United for the first time. Of course, you know United from the ECL, Ramesh Satheesan and Raj Kumar, these kind of guys. And United came up against the Super Kings. Of course, Super Kings, they were right. They were excited after their worst win, but had a bit of a reality check. United beat them 158 to 79. But yeah, it was good to see some native Romanian talent with Laurențiu Gerasim, which is Marian Gerasim's older brother, opening the batting for United in that. As we see 4 more to Tazib, who's after his highest score in the series. It takes him to 74. Maybe he had 75 earlier today. What a day he's having. And let me just finish that up, Rico, because that takes us up to the previous game where we saw United battle with the Gladiators as you were probably pulling up here towards the airport, and the Gladiators were set 130 by United, and they got it. And that was because of Tazib that you're watching right now. He slammed 75, and he's looking like he's going to get even more than that this game. And he will. And that's smacked out of here. Maximo, he goes to 80. And well, they need 10 to win. He needs 20, but who knows? He might find a loophole and make it all the way.
Yeah, anything that's been put on the stumps, that's been pitched up to him, he's put away. I just noticed the last sort of 4 or 5 balls that he faced, it was the slower deliveries. It was outside the off where he was having to try and work the ball on the offside. That kept him quiet, but as soon as you go to the stumps, he puts it away. His hand-eye coordination is just fantastic.
Oh, he digs that into the pitch. This could be a catch. Oh, it's just over, blows over. And Tazib goes to 86. This could be over pretty quickly. Just want to say a quick hello to Umar Ahmed. That might be Safi in the chat. How are you? He says he's going to be playing for Giamata in the tournament. Good to see you. Rob Lever. I mean, you love Rob. Rob runs a place called T5 Social, and he plays for Transylvania. Bowls Big Rongans. Watch out for him as well. He's playing tomorrow. Right now, it's Adios Pelota. Game, set, match. That one's probably in the lake. And this guy has just been so good. He's going to finish 92 off 28, and he dominates the bowling. And they'll do it with 13 balls to spare. Gladiators on fire here on day 3.
Oh, what a night that is. What a moment. You know, I always say that European cricketers, I mean, what an opportunity it is for them to shine on the big stage. And he's make the most of the opportunities that he's had here today. Tazib ul Hassan, 92 of 28 deliveries after a half century earlier today. He's certainly a man in form, and he's got them home with ease, hasn't he?
Oh, I mean, he's just brutal. Such a confidence game. Cricket's one of those games that's the easiest game in the world if you're playing well, and when you're not, it's impossible.
Yeah.
Anyway, looking forward to seeing Zalmi, and nice to see a couple of new names there, including Wirapuruma Jayasuriya, who comes in. But also, look out for Mechit Ozturk,
Hello, Mechit.
who is playing for Bucharest Zalmi. He's got contacts everywhere, doesn't he? But Zinitis, I mean, they want to take something out of the day. And funnily enough, Zinitis, they won the toss, elected to bowl this time. So change in strategy. I don't think Zalmi will mind that at all. They've got Atif Nakvik leading the side, who, remember, was playing for the Gladiators last year. And he's another kind of Chris Gale lookalike, the left-hander. Ali Zawar, also a former Gladiator. They're kind of connected organisations, actually, Bucharest Zalmi and the Gladiators. Anyway, the Gladiators were on fire, weren't they? Tazib in particular. 75 in the previous game. He adds up with 92, 167 runs in 2 innings of the day. Rico, he hasn't even been out today.
Yeah, it's just it's amazing. And I think when we dig deeper into our archives, I get a feeling I don't remember a player that has made 1, 2, 3, 4 50s on the spin. I don't remember it. That's just superb batting. This year so far, Vinny, as we have a look at these highlights, it's certainly a year where records are being broken.
It absolutely is. I mean, we had our highest score of this season, 212 last week, match day. In fact, we saw the 200 brought up twice in the same series. Maybe the Gladiators, we'll see them again on Saturday morning. So remember that, right?
Yeah.
Because actually, the Gladiators will play Giamata and Cluj on Saturday morning. So, yeah, 4, I don't think 4's ever been done before. I'm certain 5 has never been done before. But sometimes you've got to sit back and enjoy. Okay, Kohli, he went along the way. And they also lost to Shantha for 11. He got dropped, but then he didn't get dropped a second time. We saw Cat with a bit of a cameo. Only faced 2 balls, though. Only had 2 because Tazib, he was motoring past the 50. To be honest, seeing no way that he wouldn't have got 100 there. He was only costed by the fact that they weren't chasing more.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't give a chance, did he? Didn't give a chance at all. The early time, like I say, that he probably was quieting down is when the slow bowlers just kept him outside the offside. But as soon as they went at the stumps or down the leg side, he was onto it like a flash, hit the ball so well. As I say, it was being hit sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. It really was. What a great knock from him. What a good victory for the Bucharest Gladiators.
Have a look at that. No one else even makes double figures because they can't. Because this guy is just so dominant. Tazib, 92 off 28. Absolutely just running away with it. 11 sixes and 4 fours in that innings. The scary thing is, there were 2 overs left. If he had been allowed to bat, he might have ended up at like 130 or something. It was crazy. As far as the bowling went, well, Devinder, again, they seem to not want to bring him back for a second over. Bowled a decent first one. Everyone else got taken down. What a go-up. Had a wicket first ball, and Puthan did get 1. I suppose that was a decent spell. 1 for 21, but yeah, plenty were not that cheap. And the Gladiators, they like to chase, and they do it again. Like we say, that ends their involvement in day 3, but we'll see them Saturday morning. We'll take a quick break. We're about 20 minutes away from the start of the next game. So Rico, I do have to head off a little bit early today, but I will join you for 10 more overs and we can have a bit more of a chat, and we'll see some great cricket because it is Bucharest Zalmi with their only game today taking on Zenitis. One team that's going to be really fresh, Zalmi, with 2 wins last night, haven't played today. Zenitis, they've already had 2 games and 2 pretty tough games. We'll see how they back up. We'll see you very shortly. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Rico for ECN. We'll see you very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the cricket ground here at Moravlasia in Romania. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And now it's time for match 15, last game of the day. And it's Bucharest Zalmi versus Zenitis. Let's have a look at what happened at the coin toss when Stefan Gooch was with the two captains.
Zenitis the call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is heads. Okay, all the best. Good luck, guys. Have a great game. Zenitis have won the toss. They're having a bowl. Back over to you in the commentary box, Rico and Vinny.
Zenitis winning the toss, selecting to bowl, change of tactics. And yeah, I do have Rico full with me. And Rico, Zenitis just found it hard going today with that loss. They've actually got a 1-3 record. Zalmi, we only saw them twice last night, but they were pretty impressive, chasing down a big score against the previously undefeated Banyasa, and then finishing off with that narrow win over Transylvania. But some names we know there, Tif Nakvi and Ali Zawar, former Gladiators. They're considered to be a pretty tight one, but I mean, pretty competitive game. And Zenitis, you know, their tournament kind of hinges on this. But Zalmi, they started very confidently. They love this form of the game, like most Zalmi teams do.
Yeah, I think Zenitis will be for the better, having been out there. I mean, it was they did some things right, didn't they? It wasn't all bad in that last defeat, but I think they just let themselves down a little bit with perhaps a little bit of field placement, maybe just to vary the bowling up a little bit, and were a little bit too predictable. But yeah, I mean, speak to Bucharest Zalmi and some of their players earlier, one or two names that we know, including their captain Nakvi, and they're looking forward to this. They're looking forward to this tournament, and they're very confident that they can go all the way here. And I must admit, I mean, I've been very complimentary to the teams and their outfits, and Zalmi, well, they look in the part. I do, especially when you got good weather like this. Yellow, you can't beat yellow.
Yeah, and they got the cool kind of graffiti font that I don't think I've seen before. Samid's been amazing for them. He's going to open up, and he's coming off 76 yesterday. He's out there with, I suppose, the man that has been compared to the universe boss, but maybe he's the Rom boss, the Romanian boss, Tif Nakvi, who is leading the side. It's going to be Devinder to get us going. Got to say, like the Zenitis outfits as well.
Yeah.
A little bit of the Royal Strikers font about it, even though it's not the same colour, from Malta.
Yeah, there is indeed. So it's going to be Devinder to start again. He bowled pretty well, and I think what they've got to learn as well, I think, is that sometimes matches are not going to go all the way down to the wire. So if you've got bowlers that are bowling well, use them. Don't save them for nothing. And I think that's one thing that they probably did wrong in that last match. They just kept a bowler back when you could have used him early, and certainly taken the match deeper.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Probably doing a little bit too much. Going down the leg side. A late follow-up appeal from the wicketkeeper, but this is just swinging too much. You see the Grizzly making his way down the leg side. This Grizzly should get on really well over here, because of course we are talking about bear country.
Yeah, there's lots of bears. There's Nishant, who's umpiring. We've seen him playing for Cluj normally in the Romanian national team, but he's got a slight injury at the moment. He's just kind of managing that. So he's taking the opportunity to umpire and working on those skills, and it's great that he's still able to contribute, even though he's not on the field at the moment as a player.
I think that's very important. I think all cricketers, serious cricketers, when you can't play for whatever reason, I think umpiring is the next step. Opportunity. Well, talking about opportunity, he wants to check the height on this. I don't know. I don't think this is quite high enough. It's a gentle full toss. I don't think it's on the way up. It's probably on the way down, and the batter is just guided this straight to the fielder. So Mohammed Samid is going to have to go for a 3-ball duck.
Yeah, I don't think it's too. Nah, that's fine. That's below the waist.
Yeah, soft dismissal. I mean, he'd be very disappointed with himself. Well, there's Derek. I certainly have missed Derek, you know. I have missed Derek. Mind you, I have to say, there's a lot of ducks in France as well, you know. And France is a beautiful country. Lots of greenery, a lot of ponds and lakes, and a lot of ducks as well, including right by the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, I've been there, actually. It's a fantastic landmark. And did you climb it?
Yeah, well,
I mean, not
lift.
literally. Yeah, I mean, did you go up there? Yeah.
Went to the summit, yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. I mean, one of the amazing facts that I remember is, I don't know if you remember it when you went, but a team of 25 men for 2.5 years to paint it.
Yeah, I did hear that, yeah.
80 tons, something like 80 tons.
Yeah, something
of
ridiculous
paint.
amount of paint, I do remember. And I heard, maybe it's the Sydney Harbour Bridge, that they're always painting it, and by the time they finish, they have to start again.
Yeah.
So it's probably another one similar to that.
It's a bit like some of those bridges, right? Like the bridge in San Francisco, I think is the same.
Golden Gate Bridge,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think you get to one end, and you've got to start all over again. Of course, here, Romania is known as Little Paris, because it's a similarity to architecture in Bucharest to Paris. So a bit of a theme, and another theme is it's a lot of the iron that was used to build the Eiffel Tower came from Romania as well. So
Yeah,
a
I've heard
French
that as well.
connection.
Well, Mohammed Rashid Khan is saying Gale coming. Well, he's at the non-strikers end right now. Tif Nakvi, he's just watching. It's Mechat Ozturk, of course, a player we have seen playing for Turkey, and Istanbul KSK, who won the recent Bulgarian series that you did with Charlie. Right now, I can't quite work it out. What surprised me, probably hasn't surprised me, we've seen a lot of round the wicket bowling, because we often do, but it surprised me how stubborn they've been about it and not changing if it hasn't been working in this
The thing
series.
is, though, I have noticed sometimes, I mean, because we're very unique in the way that we play, you know, it's T10 format, we get 5 matches in a day, always bowling from the same end. As this one goes area, there's nobody back there, but I think this has got the legs to go all the way. And it does. Manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Yeah, just going back to what I'm saying, it's a lovely pick up there, but so sometimes, like for example, when we're in Bulgaria, when the weather's unkind, the bowlers' foot marks get a bit bad, so bowlers think, right, I can't run on this, it's a bit uneven, I'll come around the wicket. But looking at it out there, it's absolutely beautiful. There's no reason at all why bowlers should not want to come over the wicket. So yeah, I don't quite get it.
Just creating that angle, I suppose.
Through the gap is going to be cuatro carreras, and as we say on the European Cricket Network, well, 6 and 4. He's hungry for more, and it's our friend Ozturk. Now I've got to say, Ozturk, wherever he goes, he's always bringing us some delights, and we've got some more Turkish delights from him as well. So,
is that where that came
Ozturk,
from?
thank you very much. Yeah, Wolfie Marzi brought these along and said they were from Masit. So Masit, thank you very much. And Vinny, you're going, so I'll have your share.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, have a little look. Thank you, Mechat. And tell you what, again, can't pronounce that too well, but these look delicious.
They
and
are.
I am definitely going to get stuck into them. It is random question time, food time. What does that say?
It says yummy.
Yeah.
Delicious, yummy. I
Take
tell
it.
you what, I think I've got a couple of these back at home, which the girls are polishing off as well. They're just
Remember the
beautiful.
presentation, what he gave us at the
Oh,
UCL?
yeah.
Something else. Anyway, let's get back to the action now, because it looks like we're getting ready for over number 2, and looks like it's going to be Sudip Biswas to bowl it.
This one's just backward marching to his mark, and he comes bowling to the left-hander now, Nakvi. And a defensive start from Nakvi, just showing us the maker's name as he defends that away. I don't think the second one will be.
He's got a relaxed approach, even when he's trying to swing hard. There's a kind of ease of movement to it. Biswas.
Now
Says
you
all right.
see,
Yeah.
explain this now.
Yeah.
First ball, dot ball. What does he do? He wants to come around the wicket. What for?
It's greedy.
If he was hit for 6, I'd get it. And now he can't get it right. Yeah, so that's a strange move. So I don't know what it is. Maybe there is something there that as he's coming up the bowl, because he feels he loses his run up. But coming round the wicket, it's not helping him much either. Though it is to the left-hander. That's short, and this is clobbered. Well, he's given this the full Monty, hasn't he? And that goes all the way for 6. And you don't want to be bowling there. Short and horrible, Gundy ball, and gets put away. And Nakvi is off and running with a Maximo.
It was a worst case scenario ball, wasn't it really? It was half rat power. It was about halfway down. And the Rom boss jumped all over it. He absolutely smashed it on. I was a bit worried that might embed in the hill. End up going all the way up. Now, Biswas can try the same angle again.
This one doesn't come up at all. Wicketkeeper doesn't deal with this well. I think this will be 4 byes. Yes, it will. He just doesn't want to bend those knees. Does he ever look? He's very upright. And he's got to stop this, really.
Yeah, and tries to stomp it in the end, doesn't he? And Sahal's a pretty good keeper normally, but I think this is also a fatigue thing. You know, you're up, you're down, you're playing your 3rd match of the day now, Zanitas, and you're taking on a side that has just kind of been chomping at the bit to get out there. We had to wait till 5:15 local to get out there. Yeah. And right now, certainly clear who's winning the start.
Short, leg side, whipped away, gets into position so early, does Nakvi. And he just helps us along. There's going to be cuatro más. And I get the feeling that Biswas, after his first ball, by the way, was a dot ball, I get the feeling he's decided he may come back over the wicket. And may have served him well because every time he's come from the other side, it's either been extras or runs.
Have a look at that. Never noticed that yesterday. The Zami Yellowstorms is a nickname they're going by. Well, this one isn't going anywhere near where Biswas wanted it. I'd like to see him going back to what worked in the first ball of the over.
I mean, first ball, and look where he ends up here as well. Look where he finishes. I mean, he goes right in front. He's bowling so wide, yet look where he finishes. And an umpire will have a word with him as well and say, hey, you can't be there.
I mean, Steph's had his hands full here, but I think that's something that they're going to have to look at. Starting to dish out some warnings.
And I mean, look, it goes right across. Unless he's fielding a ball that goes that side, he shouldn't be there.
It's been a constant problem. To
hey,
be honest,
how come you haven't taught Test cricket? I thought you'd be gleaming. Now listen,
all morning we were talking about actually.
I mean, there's a lot of talk about it, but most of the talk is about that declaration.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? If
100%.
they'd won, it would have been the best decision ever in Test history. But because they lose, they're all onto him.
27 for 1 after 2. Yeah, we talked about it actually quite early in the day. And actually, this is one of the few times I actually watched a good hour and a half, the last hour and a half of play, because we had it on at the hotel. And you've been to this hotel before, right?
Yeah.
And they couldn't get it on the TV for us because it's not on TV in Romania. And we couldn't get the channel, right?
Yeah.
So, as you see the table, you can sort that out in your own time. Right now we're talking about Ashes. So, then Steph found a way to get on his laptop using some magic. And then we had this English gentleman join us who was there on business. And he said, I hate to say this, can I sit with you?
Yeah.
Because he wanted to watch it as well. And we got the last, it finished at 9:30 p.m. Romanian time because it's 2 hours ahead of the UK, right?
Yeah.
And brilliant. And the thing is, it's so easy to be an expert after the fact. You know, we don't see the parallel universe where that declaration grabs a couple of early wickets. Well,
that maybe is the parallel universe if you go through there. What's that all about? Anyway, some work being done there. This one doesn't quite time it, does Nakvi, but it'll take us in.
Can't explain what's going on there. Yeah, so it's a bit like wicket keepers. You know, people are getting stuck into Bairstow for missing a couple of toughish ones. You know, and you only get noticed when you make a mistake. And everyone is, and Folks, by the way, huge fan of Folks, great keeper. But there's going to be a time where Folks misses a couple.
Yeah.
And everyone's going to be, oh, he's not what he used to be. And very few people have ever pulled on the gloves, right? And I think they've got a real tricky situation with the balance of their team because they really want to get Bairstow's bat in there.
But it was a great Test match, was it? I mean, I was watching from whenever I could. Well, not watching.
Did you catch the end?
Yeah, I mean, but it surprised me. There was no way I thought that they were going to do it. I'm thinking, what was it, 55 run partnership?
Something like that. And that's kind of, I think I really started paying attention when that partnership came together. Yeah. Before that, I was pretty focused on my dinner. I ordered 2 main courses. But
nothing's changed there then.
But, yeah, they're both pastas as well.
Carbonara's by any chance?
One was. White truffle carbonara. But, there's one thing that maybe people didn't talk about as much, which I noticed.
Oh, he leans into this. He rocks right back, hits it on the up. Doesn't quite get the middle, but there's enough power there. And this is another one that goes all the way. Maximo! And Nakvi, well, now he's starting to show just why that physique comes into play.
Yeah, don't blush, baby. That one was absolutely horned out of the ground from Nakvi. The boss is in session.
Well, here we go. This looks like, I tell you what, let's... maybe they're bringing a little bit of shade for us. What do you reckon? Or is that the VIP section?
This, I'd love to know what's going on. Looks like a science project come to life. Hey, look at this stance though. Look at the front on stance. He just stands there, basically, in a way, messing himself up. But
yeah, he did that one, didn't he?
It's definite change of approach. He says, okay, if you want it there, if you really want it, I'll give it to you. And he says, yeah, I'll cash it in. Thanks very much.
Yeah, I mean, what is Jamaica bowling here? He's just bowling to his strength. He's got the stance to say, if it's short, I'm having you. That's what I want. So when you get a battle like that, you know what you want to do. You want to get the ball right up there, full and straight, Yorker length delivery. Bowling short is not the answer. Nakvi will punish every delivery that is bowled short. And he hits it so hard, well, good luck if you happen to be fortunate enough to have a fielder behind it, because that's going to take some stopping.
If you could point out on the pitch exactly where Nakvi would have liked it, that was it. That probably wasn't it.
Yeah, but a good comeback.
Yeah, and end of the over, end of the power play, it's 42 for 1. So what I was going to say, what I noticed, and because it was, normally I've just been catching highlights, so I don't really get to watch an extended period. So I watched the hour and a half. what I noticed is the debate about when to bring the new ball on, when to take the new ball, and they kind of didn't take it straight away. They got a wicket by keeping the spinner on. They got Carey. But when the new ball came, it did nothing. It didn't do what they wanted. It didn't swing. It didn't really seem.
Didn't bite, did it?
It was straight as you like. And if anything, it just came off the bat a bit harder. And so, I feel like that's also just luck of the draw. You get some balls that do plenty, you get some balls that don't. Obviously, the way the bowler's bowling probably has a bit to do with it as well. But the new ball was really negated. It was a non-event.
Yeah, it's just you're looking at the play, you're looking at the weather element of it as well.
Yeah.
Is it going to, you're going to get all the play in? And it was a very, probably one of the most exciting test matches that I've seen in a while, to be fair. Okay, slices at it, and it's going to get wide of the fielder, who, a little back flick back, which allows the fielder to get the throw in. That's Rajith again.
Madhushanka coming on. And Madhushanka's been pretty important with the bat and the ball. Now, that's what they've done now. They've made some new shade. And can you see that? That's Abdul.
That's Abdul.
He's looking like, it looks like one of those models that you get in the middle
give
of the
us a wave,
magazine,
Abdul.
doesn't he?
Give us a wave. There you go.
There you go.
Abdul, lovely man. He was the man who picked me up from the airport as well. The CEO of cricket here in Romania does some fantastic work.
Right now, this ball crashed into, I think it's not bowled him, it smashed it, he's cracked his bat. I thought I saw Bales flying, but this guy is so strong he's broken his bat. And Nakvi has swung the willow and shattered his bat.
Well, there's a few. I've never seen so many
Wow.
extras being brought out. It's like I've normally seen 1 or 2 bats go out. He's got like 4 going out there for him to decide.
Wow. That was weird. I mean, I thought, is this bowled him? But then it didn't seem like the ball rebounded off the stumps. But then what it was is it's just taken
Bit
the
of
corner
timber.
of the bat. And you're right, he had the full smorgasbord. And then Abdul was down there, who was just having a rest, has just turned around and said, hey, that was my bat.
But the broken one, start writing the invoice out, Abdul, because that one. Oh, well, this one comes. This comes right off the bottom of that bat. That could have broken another one. This hits right on the bottom of the bat. I'm sure of it.
Well, I think he might have been delivered the bat with the extra meaty toe. Well, good news, Abdul, for you, that you had 1 bat, but now you've got 2 bats. Just one really miniature version.
Yeah, watch this one. This is right. Yeah, that's right at the bottom. That one could have been broken to smithereens as well. You know what it's like when you got a batter like that out there and these bat breaks. Everybody else is saying, man, you know, apna bat dena, nahi dena, inhe tod ke pan ke rakh dena. That's absolutely right. I'm not giving him my bat because he's going to break it. Well, when he hits it, he doesn't hold anything back.
Yeah, but the Ashes was a drama. But Stokes dropped catch as well. Do you know what I spent I mean, my voice is probably can use a rest, and of course I've got a couple of weeks off from today, but did a fair bit of yelling.
Oh, well, I'll save you yelling this one. I'll do it. Manos arriba, Vidro. Porque eso es 6 más. Que grande, que guay, que genial. And there's a big smile on Nakvi's face because he's saying, hey, these guys are just feeding me.
To be honest, I'd be drawing a line halfway down the pitch and saying, do not bowl shorter than this line, because it's throwdown stuff, really. Nakvi can't believe his luck in the big city, and the 50 partnership comes up in the 4th over.
Oh, well.
So I spent a lot of time yelling at Lyon to stop trying to hook. Stop hooking. Listen to me. 11 times out of 10, he gets out hooking, Nathan Lyon. And they just kept bouncing. He's like, yeah, I'll try and hook. What are you doing? Stop hooking. I actually wanted him to bat without a bat because 0% of the balls were hitting the stumps. Anyway, this is going to be launched, and well, it's pitched up a bit more, but it's even worse because this is up the hill and far away. Maximo Nakvi turning it on, moves to 40.
Yeah, well, Abdul now has got the best seat in the house as he's sitting in the shade. I tell you what, that is a big contraption to give just one man some shade, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel like you could trade it in for 7 umbrellas and just, have a bit more mobile shade, but I like it. It also looks like a platform. You could put chairs on top, but you probably need a bit more safety. And
He's got a bodyguard.
Abdul's got his own bodyguard.
Yeah.
But
I wonder if the bodyguard will bring him a gin and tonic. You want a gin and tonic? Maybe we can have a gin. It's a nice afternoon for a gin and tonic.
It's a nice seeing ground because the amount of elevated areas around the ground. You can kind of look down on the action. Anyway, Madhushanka in danger of going magical here.
Oh, well, this is a wild swing. The only difference between this one and the ones that got dispatched is that it was slightly outside that off peg, but still, it's 17 come off the over, 59 for 1. They are motoring. And, well, they know that if this gets beyond that sort of 120 mark, they're certainly going to have a game on here. But Bucharest Almi, at the moment, they're just motoring along. And Mesut Öztürk is probably saying, hey, can I have a go as well? Because he's only faced 5 deliveries, and he's not doing bad himself. He's on 12.
That's true. But yeah, we're loving the Romanian boss here. Hey, so just Chris telling me to watch my weight if I'm going to tuck into the Turkish delights. Well, I'll make my own decisions. Thank you, Chris. But hopefully you're well. He's worried I'm going to have to pay excess baggage when I go to the airport. Must be happy if my baggage gets there. Hello to Matt Hodgson. Hopefully you're well. Ireland, Scotland today. There's a fair bit of cricket going on around the world. Chris is asking about the crease measurements. Well, they are what they are. And yeah, it does seem a bit wide. I mean, obviously the playing surface is a bit wide. Yeah. But I mean, it's the same for all sides. I actually, it got me thinking about a separate
I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I think in a second. But you shouldn't be missing the pitch. It's wide.
Have we had any of those? No ball off the pitch?
I think we might have had one.
No way.
Yeah, I think we might have had one.
How?
So,
how?
I think we had one. Now, there was one that was like right on the edge. I think might have just been called a wide. So, you know how like in golf you can have different size courses and stuff? What if you could have different size pitches? You know, we played a wide pitch. Suits our bowlers, they're pretty inaccurate. Anyway, this is fairly accurate, but doesn't matter because Öztürk's been waiting to get into the action, and he does. Cracks it away, quite look at us.
Yeah, well, the bowler, Rajesh Puthan, is now saying, why haven't I got a man out there? Well, it's very easy to say that once you've been dispatched.
This is
wasn't a good delivery. It was down the leg side.
I've just got to go. I was told on Monday that they are correct, and I've nothing except my human eyes that the markings are correct.
Garbage.
And
they're not correct.
Listen.
I can tell you they're not correct.
You got to trust your teammates. I know Al spends 3 days here to get these kind of things right. So
they are not correct.
Well,
my daughter did ballet. If she did the split, she would still not be able to hit that return crease. So those lines are not correct. I can tell you that. But it's the same for both sides.
It does make the wide lines look really like you're basically saying, hey, we're going to give you this corridor that looks about 30 centimetres wide to bowl in. So good luck. Doesn't it? But I will say this.
Yeah.
Even if they are wrong, I wouldn't change them now because then you're going to have 2 return creases and there's already enough lines.
Even Nakvi couldn't bowl back foot, no ball. He couldn't. It'd be impossible. Anyway, okay. Puthan, not the right areas to be bowling. It will be a wide, but at least this one gets stopped. Hey, listen. It is the last game, so there's something. Because this is something I'm going to ask. Yeah? I mean, we've talked about that we travel a lot. Why is it that when the plane lands, some people clap? Why?
That's just it's tradition.
Why did it clap? Tradition for what?
Can I tell you my take on that?
He's a pilot
which I know
who gets paid tons of money to do his job, and in fact, most of the time he presses a button and it's done auto, and he lands the plane. Every clap. That's like me going to the supermarket, paying for me getting my my goods, my shopping scanned, and then before I leave, clapping to the cashier saying, well done, like we should be clapping now because he takes a catch, you know?
Yeah.
So,
well, you do that.
Yeah, we do that in cricket because he takes a catch. But you don't clap people for doing their job, do you? But what, I don't get it.
Can I tell you what I think? Just a different take on it. Yeah. I'm like, and I hope this never happens, and touch wood, right? But if you're clapping the pilot for landing safely, I want to just take a moment before I come back to say, well batted to Nakvi, who did smack him along the way. Rajith, and pushed one a bit wider. Again, hey, look, it's a bit fuller, right? It's just you're not banging it in, trying to bounce the guy out at about 80 kilometres an hour, and that gets the reward. So, well, but to Nakvi certainly did his job, didn't he? 66 for 2. So if you're clapping when they land safely, one day when the plane's going down, I'm going to boo. Boo!
What do you mean?
Boo!
You mean if it's a bumpy land?
Learn how to fly a plane.
Yeah, it just amazes me. It's like everybody starts clapping and think he's only doing his job. It's like if a taxi driver takes you from A to B, when he gets there, you don't all clap. Do you? Say, hey, well done. I don't get it. Anyway, I'm not a clapper. I'm not clapping for a guy who probably doesn't even land the plane because it's all done now by computerized systems and whatever. And also, since we're travellers, and people are saying, yeah, Rico's back because he's moaning. Why do hotels insist in putting carpets down in their lobbies? Why?
Yeah.
Suitcases and their wheels
Oh, yeah,
are not
that's true.
geared towards
Yeah.
going on carpet.
Tell you what.
It's a terrible idea. Why did it do it?
You've definitely bottled up a few rants.
I have.
How long have you been off? 2 weeks? Two and a bit?
Oh, there's more. I'm just saving them. I don't get that. You
Wow.
get to these nice hotels and have carpet, shag piles.
I feel like you've been bottling it up for your wife and your daughter. And then
my
you just
suitcases
launched.
don't work on shag pile carpets. Anyway, new batter comes in.
Well, you know that it's a fairly recent thing that suitcases have wheels. I can't believe it. We invented the wheel so many tens of thousands of years ago,
Yeah.
humans. And it took us so long to put them on suitcases. Do you know that's the thing in the last 15, 20 years?
Mhm.
Before that, you'd have to lift them. And someone's finally gone, hey, you know what? You know what would be useful here? Wheels.
Wheels.
And the first ones, when they took them, the guy just like made it up, just stuck it to a frame. And they said, you'll have to take the wheels off your case, mate. What are you doing? And security. And he's like, no, they don't come off. And they're like, oh, okay. And they're like, oh, this is quite easy. So, you know, I still remember when I was young, we didn't have wheels on cases.
No.
Anyway, it takes us to the end of the over. Or does it? I'm going to say it does not. Because we've got a ball
I
to
don't know.
go. And it's your lookalike, Booth, that's throwing my timing off. I think your rant's throwing my timing off a little bit as well.
Yeah, well, he's picked up a wicket anyway, Rogers Buthan. So it seems to be, I mean, just from the short period I've been here, that the pace-off bowlers seem to have been the more successful. This one's pretty wide. He quite easily could have dragged this back onto his stumps, but he gets away with it. That should be the end of the over as we're at the halfway mark. So 5 overs complete, 68 for 2.
Yeah, well, I was wrong with the timing, but I was right with the score. 68 for 2. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico Full with me. It's actually my last innings for a little while
Yes,
because, long story, but Charlie will be here after he's finished in Bulgaria to help you out. You're going to take the baton forward, so I'm going to pass the baton to you, the imaginary baton. There you go, grab it. And I'll be keeping an eye on this tournament, though, because I've really enjoyed it. I love we've gone from 5 to 11 teams. And look, if you'd like to jump into the live chat, I'd love to have a few conversations before I go. We haven't got to spend so much time together. We certainly will. And of course, we're counting down the days now. It started at 100 on Saturday. Every day it comes back. 96 days to go to the ECC, the Euros
huge,
cricket. Can't wait for that. And we'll definitely spend some time together then.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. And what I love about it is that, I mean, already I know we've got such a huge bumper season ahead of us on ECF, but a lot of players that we're seeing as we travel, we're going to see them at the ECC, and I just think it's going to be spectacular. I think the fan zone this year is going to just be, it's going to be on fire, it's going to be electrifying. The cricket's going to be great. So yeah, if you haven't got any plans made for September, well, come down and watch the European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket happening in Khartoum, Spain. It's going to be fantastic. And Malaga, what a beautiful area of Spain it is as well.
And you might see this guy mentioned Ozturk for Turkey,
Yeah.
who will be there, and he's also going to have some work, I think, in the T20 Nationals over the next few weeks as well. So it's probably the busiest time, June and July, for international cricket in Europe, because it's kind of the peak weather, isn't it? So, Valletta Cup coming up. We've got the Women's Tri-Series and other series coming up. That was almost an amazing catch. It might have blown one of his fingers off. You'll have to count him. But Ozturk smashed this back. Does well to stop it, to be honest.
Yeah, clobbers it. It almost has it in between that first finger and the thumb. That'll be the great catch, and he's going to be feeling that.
You can catch it in the webbing as a keeper, but you don't really want to do it as a human being. And the next one isn't caught by anyone on the field, Rico, because that one is out of here. Maximo Ozturk finally cashing in on his chance. Now he's getting to face a few.
Yeah, I mean, while Nakvi was out there, he wasn't getting too much of the strike, was he? Probably got a bit frustrated, but now he's on strike. Well, he's getting a few calming words there from the non-striker, and Rajneesh guy is just saying, hey, stay cool. Let's really get to a big score here. And really the way they're going here, I think at the moment they'll be settling for something 140 plus, but we know funny things can happen. Just because they're going at that pace in the first 5 doesn't necessarily mean the second 5 will be the same, but they've got wickets in hand.
Yeah.
And while Ozturk is hitting the ball well, they could certainly get to that big score.
I like this from John Gray, talking about clapping a pilot. He said, I just got the impression that clapping a pilot when they land was usually done ironically if the landing proved to be a bit bumpy. So you're kind of jeering him. That's another take on it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, just 130 flights I think I've done the last 2 and a bit years. It's crazy. And you're not too far behind me.
Not too far behind.
Also, Ireland Scotland news. Looks like Leesky has won the game for Scotland. Matthew Hodgson bringing us the news there. Leesky, of course, played in the ECL pretty recently. Right now, I don't think Puthen's going to catch this one. It's up and over the top, and Oskirk moves into the 30s.
Yeah, well, Rajesh, he looks like he's setting himself to leap in the air, but then it's almost like he's got a set of dumbbells strapped to his ankles because he wasn't able to take off at all, and it's 4 runs.
Yeah, that's good shooting. Identifying a gap in the outfield. Hasn't Ozturk come a long way since we first saw him playing for Zettenberner Zafra in ECL 22?
And this time, well, Rajesh doesn't have to move at all. He said, this is mine, I'll take it, and you put the mockers on him. He's out.
Yeah, nice catch, Rico. I mean that in more ways than one. The man with the perfectly manicured beard. He looks like he should be on a billboard somewhere. He puts a lot of time into it in the morning, I think. Ozturk, well, he's a bit sheepish because he feels that should have gone over the fielder again, but this time kind of on the outside half of the bat, maybe a bit towards the bottom as well. And the skipper does the job. Silver Fox, safe hands, and that's the 3rd wicket, 82 for 3.
Yeah, no mistakes from him. Nicely done. So they get another dangerous batter out. So once again, like I was saying, pick up a few wickets. And the 140 to 150 that Zalmi are probably eyeing up. May not happen. And Nasir is the new batter. That will be on strike.
Haggis Hunter in the chat says, you don't clap the captain of a ship when he docks it. Probably because he can't hear you. But I'm going to provide, as me, I always like to provide the alternative voice. So I'm going to try and make a case to clap the pilot. Because I think there are sometimes you do clap people. Okay, cricket's one. We talked about you take good catch.
Oh, well, I tell you what, talking about catching, nobody's catching this. And, well, all the applause that we're talking about will be to the batter because he hits his first ball for 6. Nasir, he's getting ready to party.
Nasir is just a guy. He's like dangerous chemicals mixed together. He just comes out and swings, and as you can see, he can hit the ball a long way. Got a feeling that's the end of the over. It is. So it's 88 for 3 after 6. I'll give you one. Sometimes when I've had a really good meal in a hotel,
yeah,
you know how they can say, you know, can you bring the chef out so I can, you know, so that's kind of, and I even had a bit of a tradition. I'd say, can I please high five the chef? And they come out and I give them a high five. Just say enjoyed the meal.
Yeah, you're right. You know, you go to some place, you say, you know, can I give my compliments to the chef? And they say, yeah, we'll send him out for you. Comes out, you're right, give him a clap.
I'm pretty sure I've applauded food when it's come to the table. Okay, they're just doing their job, right? Yeah. To feed me. And them exchanging money for food, which is completely legal.
Have you
in most
noticed,
countries.
I mean, we're just moving on, but because you mentioned food, and we do normally do some food chat as well. Now, I mean, I know this now because I've finally dined in some nice places having gone to Paris.
You go to Paris? Oh,
but have you, one thing I've noticed, and I never noticed before, that they don't give you any salt or pepper or stuff these days now. Nothing.
Yeah.
They give you your food. If you want a bit of salt, forget it.
Yeah, they're like it's insulting some places to order salt. So I mean, I think I saw someone kicked out of an Italian cafe for ordering almond milk. I think that security asked them to leave. You know, some of these places, don't mess with them.
So what you notice, you see now, is when you look around, all the ladies in their handbags have got those. They've been to the fast food places and nicked the salts and peppers.
Someone in my family, I won't mention who, they were ahead of their time. He always used to carry around emergency salt packets.
There you go.
And we're talking 10 years ago. It's one of those things that when you want it, you can't get it. It's pretty frustrating, isn't it?
Now, you've got to take your own salt and pepper when you go to these fancy places. Oh, well, this has been creamed. These are going to go over the banner. Let's play cricket. Oh, yeah, yes, please. European cricket style, even better. And that is a biggie. Lovely pickup. He was ready for it, and he launches into it. 6 more.
Oh, Shashi, when will you learn? Don't bowl short. I'm going to write it on his arm. Don't bowl short. That one's wet. And that one ain't coming back. Nasir dining out during food chat.
He's not learning. He's going to appeal, but it won't be out because he's down leg side. In fact, he's missed out on this to batter. Nasir.
Slightly better, but I'd increase the font size. This is still probably right for the pool, isn't it? Doesn't really get up. Yeah. So emergency salt and pepper. This is the kind of food chat that I'm glad you're bringing back.
Yeah, that's better delivery, better areas. A bit fuller. He sees the batter come in, so he just a little bit wider, keeps him out of the strike.
I feel like it's a shame we're not going to spend more time together because I feel we're just scratching the surface of all the rants that you've been storing up over. please, I'll be in the chat. I'll be pressing your buttons. Last ball, the over. And the Silver Fox handles it. Hurls it back in, and to 7, it's 97 for 3. Well, Rico, let me give you a bit of a preview about what you've got in store tomorrow, because I'll be watching, but you'll be calling the games. Cluj, looking forward to seeing them. They've travelled a long way to be here. They'll play in the first, third, and fifth games. Giamata are basically Cluj 2. You know, they're a club born out of Cluj, and we'll see them for the first time tomorrow. They also play 3 games, including the Cluj Derby in match 20. We'll also see Transylvania. Again, they're without a win after 3 attempts, but they did get close. And we'll see them in the third and fourth matches. Super Kings first up as well. Well, they're kind of quite a lovable team. They did get their first win today. They got smashed on Monday. But, you know, they've got a pretty tough draw because they've got Cluj first up in the morning. So 6:15 a.m. GMT. It's 8:15 to Central Europe. It's 11:45 a.m. in India as well. Rico, day 4. It's all yours.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Cluj, of course, were the losing finalists last year. They did win in 2021, I believe.
They did, yeah. And don't forget, they've been to the ECL twice, Cluj, in 2019 and 2022.
Well, this one gets through, and at the moment, I think here, Rajneesh Kaya just missing out on a few deliveries here. He takes his eye right off this one, and looking at his body language, he didn't really fancy the shorter delivery, so, well, that might help Vindula. Maybe just bowl another short one. Let's see what he does.
Waiting a while to bring him on this time, Vindula. Can't bowl a bit earlier. Misfields the ball, which is barely travelling to him. But that's a dangerous single to give away because it brings on Nasir to the strike. And hasn't he been good?
Nasir has. And the thing is, though, they haven't bowled well to him. Bowled a lot of short stuff. So Vindula, he needs to try and get this. I mean, he's coming around the wicket again, so he wants to go right across him. And yeah, that's good. It's good delivery from a left armour. That's what you want the left armour to do.
All right, Rico, I've got a good one here.
Go on.
Kroom said, have I ever sent any food back after clapping it? Funny story, Kroom. Now, I was on a place in Australia called the Gold Coast, other side of the country. I was with my partner at the time.
Yeah.
Best food I've ever tasted. I can't remember what it was, but I remember it was amazing. And I said, it's actually the story I was thinking of. I'm excited. Gives me more time to continue my anecdote. Umpire doesn't think there's any pad in it. So, wide called. Okay, so the food comes out. It's incredible. In fact, he's reversed the wide. I think he's spoken to his teammate, an umpiring teammate, I mean, and said, okay, actually, not a wide. Fair enough. I talked earlier. Sometimes it shows, you know, you're not too proud to change your decision and based on more information.
Teamwork, and when we saw it in the replay, it was a correct decision. It
Good
did
stuff.
just catch. And, well, it's hanging, and, well, I don't think he knew whether he wanted to catch it or try and push it back into the field of play. Well, indecisive there from Biswas, and as a result of that, it will be a boundary. So
yeah, it was an unconvincing double hand pushback, wasn't it, from Biswas out there? He just tries to keep it his side of the border, but can't. To be fair, it's probably over him. Okay, so food was amazing. We both loved it. And I said, look, that's incredible. Thank you so much. One of the best meals we've ever had. And this was the first time I think I asked to come and high-five the chef, and the waiter kind of winked at me and said, yeah, that's cool. You know, it was a fancy place, but not too fancy. Down to earth. Here's the thing. My partner at the time got food poisoning, and it would have had to have been probably from what she ate. We couldn't really pinpoint it anywhere else. And this is at Gold Coast, as we get to the end of the 8th over. It's 104 for 3, Delmy, after 8. We went, and of course I got theme parks there. And I was so looking forward to going on all the rides next day. And so basically next day she was trudging around like, you know, having to, you know, the stomach wasn't too good.
Got it.
And couldn't go on any of the rides with me, but I wasn't missing out. We'd already bought the pass. So I spent most of the day going on a roller coaster, having a great time. And yeah, she was sick as a dog for 3 days. And we actually joked at the time, how funny would it be if like one of us got sick from this meal or we got sick from this meal? And as you know it, she did. And I'd never seen her that sick. And so, yeah, so be careful when you high-five the chef. Can come back to bite you. Right now, Guy gets in on the action, starts the ninth with a boundary. Puthan comes back a little bit short. And as you say, Rico, it all happens in the ninth. And it certainly has been in this tournament.
It certainly has been. And so basically the moral of that story is if the food is that great and you do want to high-five the chef, do it the next day.
Yeah.
Go back the next
Yeah,
day
24
and say
hours
the food
later,
was
yeah.
so great. Can I
Agree.
give you a clap and high five you? Okay, this is going, and it's gone. Seis Guerreras. Well, even Abdul woke up there for a moment. He thought he was in the firing line. And,
I'm a bit worried about Abdul sleeping because he's my driver. And I know he's got a pretty full-on workload at the moment. But right now, I'm watching Zalmi continuing to go for it.
Abdul must have some power. You know, he had 8 muscular men carry that device all the way for him to put it down there, just for him to set. He's got to have some power.
Yeah, he's the Prince of Moravlasia. Oh, this one's highish. It is coming down, but how quick? I still want to know where the umpire is here. I think he's still walking back, and he's about 10 metres. And look, he was so scared he was going to get hit there. For some reason, did he have to set anything up? Oh, I reckon it's.
Is he calling a no ball here?
To be honest, like it is even higher than.
I don't think.
Yeah.
Was it that high?
I think actually hits
I
it
reckon
about.
he was just scared and he thought, right, you scared me.
Yeah, I reckon.
I'll give it a
I
no
agree
ball.
actually with that one. But yeah, you're right. He's slightly out of position, and then he almost needed a helmet, didn't he? Free hit then. And I tell you what, we've seen a couple of time penalties creeping in at times, and they should do this. But if there's a bunch of wides, it could be a big problem. Still a free hit, you know.
Yep, still free hit. There's the captain. Yeah, rocks back to his mark.
There you go, Kroom. Thanks for getting that story out of me. That is random question time. That is food chat for you. We did both things there.
But
Oh, dear.
Abdullah just told us that it wasn't for him that those muscular chaps put that device down there.
Yep.
It's the VIP section. So the VIPs are going to be right close to me here. That means I might get some champers, you know.
I hope they all fit in a small rectangle. I mean, you wouldn't be able to wrap it up because the shade's always moving, right? With the angle.
Maybe it's not finished. Maybe there's a few more to come. Anyway. Well, this is not got the legs. It should be taken, and it will be taken. And a bit of mayo on the catch, I think, there from the fielder, but he does well.
That's Chamika. It's a pretty good cat. I'll tell you why. You call it mayo, and I get it. But what it is, he's protecting the ball. He doesn't want to land and let his... Oh, it's a free hit, of course. So, of course, I knew that. I was just going to dissect it anyway.
Bit of mayo there
First
as well.
mistake I've made is once you're here. Anyway. Yeah.
Okay, now he's got work to do. And does well. And a good, quick release.
I think that he forgot as well, to be fair. And it was technically a good catch because he wasn't going to let the ball hit the ground. But
I think Mehesh forgot because Mehesh was celebrating in front of the VIP zone and then realised that it was
and
a
in
free hit.
This takes me back to Stockholm 2021 where that happened and everybody, including the umpires, forgot it was a free hit.
Yeah.
So,
this one could be out, you know. I'd like to
it's
see
like-
this again.
I think it's like a fake charge where he looks like he's charging but never really goes anywhere. Look. See? He always keeps the foot down.
Well watched.
But, yeah, 2021 at Stockholm in the ECS, catch, taken, thrown away, going back to the umpire. Batter's walking off, and then they realised, hold on a second, that was a free hit, come back. So they didn't get a run or anything, even though they were both like wandering around in the middle of their crease. The ball was thrown to the umpire. Umpire said, yeah, cool. And then they were like, excuse me, guys, just hate to interrupt, but that's a free hit. Because that was just a dot. And they would have got one because it was like caught on the boundary. Like, well, we can't really give you the run because he didn't run.
Good, didn't run. Didn't get
Yeah.
nothing.
I love it when everyone's clueless, including us.
The best one, which is your best? Come on, me and you were so wide to think of the same. The best one. So the best.
Mechet Oztur
Yeah.
for Zeta Zappa 2022
Yes.
went viral. They'd never taken a catch. They dropped about 13 of them into the ninth here, 124 for 3, Zalmi. And he eventually caught one, and he was pumped up.
Big time.
And then he had about 3 seconds of that, and then he realised it was a free hit, and then you could see his heart break live. And Corey was calling it. He forgot it was a free hit as well.
Yeah.
So Corey, same time, he's like, finally they've caught one, good on these guys. And then, yeah, that was a great one. Look it up if you like. Didn't realise it was a free hit on European cricket.
So last 6 deliveries in the inning. So it looks like it won't quite be the 140-150 score. As Devinder will bowl the last. It's going to be taken. That's a great catch. I tell you what, this time it will be out. And it's the same fielder once again. This time I accused him of maybe putting a bit of mayo on the last one, but Chikima makes no mistakes. This is a really tricky catch. I suppose you can say that he had the dress rehearsal, and now he, well, he got this right to a T, didn't he?
Practice makes perfect, Rico. Same technique, right?
Yep.
So he has 2 hands on it and then protects the ball. He actually puts the ball in one hand and then he puts his other hand in to break his fall, making sure the ball stays safe. Technically a really good catch. Well done to Jamaica. And it's 124 for 4.
Quality catch. And the other thing, just look at that picture. And you saw it there long enough. We could maybe go back to him. But look at the way he's got his cap on. This is why you've got to have the best fielders in the right place. He knows where the sun is. The sun is coming down from the left.
Yeah.
And that, look at that. He's got the hat just right, so he's just protecting his eyes. So if you're in these positions, you've got to be ready. And he's ready. Got the cap right. Sun's not in the eyes. And he takes a brilliant catch.
Yeah, no, that's why he does it. He's not going to launch a hip-hop career or anything like that. Smart stuff. This one's going to be a wide. Devinder, they do tend to just bowl him top and tails. I think maybe it'd be better to get rid of him early because if he has a good first over, to be at least open to that fact. They've probably got other bowlers they could have in this position. Not that he's doing a bad job at the moment. Loses that one down the leg side.
It's better delivery, just slightly shorter of a length. He knows that the batter is not really moving his feet too much, just trying to hit through the ball with Furidi. Furidi may come charging down at this one. He's running out of balls. They want to try and get to close to that 140 as they can. And he doesn't. He stays still. And this time the bowler, just slightly fuller, knocks him over. So Devinder picks up another 3 for 13 for him. It's going to be no runs, though, for Sabir Afridi. Afridi will go for a Derek. It's going to be for Afridi.
Yeah, no boom boom from Afridi. And Derek, his company, as he walks off the field. Here's the 5th wicket fall. 3 balls remaining, 125
Derek
for 5.
Looks like he needs a bit of water. He looks like he's frying in the sunshine. He's going very slowly, Derek.
Well, and also, just before we wrap up this innings, and I'll have to rush pretty quickly, but I want to say a big thank you to everyone for looking after me here on the network. Again, Rico, I know you're going to be great. To everyone in the chat, big thank you to you guys as well. If they're not here at the moment, you know, it's last game day. Some people have had to go. It's a bit late some places. Please pass on my best to everyone. I'll be lurking in the chat over the next couple of weeks. And the next time I see you, I'm trying to work it out, might be in Switzerland now, the way it's looking.
Yeah, because
and we've got some time in Germany
Hungary's
together.
not happening now.
Hungary, I've had to go Villeta Cup.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'll be seeing you soon enough, and I'll, of course, be watching. So big thank you, everyone, guys. Really enjoyed it. And I'll enjoy my break, but also, of course, I'm always following European cricket, as you know. So next time you see me, actually be in Malta during that crazy time where we have 3 games at once going on. That's why it's all hands on deck. But anyway, I just wanted to say a big thank you. And I've been really enjoying this series. I'm going to be watching it just like everyone else. And I think we've already seen, you know, a 5-wicket haul. We've seen a hat-trick. I think we're going to see a century. I think you're right, Rico. It's a matter of time.
Yeah, I mean, you know as well as I do that I did predict that you'd have the 200 in Sweden. I didn't think it would happen twice.
Yeah.
And we did. Oh, well, that is just sweet. That is sweet out of the middle of the back. Sweeter than the bowl of Rasmalai. That goes all the way. And to Nasir, he is hitting the ball so well. Moves to 25 of just 10 deliveries. So a ball to go. Can he make it? Another biggie and finish with the score on 138. It's going to take some getting.
To be honest, I'd like to see Nasir up the order one time just to see what happens. You know, he's been so good.
Okay, it's a long way up.
Oh, good
luck.
Oh, he's underrun it. Watch this. Bang. All right, he's going to keep it in. He won't. Well, it's a fitting way for me to go out because Biswas, he goes on the long march to nowhere zombie style, and I could tell probably a good 3 or 4 seconds before he did, and he was in the wrong part of the Moira. I see a cricket ground, 4 to finish, and they'll finish 136 for 5.
Yeah, well, it was a long way up. It would have taken a good catch, and in the end, you're absolutely right. He overruns it, and then in the process of trying to knock the ball back into play, he wasn't allowed to do so. So they will finish with a boundary and a very healthy 136 for 5. Bukrazami, well, they'd be pretty happy with their performance out there.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's going to be a big chase, isn't it, for Zenitis? But, I mean, it's the kind of chase that if they could pull it off, they'll be super happy because they'll feel, you know, they get something out of the day. They've had a pretty rough one so far. But, hey, just, you know, Zalmi, they're kind of built for this, aren't they? Okay, they lose the early one. Then a good partnership, and it was Romania's answer to the universe boss, Atik Nakvi, that was doing the damage.
does have a few of those mannerisms. Bit of a Wish.com version, if you ask me, but still pretty effective through the first half of this innings.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't bowl well to him, really, didn't they? I mean, you can see what his stance was. He's ready to punish anything that's short. And in the end, when he did get out, it was to a ball that was outside the off stump. That's where it needed to be. This one could have been a fantastic catch. A great effort from the bowler. And that was what a got at. Would have been a brilliant catch. But the boundaries just kept on coming. And, well, that's it. He got lucky with the one before, didn't he? He got it over the captain, Rajith. But second time round, it was into his hands. So Massit had to go. And at that point, they were around about the 140, 150 mark. So though they did slow down, some good hitting there towards the end from Nasir still got them to a very good score.
Yeah, poor Biswas. Needed some assistance out there and deep mid-wicket. He's had a few teasers coming his way. Abdul was under attack there. Look, I think Zinitis, their top order will have to do it. Watch out for Sahel, the left-hander, Devinder, the left-hander as well. And they could probably use a few runs from someone like Barve, who'll probably bat at 4. You've also got Chamika, the right-hander, who took some really good catches. One of them counted.
Yeah.
But he's a guy, he's often slow in the first few balls, but he can't afford to waste too many. But he always catches up. That's what we've noticed. And he can hit the ball a long way. So, yeah, Booker Salmi sent in and fairly healthy score, although we have seen these kind of scores chased down. We know that Romania, typically, it's one of our highest scoring series across the year. So 136 with Nakvi top scoring 40 of 17, bossing it. Ozturk, when he got his chance, he was pretty good as well, 32, before he was caught at point. And then Nasir with some really big hitting at the end, 29 of 11. Guy, also pretty handy 20 from him. And so you're 136, it'll take some catching, but Zinitis, they've already shown that they could handle themselves with the bat. Let's see what kind of combinations we see from Zalami as well as we look at the bowling figures.
Yeah, the bowling figures there. Once again, there was some good bowling. I think Devinder, probably the pick of the bowlers there, 3 for 24 with bowl well. But I think you're absolutely right. I think he doesn't necessarily have to bowl the very last over. I think he can be useful coming on to bowl when you need to try and take a wicket a little bit later on, maybe bowled in the 7th or the 8th over. So nice and tidy, but like I say, there was 1 or 2 expensive ones in there where a few bowlers were just a little bit too short. But Rajesh Pathan, the captain, I think once again his variation was pretty good as well for his side. But they now need somebody with the bat. I think if one of their batters just goes out there and puts 50 on the board, they get a good chance of getting these ones.
Yeah, should be good. Well, it's goodbye for me for now, but I'll be following Rico. We'll be back after the break. Hope you have a great time for the rest of this series. Like I said, I'll be watching and I'll be seeing all of you soon. For now, it's been Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the ECN. Rico, of course, means you're in capable hands, and we'll see you after the break for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Well, welcome back, and there you go. Even though Vinny's not going to be with us, we'll hear him every day as he says his thank yous to our partners. Yes, a big thank you to our partners, HCL Software, FanCode, and also to Grizzly Bear Sports, as we get ready for the final innings of the day. Yes, let's play cricket. That's that banner. I love that banner. Stronger together, and of course, there's the old Grizzly Bear, the Bears of Cricket Romania, and outside of Russia. Romania, of course, has the most number of bears. I think something like 2,000. So outside of Russia, it's the highest number in Europe. That is, anyway. I wonder if there's any bears that are lurking around in some of the greenery around this beautiful ground. It's absolutely lovely. So getting ready now for the response from Zinitas. 137 required for victory, and you have to say that probably a lot depends on Devinder here opening up, and he's got Mahesh Bhave with him as well. Mahesh spent a lot of time at the long off area, seeing the ball being whacked to all parts of the boundary. And he gets an opportunity perhaps to do a bit of hitting himself, but it will be Kavesh Devinder to face the first. Zawar, the left armour, starts, and his uppish chance, and it's going to be a wicket of the very first delivery of the innings, and that's a tragic start because the one man that probably did hold the key to a fight here has gone, and he goes for a golden duck. Oh dear, it's the very first ball, and he doesn't play the shot at all, does he? As Golden Derek comes out under these golden conditions, the beautiful Romanian sunshine, and that's a disappointment. The Zinitas opener goes, look, he just doesn't play the shot. It's almost like he stops the shot if he goes through with it inside the power play with the men inside the 30-yard circle. I think he's hitting it over the top of the fielder, but he stops his shot and offers the easiest of chances to the fielder. And Sabir Afridi makes no mistakes at all. And the celebration from Ali Zawar, well, quite rightly so, because they know that's a huge wicket. And the new batter comes out a little bit earlier than I'm sure he was expecting to. That's Jamaica. Comes out, does fantastic work. Sindhu Jamaica, the boundary. Now he's got to try and get going here with the bat. Razalmi on top already. Here comes just the second ball of the innings. This time it's played outside along the deck into the covers, no run. Warm welcome back to everybody. Yeah, a lot of people, Kroom, John Gray, saying the goodbyes to Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, who's now going to take a bit of a break before you'll see him again. And I think next time you see Vinny will be in the T20I Village Cup in Malta. And for Malta, we'll be in Switzerland, where I'll do a little stint with him there as well. So we'll be reunited in Switzerland, but for a little bit longer than that we've had here in Romania. But there's so much cricket on at the moment on the European Cricket Network, both T10, T20Is, international men's and women's. It's an exciting time to be a part of European cricket, watching it grow and develop. It's another opportunity, is it? No, he gets enough on this. It's a cry of catch it from the bowler, but Jamaica doesn't make the same mistake as Devinder. He goes through with his shot, and he gets enough to get it over Mohammed Samid. Nicely played. So the first boundary of the innings. Just done. They need a few more, just the odd one with this rate at the moment, currently around 14. Change in the field. Long on goes back. Good delivery. Doesn't give him the option to drive again. A little bit shorter. You can see this is the sort of line that we've talked a lot, myself and Vinny, and we have a lot of discussion about right arm bowlers coming around the wicket. And this is what they're trying to do. So you see the left armour bowling here. in the air, just will drop short, and well, he runs past it. And they think about 2. Well, hesitantly, well, if it was a better throw, I think he could have been in trouble. He'll finish with 2. There's the fielder who was put in that position, Samid. He runs past the ball and allows the batters a sniff of 2, and they'd take it. And score moves to 6 for 1 at the end of the first. 128 matches since the Golden Ball, so the brief stint that myself and Vinny Sandhu had was not able to bring us a Golden Ball, but don't worry, we'll get there. Can I just say, the last time we had a Golden Ball, I was actually in Bulgaria with Charlie Hunt. Charlie Hunt was on his day off, and we had the Golden Ball. So, you know, I'm just saying, just putting it out there. Normally, when I'm solo, we sometimes have a few Golden Balls. So, I'm solo for a few days. I'm sure we're going to see plenty of action, including, I think, a century. I'm pretty sure we're going to get a century or 2 here, you know, like we did in Sweden. Some high scores, some more wickets, and maybe the Golden Ball. And, well, this one is a good delivery, very close to finding the edge here. Just watch how close this is here. Sort of pops up, doesn't it? And Mahesh, not really the shot to be playing. He's a little bit too focused, playing one side of the ground. Really needs to be looking to playing on the offside as well. As Sidon Sturk, this time a bit fuller. And if the batters go straight away, I suppose you could chance the arm of Atif Naqvi. Decide not to dot balls. Gold dust. 999. Call the emergency services. And well, this one should be stopped, and it will be. Didn't really know too much about it, but it's only a single. Some interesting numbers in the Grasami side. We've got 100 from Sabir Afridi. We've seen that before. We've got a 111 from Mohammed Samid. And Weeraparam Jayasuriya is number 500. Shami Jat is 555. And then Masid Ozturk is 999. Slices it. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Well, Mohammed Samid, I think he needs to go to the opticians and get those eyes checked, because that's the second time he's run past one. Well, the one before, you could say maybe it was a bounce. This one, well, it's a shocker. And he knows himself that he needs to do better than that. And you can see there was no Tortuga or nothing. That's an error. And, well, that's an interesting technique as well from Naqvi. Just decides to, like, no hands and uses the knee part of his body to stop it. Ozturk is probably thinking, hey, guys, what's with this fielding display at the moment? Let's use our hands. Slower delivery, cleverly disguised. And, well, the fielder makes a good stop, and then batter in no real hurry to make it to try and get back into his crease. So he gets fired in, and he's just saying that. Did you see that? It was going one way, then it went the other way. Here comes the throw. And Mahesh would have got himself back in quite comfortably. Looking forward to seeing some of the teams that I haven't seen as yet. And tomorrow will be a good time to see Cluj in action. And of course, they were champions 2 years back. They were beaten finalists last year. And, well, UNEF's another side that have made a very promising start. All teams are looking forward to seeing. I always love seeing the newer teams. He's high up in the air, but he gets enough off there to chase his on now. Iba, not going to get there. Cuatro Carreras, good shot. We're in the power play, the last over off it. And this is the time to capitalise on these type of shots. It's the up and over. Zawar doesn't like it. A wicket, remember, off the very first ball of the innings. This is hit well, and I think it's going to stay hit as well. Cuatro Carreras, there's nobody in the long off position. And you can see Then it was a long, hard chase from Mohammed Sameed coming across from long on to try and get there. Was never going to do it. So boundary started to come. Jamaica making the most of the errors. And sometimes little things, little errors can be what the team needs to get started. That's the better delivery, is Fuller. But a slice of luck, hay poquito de suerte ahí por el bateador, porque eso es 4 carreras más. And Jamaica, well, he says, you know what? If I've got to ride a bit of luck, I will do. And a bit of a discussion between the two batters saying, yeah, take it easy. Thanda hai, apni wicket nahi deni. And the rate around 15, so it's not going in the right direction for the batting side, but a flow of boundaries certainly helping. Jamaica 23 of 10. Bowler Zawa would love another. And this one is going to be called wide. Things have been, from the time I've been here, I have to say, I know Vinny Sandu was talked about some very high scoring matches which resulted in a high number of extras. Haven't been that many while I've been here. Not seen too many balls that have been called wides. Zawa this time gets it a little bit closer and gets the reward he wants. You can see he's making a distinct effort not to pitch the ball up to the man who's swinging hard, Jamaica. I'm trying to ride his luck here. Zawa gets it in the same areas again. You just have a look at the batter. He seems to be leaning onto his bat. See here, he seems to be leaning one way, and that makes it very difficult for him to go back and play that shot because he's got his weight going forward. To try and then go back from that and get into position to play a shot, it's difficult to do. Got to stand still a little bit more. Once again, you see, just starts to move a bit early, and it's going to be a dot to finish the over. So Zawa will finish with 1 for 19. So good comeback from him after a flurry of boundaries were hit there from Jamaica, and 25 for 1 at the end of the 3 overs, and the rate now goes to around 16. You can see the difference, and there was really a good steady flow of runs from Bucharest Zalmi all the way through, and they got those 2 magical overs in just when they needed to as well, and that's exactly what Zenitas need here now. They need a good over. Nasir to bowl it, who well, played his part with the bat, didn't he, Nasir? Played some big hits at the right time after they lost Nakvi. So field now can be spread. A quick look, they've got quite a wide long off, who has been moved now though, a bit straighter. Long on his back, mid wicket, and a third man on the boundary. So from what I can see, they don't have the 5 men back, just the 4 at the moment. So they want to still keep it a little bit attacking. So they're opting to keep the man behind square and at square leg inside the 30-yard circle to start off with. I don't mind that. I quite often say, well, until batters start to hit you, and Bhairav hasn't really done that as yet, and then keep the field where it is. I mean, he's faced 5 balls with just the 1. As Nasir just pulls up there. So that one signaled dead ball by the umpire. So yeah, I wouldn't want to push and get too defensive at the moment. I'd say, right, let him hit a few before I push another man out. So, and they can choose where to use that man, deploy him on the offside boundary or the leg side. Let's field it. They'll take the single. Singles are not going to hurt Bucharest Zalmi. That's a nice build in there at the back there. Be a nice place to be based. It'll be easy to get to the ground, isn't it? Lovely little setup there. It is a lovely ground though, isn't it? This is absolutely glorious here in Bucharest. About 1.8 million people live in the capital. And Romania is a big country, and with about a population of about 20 million, that's a lot of people living in just the capital. This one doesn't come up as much as I think the batter thinks, and Jamaica maybe is a little lucky it doesn't come up any higher, because that would have hurt. Just leave it at that. You see it again from this angle, and yeah, and a little bit higher, and that would have been bullseye. Let's see it. Has to go just a bit fuller, I think. Nicely struck. Work to be done by the fielder, and he can't do it. Well, that's Jayasuriya who's trying to stop this one off, but this has been hit really cleanly. And one thing certainly I'm noticing, and it's hardly surprising, is that the outfield is pretty quick. This has been timed well. It goes all along the deck. Jayasuriya doesn't have to move too much to get there, but he's still not able to stop it. And now you see the fifth man being deployed. So they opt to use him, and the offside. And this time comes to tuck the batter up with a slightly shorter delivery, and the man who's having all the issues at the moment stopping the ball, Mohammed Sameed, he almost messes that one up as well. Loving the kit, I have to say, Zalmi. Zalmis around the world, wherever they're playing, certainly do look very polished in their outfits, and I'm liking the hats as well, the combination of hats and sun hats. Wicket keeper giving the signals, doesn't really take too much note, and it's going to be 4 runs, and that's not where I was signalling, says the wicket keeper. As Asad Rashid goes up to the bowler and said, "Main itne nahi kiya si, main ta tenu keh raha si, offside te kar," and you can see the bowler knows it wasn't a good delivery. It's almost like one of those that sticks in your hands and doesn't go where you want it to go. Goes to the boundary, which is a good result for Xenitis. And they'll move to 35 for 1 or 4, but that rate, even though they are getting a few boundaries and over, it's still going up. It goes to about 17. So Vinny Sand, who's not here, but we're getting close to what we call his point of no return here, which is around about 18. Nasir looks set to bowl his second. The thing is now you've also got something like Barv, who is on 6 or 7 deliveries really, I think. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. And oh, that's a really good stop. Doesn't stop this, doesn't get a hand on this, that's 4 runs. And you know, that's what teams, when you're winning and you're playing well, that's what you do, you know, players throw themselves around, they make stops like that, save boundaries. That's nicely done. Jamaica will be disappointed. And this time he goes the era route, and this will go for 4 runs, will it? Yeah. It's a nice hit. Jutt is the bowler, actually. So he goes, gets a good bit of swing. The Shami Jutt, but too wide, really. Giving the batter too much room to play, and he hasn't got the field set. He hasn't got anyone on the backward point boundary, so he's got to go fuller. But and he goes short. It's high up in the air. It will go all the way. Bolle, bolle, ginna sona, shaka lagya. A little bit wayward here, Chat. Not the start he wanted. Too wide. And now, this time, too short. Shabbat, you can hear from the Xenitis camp. Jat, better. And this time he is bowling to his field. I think he gets a bit of this himself. He does the old splits here. So he gets something on it. So now this is where I think the batter now on strike, Mahesh Bhav, has to get going. If he doesn't, you've got to change him. It sounds ruthless, but when you're needing so many runs per over, you need somebody who's going to get bat onto ball. He doesn't have to do anything with that one. Once again, you see Jutt indicating that he's getting a little bit too much swing, but he's still too short though. Look where this is pitching. It's far too short. If he pushes this up a bit, then the movement he'll get will keep the ball inside that wide line. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's better. And the other thing I'm talking about is Barov. If he's not getting contact here, I think you got to retire him out. It's something that the last place I was at in Bulgaria, teams weren't shy to do that. And here we go. You see, it's, all the good work that may have been done the first part of the over, which went for 12, now it gets undone. So 12, okay. I mean, Jamaica does well, but you're needing around about, well, just under 18 and over. So even with 12, you're behind, and the rate just keeps going up. So I think a decision has to be made pretty soon. Upcoming events, well, we are in Romania. Well, I've just got here. And of course, I will be joined by Charlie a bit later on, but Charlie first will be doing the T20Is in Bulgaria before he comes here. Then both of us will be in Hungary, so will Corey Ruckus. And Corey, though, will then leave early to do the T20Is Women's Series in the Netherlands. Vinny Sandu, you'll see him again in Malta, Valletta Cup. And then we got the Czech Republic happening and Switzerland, so plenty of cricket. And also there's Portugal as well, the night series. And looks like I'll be going back to Coimbra to see some of the lovely people there. And I can't wait. I know that they've made some huge improvements to the ground, and it's looking pretty as a picture last time I saw, so I'm looking forward to going back there. This one has been lofted. I don't think it's going to go all the way to the boundary. It doesn't. I think about 2, and they won't get there. So Jamaica doing all the work at the moment, 40 of 22. But Mahesh Barav got to get going here now. For me, he's been there too long already. Another one that goes straight through. They're asking the question, and the umpire, I don't think, is sure here. Or is he indicating that it catches a bit of the thigh? Let's see this again. Yeah, certainly no contact on the bat. If anything, it takes a bit of the upper part of the body of the batter. And in the end, I think just confirming that by just patting the leg. Liking that from the umpire. Good work from the man in black. Down the leg side, Gundy ball, and well, sometimes you just need to bowl one bad ball to a batter that's struggling, and everything can change. And Mahesh, well, he makes no mistakes on this one. Could this be the one that gets him going? That's a terrible delivery from Jasuria. And he'll be gutted with himself. You can see Nakvi having a chat with him. And just short down the leg side. And finally, Mahesh is able to get one away. And moves on to 12 off 11 with the ball to go in this one. Go short again, and this one is gone. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And, well, Barav, just like that, after not being able to get anything going, and after Rika saying, I'll pull him back, because he chewed up too many deliveries when he was on 6 of 9 balls. He's now hit the next 2 to the boundary. And finally, showing what he can do. Moves to 18 off 12 now, so that looks healthier. And though that rate has gone past the 18 mark, leaves both batters are hitting boundaries. And this one is the best of the lot. Well, it needs a little bit of time to get going, but now he's going. Well, you might as well keep him out there. That's a good hit. So Mahesh Bhave says, well, what are you talking about, point of no return? And, well, he's trying to do his bit. Probably keep it, bring it back down below the 18 mark. It's the end of the over. 66 for 1, and he does. He brings the rate back down to just under 18. But that was an expensive over. Jasuria goes for 19. And not what the doctor ordered. So what will they go with here now? Looks like maybe change things up a little bit. And Rajanish Guy looks like he's going to bowl a bit of spin. He's going to be bowling to Jamaica. Glorious conditions for cricket. Lovely breeze coming, playing from sort of left to right at the moment. I think the players will be appreciating this. Temperatures around about 27, 28 degrees. I'm pretty sure, you know, if it gets any hotter here, we're going to start to see maybe some breaks being taken after about 5 overs if these temperatures continue to go up, which one or two people have told me already that probably is likely to happen. Firmly struck. There is a fielder there. Has to watch the bounce and does very well. That is really good fielding. And that's Shami Jat on the boundary. This is the way to do it. I don't know if you have time to see this, but keeps an eye on the ball. It's bouncing around. Probably have to go back to it as we go back to the live action. And, well, nobody's stopping this. Oh, that is being launched. It goes big. And right out of the middle of the bat. Well, I tell you what, that is sweet. Sweeter than a bowl of gulab jambu. What a lovely hit. And Mahesh, well, I don't know what's happened, but all of a sudden, he's just got going. I mean, now he looks like he's motoring along, 30 or 14. Remember, he was on something like 7 of 9 deliveries. Interesting. Very interesting. These two really starting to get going here. As Mahesh now is doing exactly what Hasindu needed. Hasindu himself, 41-23. And, well, this ball, maybe it has ended up in the lake. Either that or one of the Grizzly Bears has come along and taken it. I wonder if they have seen any bears this part of Romania. I'm looking at one now. No, not. It's Dennis the Menace. It's great to see Dennis here, part of the Oros family. No Deanna. Deanna on a break, so we have Deanna's brother, Dennis, and I hope you're loving the pictures that you're seeing on the social media. And certainly had a look at some of those while I was waiting in the airport. And of course, I think the Oros is probably the finest things to come out of Romania, as well as the bears that will be coming out of the woods later. And this is a swing and a miss. Yeah, check out the interviews as well. So a great interview with Cosmin as well after his 5 wickets. And, well, I tell you what, he's been doing very well today as well. And he took 4 and he took 3 again. And, of course, then we saw some excellent fielding as we see. Well, it's like the pit stops, isn't it, in the Grand Prix. He says, right, the tyres, the thread's going. So I need a pit stop. He pulls in and he's getting a new pair of tyres. So let's see how these serve him. We see it all on the European Cricket Network. Anyway, let's see how these work for the bowler. There we go. That's how you tie the laces up. So, okay, are these the lucky shoes? That's the bowler, Rajneesh Guy. There we go. I thought he was going to have a practice lap first, but he's okay. He doesn't have to warm these up. Here he goes. And gets an edge, and is malo suerte, because he's going to go all the way down to the boundary. Cuatro carreras más. And just looking a little bit worried here. Well, there they are. There's the new treads. Sort of matching the outfit a bit with the bit of yellow there as well. But not bringing him the good fortune they need. They need a wicket here, you know. They need a wicket just to settle their nerves slightly. He's been blasted. Watch the bounce. Nicely dealt with this time. No mistakes from the fielder, Mohammed Sameed, who's had a few issues. Just remember those little misfields. Sameed was involved. There was 1 or 2 others, which then allowed these 2 batters to get going. And I said at the time, sometimes little things like that can make the difference. Takes the pace off this one. Cleverly bowled. A little bit of an off-cutter. Take the single. Yeah, this partnership now worth 79 or 80 now, I think. That's of 42 deliveries. Again, very well. Two batters just having a chat there in the middle. And pretty calm as we have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing Cluj again. It's a lot of players that have been playing a long time, a team that have represented Romania in the European Cricket League as well, and a lot of players there play for the national side. They're up against the Bucharest Super Kings, a team on debut, won their first match earlier today, and the Super Kings then play Juromata, a team that I haven't seen yet, making their debut. Then Cluj versus a team that's now being called the Vamps, Transylvania. And, I bet you Transylvania play really well in night cricket. What do you reckon? They should play in the night time. Nice looking shot. And, oh, that's hurt the fielder. But I think what he has done is certainly stopped the boundary. It's a big man. We were talking about bears earlier. Well, I'll tell you what, he's as big as and strong as a bear, isn't he, Nakvi? This one, you see, he's not shy, though, to let him know it hurts him. But he does save the boundary. Samid. And, well, is this catchable? It's not, because he gets it in the gap. I think this goes all the way. Yeah, manos arriba, Vidro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. And right now, I got to say, I mean, they're just bringing the rate down just little by little. And you just feel that one magical over would put them in the driving seat if they don't lose a wicket here. So I think Zalmi getting a little bit nervous, whereas Zinitus are getting a bit excited. Oh, this is high. Is it a chance? Or has he got enough of this? It's a very good catch. This is so well judged. And that one, well, that could be the match there. Something had to give either way. Either something magical will happen with the batting side and getting a magical over, or a good bit of fielding, and it's a good bit of fielding that does the job. This is such a good catch. And in the end, well, Mahesh Bhairav, he took a while to get going, didn't he? But when he did, he hit the ball well. This time, though, he falls to an outstanding catch there in the deep. It's really well held, not easy at all. And he knows there's a lot depending on that as well. It's a brilliant catch. And this time, it was Sabir Afridi that made no mistake at all. So, Bhav will go for 41 of 19. 2 4s and 5 6s in the end for him. Still got Chamiko out there. He's being joined by Sohail. New batter. Left-hander. So Samid gets the breakthrough for his side. So makes up for 1 or 2 errors in the field. Yeah, Kroom agreeing with me that need a few magical over, especially we're going to get that golden ball. Hello to Nick. Nick, how are you? And, it's a good start from a bowler. You often see bowlers struggle when the new batter is of a different stance, but no hassle for the bowler to the left-hander. Yeah, hi to Nick. And hello to Kroom as well. And Rob Lever, how are you? And the man who takes the bowler's place in the field, makes no errors there. That's the Tamir Nasir. Pretty sure we may see him get another over in pretty soon. But this is the over really which you feel could take the match away from Zinitus. Up until this over, the last 2 or 3 overs, they've been sort of more or less going where they want to be after a slow start. But Samid's come out with a good one, a good catch taken in the deep from Afridi. And everything changes. It's a good Yorker length delivery right in the block. There's not too much that Chamika can do with that, and that ends what has been a very good over. And he sees the batter coming down at him, but he does what a lot of bowlers don't do. Rather than bowl it short and lose his shape, he just keeps his line, tries to go full, and gets a dot ball in. Well bowled by Mohammed Samid. It's only 8 runs from that over, and he picked up the wicket as well. And what he has done, he's taken that rate now to 25 required, 87 for 2, so 25 per over. I'm not saying it's impossible, but we do say it all happens in the 9th. And Masit Uzturk coming on to bowl, normally bowls a good length, bowls a good Yorker, but he has a very clever, slower delivery. And I wonder if we're going to see that from him. If we're going to see a little bit of Turkish delight from the man from Turkey. Of course, I saw him playing for Istanbul KSK in Bulgaria, the team that won the series there. And he starts with the wide to the left-hander. Fine cricketer and a lovely gentleman, I have to say. And always, wherever he travels, he's always sparing gifts. Very nice man, and that was another wide. Just trying to sneak the ball inside that line, isn't he? And I think he's probably thinking to himself, he's got runs to play with. He'd rather, or in his mind, that is, You'd rather give away a few extras, 2 or 3 wides, bowl the extra ball, than give away boundaries if he goes at the stumps. And that's, you see what he's trying to do. Once again, though, he's coming in front of the umpire. I think umpires need to get just a little bit stricter. You see there, it goes right across the umps. And I like to see the umpires with a bit more confidence when they're out there standing, just to start to say to the bowlers, yeah, you can bowl from there, but don't come in front of me. And that's whipped away. That's a nice shot. Just strays his line slightly and gets whipped away. Just goes down leg side, so overcompensates Ozturk. I think what he was trying to do here, after toying with the line outside the off stump for a few times, just decided to go with a full straighter one, the Yorker length delivery, but ends up going down leg side, and it's worked away handsomely by the batter. So Hearn gets his first boundary, but they need to bat these boundaries up though, don't they? And that will be another. That's exactly what they need to do. So 2 in 2. So this time he goes a little bit too wide. So Ozturk, not quite the plan, but again, like I said, he has got plenty of runs to play with. Again, that one probably would have been called a wide as well. So he does try to go back to that off-stump corridor. But he knows the batter is going after him here now. So what's his plan going to be? Maybe that slow delivery, slow and straight. He's got 2 men straight, waiting for it. Mid-wicket on the boundary as well. And it is that slower ball, slow in-swinger. And just a single. And whenever it's not a boundary, of course, is a massive win-win situation. Jamaica still there, 43 of 26. So, though the match seems to be getting away from them, it'd be nice if they can bring up a personal highlight. Field just being set now here to the right-hander, Jamaica. I don't think he's going to be waiting around to see what it is. He's going to go big. And this is pitching outside the leg. It's a clever delivery. It's a slower one again. And it sort of drifts into the right-hander, but he makes impact outside the line. You can see it clearly here. So it's with his ball he's hitting, clearly making impact outside that leg stick. And even though it could quite possibly have come back and taken the stumps, the laws of the game say not out, can't be out, and it's the right decision from the umpire as well. Will be just a single, and that's the end of Mazit Ozturk's spell. 18 he'll go for. No wickets, but he's been very economical. I'm very well, Nick, thank you. Nick's just asking how I am. I'm fine, I'm well rested. I've spent some good time with the family in France, celebrating my daughter's birthday. We're celebrating early, bless her. Sonia, she's got exams next week when it is actually her birthday. So we took a bit of time to go see Paris, never been before. Saw the Eiffel Tower, did all the touristy things. It was lovely, it was great to see. It was very busy as well. Spent a few nights in Disneyland as well, which was disrupted by some strikes by some of the staff, but still, it didn't spoil our enjoyment. This one is pretty high, and it gets called straight away, no ball. And the fielder, well, it would have been quite a remarkable catch. Could be run out, though. You can be run out. Now they're asking the question, does he have his bat down here or not? No ball has been called. Let's have a look at side to see if he's in here. The wicketkeeper is probably not so confident, but I just want to know, let's see here, does he put the bat down or not? Only just. If we slow it down here, I think it only just gets it down, does he? Let's go forward a little bit here. Yeah, just. And just as well that he did. Okay, so they run 2. They get 1 for the no ball, 3 of that one. Here comes a free hit. And it won't be out. And the fielder, well, it could be run out. And a direct hit, and he was gone for all money. That was the slowest bit of, or shabbiest bit of running you've seen from Sohail. Probably disappointing he doesn't hit the boundary, but the fielder does well there. Doesn't have to take the catch, but takes the ball nicely into his hand and throws the throws it in quickly, and if he hit the stumps, that would have been the end of Sahel. Well bowled again, just slow, full deliveries. As well, the result of this match in no doubt. So it will be another victory for Bucharest Zalmi. Certainly making a claim to finish in the top 4. Remember, top 4 teams will make it through to finals day next Friday. And let's see, it's a different level he's been. So the other bowlers that have come on to bowl after him have struggled a little bit with their line. They've just been a little bit short, but Nasir right on the money. And even Chamika has struggled to get him away. Goes for the shorter one. It's catchable, and oh yeah, baby. Well, how about that? Catch of the day with the chips and mushy peas as well. Thank you very much. Well, I tell you what, sometimes you get a little bit of luck go your way, and Shami Jat, well, he takes the catch. All smiles now. Well, if two hands don't work, go for one, and he ends up taking a one-handed jalebi catch. Well, how about that? Quite sensational. And let's see it again. It's worth watching again. So he has a lot of work to do. So he's going round, and just watch this. Out of 2, and then how about that? Thank you very much. And and that's nicely done. So another wicket goes, and a nice highlight there for the man taking the catch. All smiles now, but he wouldn't have been if he didn't have the fortunate of that one falling into his right hand. So Shami Jat taking the catch to give Nasir a well-deserved first wicket. 1 for 15 he's taken. 105 for 3 as Madhushankar is a new batter who comes in, and of course he will have to go on strike. It's one thing the umpires don't have to do anymore to see if the batters have crossed. New batter always goes on strike. One left-hander replaces another. It's off the pads, and how far will it go? Fielder going across and makes a stop. Nice to see he uses his hands. That's Jarsani. So leg by signal by the umpire as we come up to the final delivery of the day. And it's going to finish with Bucharest Zalmi. One of the, well, both these teams on debut here, but Zalmi will get the better of Zenitas. Oh, that's wild. And, well, it's been called a wide. It could be even a no ball. No ball will take precedent. The wicketkeeper would be saying, please call it a wide, because they all go down to the bowler. But no ball is called, so it will be 4 byes, a no ball, and a free hit. The umpire, well, he's doing a little dance there himself, isn't he? I'm loving it when the umpire's got to think, right, okay, what do I have to do here first? First thing is a no ball. Then I have to say it's 4. Then I have to say it's byes. Look at him, he's saying, come on, let's do it. D-I-S-C-O. Oh, yeah, a little bit of night fever, night fever. Okay, maybe this is the last ball. It's short. It's hit hard. It can't be out because it's a free hit, but it can be 6. And they're going to finish with a Maximo. Gear. Shaka Lagia. So we'll go all the way. They'll finish with 112. Will be, well, it won't be 112. It's got to be more than that. I think the scorecard just to, yeah, well, maybe it's 112. We went up and down and all over the place at the moment there, like the umpire was doing earlier. But anyway, 112 comes up on my screen, and they're going to fall short by 24 runs. And Bucharest Zalmi get another victory under their hat. Well played to them. And talking about hats, I do like those hats. Nice, shiny and bright. Look absolutely stunning in the sunshine. And they all come together to celebrate. That's another good victory. Zalmi. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Bravo. Yeah, well played. And you just feel that the job was done really with the batting. As you have a quick look before we see the highlights of what's coming up tomorrow, we'll see Cluj in action against the Bucharest Super Kings. Bucharest Super Kings then stay on the pitch as they take on Giamata, and then Cluj taking on Transylvania. Transylvania then played Giamata as well, and we finished the day with the 5th match of the day, match number 20, with Cluj take on Giamata. So you can see from that it's a big day for Cluj and Giamata, both those two teams playing 3 matches in the day. So looking forward to the action. If you've got to leave us now, well, thank you for watching the European Cricket Network, and we will see you tomorrow with those 5 matches. But if you're staying, let's have a look at the highlights, and then, well, I'll say my goodbyes, and we'll have a look at the highlights of today. Well, this one was a little bit fortunate, as that one ended up just where Afridi wanted it. But this, well, that was not good. A man had a few issues, did Mohammed Sameed, but he did make up for them, because when his team needed a tight over or 2, he did provide that for his captain. So all ends up well, but it almost didn't end up well there for the batter, as he takes that one to Mika in an area where you don't really want too many balls to be going. And I have to say that after the openers bowled pretty well, and they really had the likes of Mahesh in a fair bit of trouble, it needed that delivery, one gunny ball. And once Mahesh hit that one out of the park, you couldn't stop him. He then went ballistic, he went wild, like the bears that we have in Romania. That was a biggie, and I think that was one that Artur in the tower was worried about. But they needed a wicket. So we had a change of footwork, and a new threads, please. A new threads meant a wicket, and there you go. That's the way to do it. A very good catch taken there by Afridi, and that was a time when I think a wicket or not could have changed anything. One magical over could have gone the way of Zinitis. A wicket, though, would have taken it the way of Bukhara Zalmi. And, well, when things are going your way, things like that happen. And when things are going your way, the umpire starts doing a little bit of a dance. And there was this big hit towards the end, which was a big 6. Well, he was able to catch one earlier. There's no way he's catching that one. And, yeah, 2 right. They're celebrating Al-Zalmi, because they are back to victorious ways, and they're looking good at the moment as we have a look at the scorecard there. So Mahesh Bhav, it took a while to get going, I have to say. I mean, don't forget, of 9 balls he was on 7, then of the next 10 balls he went ballistic. And Jamaica, well done to him. He does finish exactly on 50. Shaba ball Badayan, though it's 50, but he ends up on the losing side. And Sohail there, 14 of 11 deliveries, and Marush Khan not able really to get going at all. With the bowling, I think it was a little bit of all sorts. I think at times they did bowl a little bit short, but I think, like I said, Mohammed Sameed, that one over from him where only 8 runs came off and he took a wicket, that sort of was the changing point, really. But I'd like the bowling of Zawa as well. Remember, it started with a wicket of the very first ball of the innings as well. And then, well, Nasir, I think he bowled really well. Very good first over from him as well, and his second over good as well. Just on another level. So Zinitis, once again, they've shown that they can compete. They were there or thereabout, and getting to that an average score around about 117. But that the extra 20-odd runs that they gave away was the difference at the end, and that was some good hitting there from Naqvi, as you saw Nasir play his part as well. Well, what a lovely picture that is. Glorious sunshine here at this cricket ground in Romania. By that lake as well. It's a lovely setting. It's absolutely beautiful. It's great to be back in Romania, I have to say. It's great to be back with you all as well. Beautiful it is, and it's lovely to be back. Thank you all very much for your wishes, and I have been obviously watching while I've been away, and been inputting whenever I could. Love the series in Sweden, and I'm loving the start to this Sweden as well. So you're going to have me for a few days as Maximo goes and has his break now, and of course Charlie Hunt will join me early on next week. But thank you all very much for watching. You've been absolutely brilliant. I've enjoyed my first match and a half here, and I'm certainly looking forward to 5 matches tomorrow. You know your doctor says you need your 5 a day. We're going to give you 5 a day from now on in. Really looking forward to an exciting day tomorrow. It's going to be a big day for Cluj. They're a team that were runners-up last year. I wonder if we can have those matches up once more, Patrick, if we can. We got Cluj playing. They've got 3 matches tomorrow. Giamatra, a team on debut, they got 3 matches tomorrow as well. So we've got a full schedule coming up tomorrow, and of course I'll be here taking you all the way through it. An opportunity for us to say a few thank yous. Of course, thank you and well done to all the umpires, being led brilliantly by Stefan Gooch. And thank you to the ECN crew as well, working brilliantly behind the scenes as always. And of course to the Federation here in Romania for providing us with an excellent venue and for all of their hospitality as well. And of course, most importantly, to you, our global cricket family that are watching from around the world. Thank you to everybody on the chat. You've been absolutely brilliant as always. And well, I know that we're looking forward to seeing the highlights of today. Well, I can hear the music being queued up in my headset. So before we go to those highlights, just want to say once again, thank you for watching. Thank you for your support of the European Cricket Network. And time for me to say from everyone here at the ground and the European Cricket Network crew, good night, God bless, take care of yourself, stay healthy, stay fit. Hasta mañana, mi familia. Here's the highlights of the day.